What's going on, everyone? Nova here. We're back with more Punishing Gray reading. No, but PGR just had an update. They added a new version of 21. So while we're going to continue our journeys to get back to the main story by going through the EXs, we'll also be trying her out as well too. From what I've heard, she's actually really good. Let's see. Alright. So the last time we left off, let me get over there. Here we go. So much happened, and I know it's been a while, but we pretty much saw what happened during the Kowloon incident from, I forgot whose perspective it was from, actually. From quite a few perspectives. Oh, from I forgot his name, but his perspective. But now we're finally moving on to EX4, Echo Aria, and I think after this we'll be able to continue the main story. So let's get started on that, and then after we'll check out 21 as well too. The Songs of Eternal Earth. Operation Red Tide. They're heading towards the shoreline. Hey, what's up, Wriggle? 5:30 a.m. Universal Time. On a transport craft in low Earth orbit. The engine emits a low and steady hum. After some time, the crew's ears become accustomed to the sound. Rather than finding it disruptive, the uniform rhythm is like white noise lulling the crew with a desire to sleep. The seat belts secure them to their seats, comforting them despite the weightlessness. Yet their need and longing for gravity are instinctive, carved in their genes. There is a sense of emptiness and loss in the vacuum of space. This loss only amplifies the sense of drowsiness. In order to suppress the impulse to close your eyes and take a nap, you slowly shift your gaze to the porthole. You see the quiet universe dotted with stars. The transport craft should be traveling at an inconceivable speed. But in the vastness of space, there's no one that can hear you scream, no. But in the vastness of space, the stars, millions of light years away, fail to serve as a reference point for you moving forward, regardless of how fast the ship is. If it were not for the hum of the engine in your ears, there would be no hesitation, no sensation of the moving ship. Of the ship moving. Wow, I can't read tonight. The sense of emptiness continues to escalate. Just as your consciousness is about to succumb, numbness makes its way up your spine. Everything you see appears to stop, as if someone pressed the pause button. Fragments of memory begin to rush before your eyes in a kaleidoscope of colors. Oh, uh-oh. Memory fragments, huh? They're entering Star Rail territory. You were infiltrated by Hwazu in City 75. Your mind beacon was forced into a corrupted mind. Initiating a mind concentration with a corrupted is unprecedented. After a thorough examination, we found that your mind beacon has become corrupted. And up until this point, you haven't been able to recover from the corruption. I'm sure you've also noticed that your mind has fallen into a constant state of intermittent memory replays. Memory replays isn't exactly the most appropriate term for your symptoms, but it'll do for the time being. In other words, you will randomly fall into a chaotic storm of memory flashbacks without warning. That doesn't sound good. Some of your repressed or supposedly forgotten thoughts, numerous fragments of memory will bombard your consciousness. There's nothing wrong with your physical body other than the mind beacon pollution, at least for now. The Science Council also wants to put you under constant observation to see whether any other physiological functions will be affected by your corrupted mind beacon. But that's for later. I think you'll have more difficult challenges to tackle in the interim. Your vision fragments again. Oh no, it's angry, man. What happened in the underground cavern is enough for you to be court-martialed. You're still sitting here only because you were responsible for defeating the polyphage. Locking up the heroes responsible for defeating the polyphage would only cause an uproar among the people. So the decision was made to allow you to continue field operations. However, don't think your merits have offset the severity of this issue. The authorities won't simply let bygones be bygones. As long as the distrust remains, countless pairs of eyes will be watching your every move. If you do anything out of the ordinary during this time, even the president can't protect you. Nikola has always been blunt. Pay it no mind. You know what he meant. It was more of a reminder than a warning. I know. Why are you telling me this? Because I have a suspicion that this isn't over yet. I need people I can trust and deploy when the time comes. That includes the Grey Ravens. I don't have time to have my people tangled up in bureaucracy. Oh no. Bureaucracy. Yeah, sure. I know I butchered that, but that's okay. Neither do you. At the very least, soldiers should die on the battlefield, not on the gallows of those they serve. The most important thing for Eden now is to solve problems and defeat the enemy, not go on a witch hunt against one of our own. As long as you can prove your loyalty and your worth to Eden in the next battle, that supervision will naturally lift. But right now, I've heard from Asimov about your problems. Do you want to stay in the ICU or continue duty on the front line? Of course I... A golden arc of light suddenly shatters your recollection. Your consciousness returns in an instant. You do not have the time to think about how long you were out, seeing that the arc slicing through your memory was not an illusion. It is real. Outside the porthole, the unchanging scenery suddenly shifts with the appearance of the arc. Like a scimitar, fresh out of the forge, a gentle and curved horizon forms in the afterglow of the golden light amid the sea of stars. Hidden up until this moment, Earth finally reveals its true face. Soon, the faint golden light turns blinding white. As the transport craft continues to coast along in orbit, the sun slowly rises from the distant shadow, illuminating the surface of the blue planet in its entirety. Without the atmosphere to scare the light, the dazzling rays of sunlight are sharp and absent of their usual tenderness. Just staring at it momentarily fills your brain with an unspeakable sense of vertigo. Commandant? Someone seems to be calling out to you by your ear. Commandant! Right as your thoughts are about to drift away again, the stern voice brings you back to reality. Yup. You suddenly turn your head to see Liv and Lucia standing before you with looks of worry. Lee furrows his eyebrows faintly. Huh? Lee lets out a sigh of relief. His frowned brows seem to relax as well. Don't look directly at the sun without the proper equipment. Even though the porthole is equipped with a filter, the UV light is still enough to burn your retinas. I'm fine. I was just lost in thought. Lucia looks out of the porthole to where you were looking. She seems to want to say something, but before she can speak, she is interrupted by another harsh voice. It is now the time for slacking and idle chit-chat, Grey Raven Commandant, is Vera. Following this, a hologram projection appears before you. No, what the hell? Who are you? Old guy. Another old guy. Fluorescence lights from the outline of an elderly man in the air. He is wearing the same standard-issued Commandant uniform. Every meticulous pleat is as stern and upright as his expression. The man's eyes are slightly cloudy with age, but his posture remains upright, like that of an unyielding pine. With the eyes like an old falcon, he scans all the soldiers aboard the transport craft. Although you are not communicating face to face and there is no literal eye contact, all soldiers present subconsciously straighten their posture as they meet his gaze. I don't have a voice for him, but this is Hans speaking. I will be the chief commander for this ground mission. Asimov, the Science Council's chief technician, has already explained the specific matters of this mission to you. I won't go over them, as I'm sure most of you have already committed the details of this mission to memory. However, given the lack of discipline among the construct squads I just witnessed, let me reiterate those orders to prevent further negligence. Upon saying this, Han's gaze seems to sweep past you. Meet his gaze. Let's begin the mission briefing. Following Han's words, your mind returns to before your departure. 24 hours ago. Babylonia War Room. Several commandants gather before the war table. The battle against the Ascendants has come to an end. Your heroic deeds on the surface were astonishing. Unfortunately, the Parliament is unable to give you the medals and honors you deserve at the moment. After receiving this urgent assembly order, you've probably realized new troubles have arisen and are imminent. Celica, project the information. Yes, President. Celica quickly operates the terminal, and the holographic projection reveals a series of remote sensing images. Immediately, the dark blue screen is covered with a large swath of red. Sanguine crystals clusters bloom on the surface in the shape of arteries, forming a cobweb of rivers entrenched in the surface. Some of the images are very blurry, either due to issues with the transmissions, or perhaps the photographers were facing external threats and unable to record everything. Someone gasps. Shortly after, the entire conference room falls deathly quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Hassan clears his throat, breaking the solemn silence. Asimov, since you were the first person to organize the data on the current situation, I think it's only appropriate you take it from here. Asimov nods and approaches the war table. By the look of his haggard expression, pale lips, and faint dark circles under his eyes, he appears to have had several sleepless nights the past few days. However, right as he opens his mouth to speak, his usual professionalism as the Science Council's chief technical officer returns. Some of the teams that weren't dispatched during the last large-scale ground operation may be unaware of this, so I'll explain it briefly. As you can see, during our last ground operation, we uncovered dark red tides containing new... He pauses for a moment, as if struggling to come up with the proper wording. New forms of the punishing virus. Based on their physical properties, the Science Council has decided on the name Red Tide for the time being. However, this is definitely not a natural phenomenon caused by the explosion and proliferation of red algae in the continental ecological sense. This entity has nothing to do with water. After conducting an analysis of samples, the red liquid you see is the punishing virus itself. One of our construct teams engaged in direct confrontation with the Ascendants during a previous operation. Nikola suddenly steps forward and interrupts Asimov. Get to the point, Asimov. Nikola, let Asimov present whatever information he feels is pertinent to the mission. Asimov furrows his eyebrows, seemingly slightly displeased, then continues speaking. I won't repeat the specific details of the operation, only the results. The commandants present who have participated in previous operations have most likely encountered new forms of corrupted. These enemies are unlike conventional corrupted. Instead, they are a form of pure punishing virus, possessing apparent biological features. More specifically, they present an evolution of the punishing virus, punishing hetero creatures. They represent. The specific mechanism and reason are unknown. We don't know why the punishing virus is capable of self-evolution. The only thing we can say for certain is that they are created by the punishing virus within the Red Tide. The Red Tide will devour machinery and organisms, then decompose them into nourishment for breeding hetero creatures. Originally, after repelling the Ascendants, the proliferation of the Red Tide began to diminish. However, we received a transmission from the recon team 24 hours ago. The Red Tide has resurfaced. The proliferation is different from last time, so we didn't realize the severity until it was already too late. The Red Tide is like a relentless cancer, going on to remission only to recur anew. The Red Tide initially lurked in an underground cavern that was designed as nuclear fallout shelter by City 75. It circulated through the city's underground waterways before reaching critical mass and emerging onto the surface. We dispatched our recon team to the city ruins to ensure that it was under our supervision. However, the characteristics of the Red Tide seem to fluctuate without rhyme or reason. In this regard, it's not a tide in the traditional sense, but more of a fluid organism that can act autonomously. Plus, the underground cavern was built in secret, so many places are in our blind spots. Some underground waterways connect to nearby rivers through an intricate network of pipelines. Even if the rivers have dried up, the riverbeds and ravines are still there. A portion of the Red Tide was able to slip out of the city undetected through these blind spots. Moreover, as you just saw on the screen, the Red Tide has formed tributaries along the surface of the wasteland. After receiving this information from our scouts on the surface, the Science Council has conducted emergency tests on this form of the Red Tide. Fortunately, this Red Tide isn't as rampant as the first time, nor has it expanded to the point of becoming an unstoppable deluge. Unfortunately, its distribution is still far too prolific. The Red Tide has formed a real river, dispersing into countless smaller tributaries. After calculating the course of these tributaries, we found one thing. They are headed toward... Asimov's finger swipes the screen, displaying a wider version of the map. His fingertip points to a large blue sector. The ocean. That's not good. It's heading towards the shoreline. If we allow the Red Tide to reach the shoreline, there's no turning back. Unlike the ocean, Land serves as an inorganic buffer zone that can block the red tide. There is no better medium for the wanton proliferation and spread of red tide than water. The whole sea will become corrupted, devoured and assimilated by the red tide. By that time, the punishing virus will spread to every corner of the world. In order to curb the spread of the red tide, Babylonia has formulated a plan to bombard the red tide with the Longinus arsenal, referencing the plan made during the battle at the space station. The first step of this plan is to obtain the exact coordinates and location of the red tide. During the Golden Age, you only needed to send a request to the sat-nav system to obtain the specific coordinates for an area. But now, these satellites have become corrupted by the punishing virus, so we can no longer rely on them. Hassan approaches the war table. Next, I will brief everyone on the mission. As you wish, Mr. President. Asimov nods and takes a step back. Celica. Celica presses the button. The movable panel in the center of the war table separates into two sections with a crisp pop as a small platform rises up from within. To everyone's surprise, a long black hexagonal needle, nearly 1.5 meters in length, appears. This device was promptly developed by the Science Council. It's called a bit domain node. It will be distributed to all team captains present at the beginning of the operation. Your task is to locate the edge of the red tide, insert the bit domain node, activate it, then protect it until you receive the evacuation order from Babylonia. The total coverage must include all the red tide tributaries. We need to remove it all at once to ensure that no residual tide is left this time. If you are attacked by hetero creatures during this period, hold your position to ensure the integrity and security of the bit domain node. In order to ensure that this operation goes according to plan, we will saturate our deployments, positionings, and attacks. 8 teams will be deployed to execute this calibration mission. Each team is composed of an elite task force led by a commandant and several construct squads. The elite task force led by the commandant will be responsible for deploying the node, while the construct teams will be responsible for protecting them in the interim. Hopefully, all 8-bit domain nodes will be deployed. That's the only ideal situation. However, Babylonia needs at least 3-bit domain nodes to be successfully deployed in order to obtain accurate enough coordinates. If you have any questions, please raise them now, and Asimov will explain the details to you. What is a bit domain node? Or no questions? It's like a tracking device, I'm assuming, so no questions. Are there any other questions? Alright, there's just one more thing I'd like to add. Unlike when the red tide was found in City 75, the consistency is more like running water than thick mud this time. We aren't sure why. Regardless, all you need to know is that the concentration and volatility of the red tide are significantly less than what it was before. Only when the tide rises will the punishing virus concentration reach the equivalent found in dead zones. According to monitoring reports, low tide concentration is within the range of normal punishing zones. This is one of the reasons why the recon team failed to notice that the red tide has moved. Thankfully, however, this means that the protective devices enhanced by the Science Council on such short notice are sufficient for working in proximity to the red tide for the duration of the mission. However, it's for only a short duration. Avoid close contact with the red tide after landing, especially during high tide. That should suffice. Seems like everyone fully understands the mission and the gravity of our dilemma. This presents an important opportunity for Babylonia to launch an attack. However, we need to change the orbit and reduce altitude to commence the attack, which puts us at a risk of intersecting a network of corrupted satellites. As such, our anti-air defenses won't allow us to remain in position for very long. Similarly, your mission is not to annihilate hetero creatures, but to deploy the bit domain nodes. The nodes aren't particularly difficult to deploy, but in a strategic sense, this mission is crucial. It requires a high degree of collaboration and team's awareness from all of you. Avoid head-on confrontations and needless acts of heroism that do not otherwise serve as the success of the mission. Our top priority is to protect nodes until Babylonia receives the coordinate data. I know that the commandants of the task force present are among the most elite. I do not question your ability. However, this operation needs neither personal heroism nor combat ability. What matters most are judgment and decision-making for the overall benefit of the mission. Most of you are used to fighting solely with your own team, so for this operation only, I have specifically arranged Hans to act as the chief commander for the calibration operation at ground level. Hassan slightly turns to one side. The silver-haired man standing behind Hassan in stern silence since the beginning steps forward and salutes. Yes, Mr. President. Some of the team captains present show faint expressions of confusion on how an elderly man, seemingly a few years older than even Hassan, is serving as the chief commander for such an important mission. For safety reasons, only the commandant of each task force has the authority to deploy their bit domain node. Please make accurate judgments and verify with Chief Commander Hans before activating your bit domain node to ensure that Babylonia receives the most accurate coordinates. The rise and fall of the red tide will greatly affect the real-time topographic challenges within the combat zone. There may have already been significant changes within the duration of this meeting. In case of emergency, please follow Chief Commander Hans' orders. This concludes our mission briefing. As previously stated, give priority to my command. Don't question my judgment. Obeying orders is the first requirement of a soldier. I hope the forces of Babylonia nowadays won't let me down. With that, his hologram disappears from the transport craft. Right as the fluorescence light dissipates, everyone cannot help but breathe a collective sigh of relief. Whispers from other construct teams can be heard nearby. Have you met Chief Commander Hans? No, but he looks older than the president. Isn't he a bit old for going out on the front line? Who knows? Don't write off Chief Commander Hans so easily. There must be a reason why the president arranged for this. Commander Chief Hans was born in the Golden Age. He experienced the post-pandemic age and the Acadia evacuation firsthand. After that, he continued to work in the Center for Combat Intelligence as one of its core members. I didn't expect that this operation would need someone of his caliber to join us. I'm sure he's seen his fair share of warfare and bloodshed, just like the president. He's bound to be strict on others. Don't take to heart what just happened. Worried about me, Lee? Or thank you? Just thank you. Lee turns his head slightly and scoffs quietly. I'm only stating a fact. His personal information is not confidential and can be accessed directly in the archives. There is nothing worth talking about in private. You smile and nod at Lee. You glance to the side at Lucia, who is staring out of the porthole. Lucia? Ah! Apologies, Commandant. What are you looking at? I'm just looking at the same thing you were, Commandant. The sunrise? Yes. You weren't just lost in thought, were you? What were you thinking about, Commandant? The sunrise at low Earth orbit looks completely different than it does on the surface. Is that what you were thinking? Nod. Lucia lets out a barely visible smile. I'm finally beginning to understand what you're thinking, Commandant. It's so bright. It's even overloading my visual components. Lucia gets all the head pats. In low Earth orbit, Babylonia completes one revolution around the Earth in approximately 2 hours. Such a sunrise occurs more than 12 times a day. All residents of Eden born in space have long been accustomed to such a spectacle. The rising and setting of the sun no longer serve as symbols of hope. Day and night are no longer measured in 24-hour cycles. People must rely on other ways to define their day. How much longer? How much longer until landfall? 300 kilometers is not that far. Looking down from this height, the entirety of the blue planet is no longer in view, only the changing surface. The red-tinted earth, the blue ocean, rolling storm clouds along the tropics dancing in the stratosphere, quietly surrounding the earth. For some peculiar reason, as the distance gets closer and closer, the haunting sense of emptiness gradually disappears. This is not going to, but returning to Earth. Upon arrival, everything will once again carry its intended meaning. It is the cradle of all life and the home for which all life will return. Attention passengers. The aircraft will begin to decelerate and reduce orbital altitude. Reverse thrusters will ignite in 15 seconds. Rapid deceleration will generate 2 Gs of force. Please fasten your seatbelts. The broadcast on the intercom suddenly halts all extraneous thoughts. Sit upright and firmly grip the handrails. A sudden force pushes the crew firmly against the spongy padding of the seats. The overwhelming pressure strains their eyes, hearts, and bodies. But this oppressive force and restraint completely dispelled all previous unprovoked confusion. There are no more doubts in your mind. Oh my goodness. That was so much reading. Lone Hog. Aha! On the desert wasteland, jagged rock formations jut out of the ground through which the red tide flows. Wanshi squats on the towering rock formation. The red tide quietly trickles below. Although the tide here occasionally swells, it's not an unstoppable force like previous accounts in the city ruins. Occasionally, he sees strange debris, rusty metal, shredded rubber, and even pale animal bones floating in the red ichor. There doesn't seem to be any fear in Wanshi. He just lets out a big yawn instead. How much longer do I gotta wait? On the rugged surface of the rock, there is not a flat enough space to place the tripod for his sniper rifle. Well, the latest information should have been uploaded to Babylonia. What's taking them so long? I don't know what's going on with the captain either. I'm always left to do all the recon work here. Now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they don't dispatch any reinforcements, this place is gonna... The red tide tributary had only just reached this place 24 hours ago. But now, aside from only the tallest of rocks, the entire area has been completely flooded. Fortunately, the red tide is only quietly flowing and not surging out of control. The rock on which he stands still towers high above. The invert device and protective equipment strengthened by the support force on such short notice enable him to make observations from a relatively safe distance without fear of corruption. However, this cannot continue much longer. It was only a sparse red tide tributary not long ago. Now it has completely inundated the area. Even if he proceeds with caution, he is better off leaving this area soon rather than later. Not only is the punishing virus concentration rising, the red tide also brings life to the punishing virus. The red tide surging below the rock is a breeding ground for hetero creatures. Large red crystal clusters, like reeds and shrubs, surround the trickling tide. Red creatures of various shapes and sizes pass between them. These creatures are neither corrupted machines nor constructs. These hetero creatures glowing with a red aura are merely vestiges of life on Earth that had been devoured by the red tide. On the riverbank, Wanshi catches a glimpse of a motionless stone suddenly crack as 4 limbs protrude from within. Wanshi's bionic skin quickly calculates the current wind speed. 1.6 meters per second. Wind blowing from 4 o'clock. My sniper scope should move a notch right to compensate for the wind. Slightly leaning to the side, the crosshairs in the narrow scope moves 1 millimeter to the right. Ready, aim, fire. Bullseye. The bullet releases from the chamber, landing a direct hit on the hetero creature. The hetero creature collapses onto the ground, writhes in pain, then becomes limp and lifeless. Soon after, the overflowing red tide reclaims it into nutrients for the hetero creatures to spawn from within. There's no end to them. Setting down his sniper rifle, Wanshi takes out his rangefinder binoculars and looks in the direction of the extending tributary. This rock is about 20 meters in height, without obstacles and regardless of meteorological conditions. The maximum distance that can be visually measured should be... Wanshi closes his eyes for a brief second before arriving at a conclusion. 17 kilometers. However, the rangefinder can no longer see the end of the tributary. In other words, the red tide tributary currently flowing below is extending at a speed of more than 17 kilometers a day. Looks like this is no laughing matter. He puts away the rangefinder, then stands up. Suddenly, the deafening roar of motors rumbles in the sky above. Wanshi quickly looks up, his drowsy eyes suddenly open wide. Huh? I don't believe it. Shooting stars aren't visible during the day, but in Wanshi's golden eyes, he sees the vivid reflection of a metallic meteor, followed by a long trail of black smoke as it descends to Earth. Attention passengers. The aircraft will begin to decelerate and reduce orbital altitude. Reverse thrusters will ignite in 15 seconds. Rapid deceleration will generate 2 Gs of force. Please fasten your seatbelts. Attention passengers. The aircraft is approaching the ionosphere, entering communication blackout for 67 seconds. All departments have switched to onboard wired communication. Attention passengers. The aircraft is approaching the mesosphere, preparing to shut down the aerospace engine and switch to the aircraft engine. Please fasten your seatbelts and brace for turbulence. No, I want to repeat it one more time. Oh, I got my wish. Attention passengers. The aircraft has entered the inner atmosphere, initiating aviation procedure. Attention passengers. The aircraft has entered the stratosphere. Attention passengers. The aircraft has entered the troposphere. Attention passengers. Due to the impaired visibility from the current sandstorm, the system is unable to confirm the location of the red tide. Good luck. The system can't detect the red tide. Then we must proceed according to the original plan. Our mission starts now. Disperse and proceed with your duties. I wish you all the best in completing the mission. That was fast. The sudden tremor of the aircraft's hull made every passenger's heart skip a beat. What? I see that face, Rick. The violent shaking catches you off guard, causing your head to bang against the hull of the aircraft. Normally, you would be able to stabilize yourself. However, your consciousness becomes shrouded in darkness before you were able to adjust your posture in time. Oh no, that's not good. During a memory playback, you will be completely pulled into a memory spiral. This overload of information will make you unable to control your body and perceive what is happening around you. That's terrible. Fortunately, the playbacks dissipate as fast as they manifest. You may recount a certain duration of time subjectively, but only a few seconds may pass in real time. By the way, during this period, your subconsciousness will become hyperactive. You may be overcome with perplexing ideas and make bewildering decisions. That's because your brain processes a lot of information internally, but your subjective thinking can't keep up with this processing speed. I can't say for sure whether this will have a positive or negative impact. However, it's worth noting that the situation on the battlefield can change at a moment's notice. Since your memory playbacks are unpredictable and beyond your control, they may prove fatal in battle. To be on the safe side, I advise against participating in battles that require direct confrontation with the enemy for the time being. Just as you pull yourself out of a memory playback, the metal hull rapidly approaches. You struggle to avoid the collision, but you cannot even lift a finger. You can only succumb to the whim of your memories. Oh, it's Isla. It's been some time, Grave Raven Commandant. Surprised to see me, I take it? To be honest, it took quite some time to reach you. If Chairman Allen hadn't lobbied for me, I don't think this would be possible. Miss Isla? The task forces have all heard about the heroic deeds of the Grey Ravens at the Ascendance Base. I've even heard about them in Babylonia. If you've been in direct contact with the Ascendants, have you seen the Ascendant who attacked me on the space station? Never mind. He's not important. The only thing I care about is whether you found any signs of her in the base. Who do you mean by her? She's talking about, Selene. Just as the pink-haired girl is about to say a name, your memory stops and then cuts to black as if it had been tampered with. Severe pain fills your head, and your thoughts stagnate for a moment. Commandant! Sorry, I was lost in thought, or live no need to get up. Yeah, let's go with that one. Nah. It's turbulence. Stay put. Attention passengers. The aircraft is experiencing turbulence, attempting to stabilize altitude. Please stay seated so as not to change the aircraft's center of gravity. Thunderstorms rumble outside the transport craft. Electric arcs flash among the clouds, shaking everyone with an even more violent tremor. Experiencing excessive turbulence, attempting to disengage by expediting the descent sequence. Please do not panic. No, in a situation like this, that won't. The turbulence continues to escalate. Due to the emergency maneuver, the aircraft has deviated from the original target. The aircraft is still experiencing turbulence. Turbulence has deformed the port side wing due to excessive load bearing. Aerodynamics comprised. Initiating emergency landing procedure. The sharp crunch of the port side wing proves to be the final blow to the transport craft as half of the deformed wing plummets to the ground. The aircraft cannot return to a stable altitude for landing, estimating ground impact of approximately 15 degrees. At this angle, the aircraft is at risk of crash landing. Initiating parachute evacuation procedure. Depressurizing cabin. Opening tailgate in 15 seconds. Tailgate open. All personnel, please parachute out immediately. The initial impact against the hull nearly knocks you unconscious, and you struggle to move. Descending into a tailspin, the blood on your forehead blurs your vision. The seatbelt is now proving to be a death sentence. Perhaps due to the impact, repeated attempts to release the seatbelt are all in vain. Didn't Selene go indie? Wait, what? Asimov was right. During a memory playback, you are but a lamb to the slaughter. In the dim haze of light, you catch a glimpse of construct teams evacuating the aircraft one after another. Hurry up and prepare for evacuation. Right as you stand up, the cabin shakes violently again. I've secured a bit domain node. When will we parachute out? Too late. The transport craft is stalled. It's too dangerous to parachute now. Brace for impact, Lucia. Help the Commandant. Brace for impact, Lucia. Help the Commandant. Got it. Right as you're about to crash into the metal hull again, someone shields your head and pulls you into their embrace. The embrace is cold and familiar. Lucia. I've got you, Commandant. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Closed eyes. It's like this is where I belong. Sometime later. Maybe it was just a few seconds. Maybe it was quite some time. When all the dust settled, the forced landing was closer to a crash landing. You hear the sound of a laser cutting metal by your ears. You opened your eyes slightly to see Lee cutting away the hull. Lee, Liv, Lucia. Don't move, Commandant. In a rare tone of sternness, Liv stops you as you prepare to move. Lee kicks open the crumbling metal hull that had been cut. At that moment, light from the sky pours into the cabin. Hurry, Lucy. Get the Commandant out. Lucia removes you from the transport craft. Looking around, you find the three constructs unfazed. Your wounded forehead is the only sign of damage. Lucia, set the Commandant down. I'll apply emergency aid. All right. Having experience as a former medic, Liv quickly stems the bleeding and bandages your wounds. Fortunately, it's just a flesh wound. It just looks more serious than what it actually is. Eyebrows furrowed, Lucia lets out a sigh of relief off to the side, then draws her weapon and looks around vigilantly. Now is not the time to let our guard down. Watch your surroundings. Surrounded by barren wasteland, the crash site must have been far off the beaten path leading to the original destination. If it is just an ordinary wasteland, it would not have mattered. More importantly, however, was where the crew had crash landed. What's that? To everyone's surprise, the crash site is not just some remote location. Rather, it is amidst the tributaries of the Red Tide. More aptly put, they are at the bar to the tributaries. Though they are not inundated by the Red Tide, they are no means out of harm's way. Sand billowing in the wind impairs visibility, making movement in any direction nigh impossible. A desert whale? What's that sound? The sound is rich and melodious, like the call of a large mammal. Yeah, desert whale? As the sound becomes louder and louder, a rustling approaches from the depths of the sandstorm. In a flash, the three Grey Ravens stand in front to protect you. Now we fight? Whoa, wait, what's happening? The dust storm is too... I didn't realize what was happening. He said the dust storm is too heavy. We received a comms request of an unknown signal. It is identified as a Babylonian construct. Put it through, Lee. Grey Raven? And you are? Oh, it's Wan Chi. Wan Chi of Strike... Oh, that's right, he is with Strikeoff. Wan Chi of Strikeoff. I've been scouting this area. You're at the heart of the Red Tide. You must leave immediately. I left a beacon in the area nearby. Move towards its direction. Okay, tap the button and sense the beacon's location. Wait. They gotta chill with this music? Oh yeah, like Kuro games and their music are just so good. Even back then when PGR first released. And that makes me even more excited for Wuthering Waves too. Oh, that's corruption. Corruption level rapidly rising. Avoid direct contact with... Yeah, that's fine, because we stepped in that. I see the kind of level they're going for here. So the funny thing is, I'm actually pressing the buttons, but it's not doing anything. Why are there human clothes? It's too wide open. People can easily lose the sense of distance. They probably thought they could cross the desert. Wait a sec. There's something in the jacket. It's a piece of paper? What's on it? The remaining food and serum can't last us through this winter. We must move. We need to find enough food so Ray and others can... It looks like a torn diary. I can see the date at the bottom. There's only this page left. The edge of this paper looks like it's been burned. The temperature difference between morning and night can be huge in this environment. If they had to burn their diary to keep themselves warm, they probably are already... Let's keep moving. Wait. What exactly are you doing? Still have no idea where to go? Fine, follow my instructions from now on. When can we arrive at our destination? We have finished all our food. I don't know how long we can last. Heck? Watch out, hetero creature incoming.
Life and death are but a moment apart.
So be my blade.
Oh. It's really hard to see here, actually.
Let's go. Buddy, can I crush it? I can crush it like...
What an obvious weakness.
Express yourself. Unfold a world of imagination.
I like how it's not really doing anything. Just kind of beating on it.
Do you understand the essence of Ilar's and yet? Canvas is ready. Round the enemy.
Little thing is strong though. Oh, it turns too.
Time to paint. Surround the enemy.
This fight better not be a boring one.
Let's keep moving. The beacon isn't far away. We should be safe here, right? Despite the dense layer of clouds overhead blotting out the sun, the Earth's surface is still scorching hot. The sand carried in the scorching wind stings your face. There it is again! The sound echoes through the air. The red tide, which was flowing quietly, begins to fill the riverbed once more. Although the sound seems to be distant, it still seems to resonate from every direction. Liv, inject the Commandant with the serum. The red tide is beginning to rise again. Punishing concentration is rising at an unprecedented rate. That was the last one. Most of the serum was smashed in the landing. That's not good. The bit domain node's support frame and even the comms device for contacting the main force were all damaged. How long can we hold out? Less than 2 hours. Holding the broken bit node, Liv shows a look of guilt. Sorry, Commandant. I couldn't keep it safe. It's okay, Liv. This all happened so quickly, it's not your fault. Yeah. The Commandant is right. We couldn't have anticipated that. The team falls silent. Can we really trust the construct that claims to be part of Strike Hall? If he's one of Chrome's comrades. Right at that moment, a hetero creature appears out of nowhere and ambushes the team. Commandant! Right before the hetero creature is about to stab you with a sharp spike, a bullet pierces the air and penetrates the creature. Still in shock, you cannot help but look in the direction of the shot's trajectory. A white figure looms in the yellow sandstorm. Just a reminder, your comms have been on this whole time. I heard everything you said. Just know. That was me. His languid voice suddenly becomes serious. Quit looking around and get over here. After quite some time, the four of you finally catch up to the white figure. Before you stands a young man with delicate silver hair and thick dark circles under his eyes. Wanshi, correct? Thank you for... thank me when we get out of this place. Come with me. Half-hearted and meaningless greetings are skipped over before they even begin. What's going on here? You first. We ran into turbulence. Both sides are concise in their exchange. Lee is not wanting to mince words. Wanshi is too lazy to waste words. Wanshi glances upwards. Ah, I figured. Otherwise, that landing was a bit, His face turns blank. If it was yesterday, landing here wouldn't have been much of an issue. Unfortunately, you're a day late. You mean... Wanshi's troubled eyes widen as he retains his apathetic tone, then responds seriously. The red tide hadn't reached this place until today. You'd better see it for yourself rather than me simply tell you. Let me start over. I'm Wanshi from Strikehawk of the Task Force. Chrome is my captain. I'm sure you've met. Since the last battle, Strikehawk has been investigating what's left of the Red Tide and searching for the location of Huazu in City 75. After hearing about the victory against the Polyphage, we stayed on the surface to continue monitoring the Red Tide. I was ordered by our captain to investigate the city's periphery. I was also the first person to inform Babylonia on the Red Tide's activity. Since Babylonia dispatched you here, I'll spare the details. We are... I know who you are. Grey Raven, correct? Our captain mentioned you, especially you, AzureNova. Wanshi's seriousness was only momentary. Shortly after, he returns to his usual lazy self. But, looks like his description wasn't exactly... His narrow pair of golden eyes glance at you faintly. He cuts himself off halfway with a long yawn. What was that sound earlier? Oh, that. It always lasts anywhere from 30 to 60 seconds. That long? Yeah, human ears can hear a part of it. The frequency is between 10 and 40 hertz. But you can probably only hear it above 20 hertz. Like a dog whistle. Whenever the sound starts, the red tide begins to spread. What on earth? Thank you. I knew it. Sounds like a whale song. A whale song? Interesting analogy. Human ears can only hear above 20 hertz. Whereas the vocalization of a blue whale is typically between 10 and 40 hertz. Humans refer to this as a whale song. But this isn't the ocean. This is a desert. How can there be the sound of whales? Not to mention that the life-devouring red tide rises whenever it appears. Land whale. But... if it's a death knell, death knell? Yeah, if it's a death knell, then it's far too serene. That was only 10%. Land for no man. You walk with Wan Chi for what feels like ages. With drinking water exhausted and your legs equally so, you never knew hiking could be so difficult. The desert is not a place for talking. With sand assaulting your every orifice, opening your mouth is just an imitation for a mouthful of sand. Not only for humans, the yellow sand also causes great trouble for the mechanical joints of constructs. After we cross this section of land, let's repair our frames. Sand is clogging up our joints. Commandant, your complexion. Wan Chi throws a tarp over you. Don't you need it, or... Thank you. Wan Chi just looks away and yawns, showing no signs of responding. Silence returns as the party continues onward. The farther you walk, the rock formations continue to lessen along the density of the tributary. However, the oppressive sense of urgency still remains. If it is from the red tide before, it is now from surviving in such hostile conditions. From behind, you hear the whale song again. You are no longer in the area inundated by the red tide, and the sound takes on a more ethereal tone. Your eyesight once again begins to fragment. Let me tell you something about her while there's still time. We have been close friends since before we became constructs. She may be a starry-eyed idealist, but she's also the most pragmatic person I have ever met. When she acts mature, she's decisive to an extreme. When she acts naive, she's romantic to a fault. For example... Isla turns and glances out the window at the blue planet. What do you think of that blue planet? Earth? Yeah. Suddenly, your mind is filled with official data. The equatorial radius is 6,378.137 kilometers. It rotates from west to east and revolves around the sun. It is the third innermost planet of the solar system. It goes without saying that the feeling of gravity upon entering the atmosphere is always a memorable part of each mission. Explain your thoughts to Isla. Is that all? The task force commandants often get deployed to the surface. I don't think most residents born in Babylonia will ever know what true gravity feels like. Some members of the archaeological team haven't even been to the surface. Anyway, what's it like to be on the surface? What's it like on the surface? You close your eyes. Isla's face begins to contort. Why am I thinking about speaking with Isla before departure at a time like this? What's it like on the surface? What's it like on the surface? Hover head or stop walking. Just cover head. What's up? You remain quiet. Having left the sandstorm, the whale song accompanying you like a shadow gradually fades into the distance. You can't help but turn to look back. Amid the dense sand, you seem to spot the faint figure of a woman. Is that a shadow from the red tide? Your question remains unanswered as it vanishes in the blink of an eye. I'm fine. Okay, let's keep moving. After another long trek, suddenly, Wan Chi stops at the front. He squints and looks ahead. There's a kid at 2 o'clock. 200 meters. What's someone doing in a place like this? An enemy? This is best left for you to decide, AzureNova. You're the Grey Raven Commandant. Only you have the authority to assess our course of action. You're shifting the blame? Of course not. I'm just an observer. And besides, you trust your Commandant's judgment more than I do, don't you? Following that, he closes his eyes and stops talking as he quietly waits for the others to make a decision. Look towards 2 o'clock. Only an expanse of bare hills and steep cliffs outstretches before your eyes. There's no sign of anyone. His eyelids lift up and scan ahead once more. Whoever was there is gone. Probably realized that I had taken notice. Clever. I wonder if it's, Lamia. If that person is avoiding humans, then aren't we looking for a corrupted? Commandant, that was a human. Is that a child? What's a child doing in such a hostile place like this? You're right, or thoughts lead. As a precaution, I suggest investigating the surrounding area. Something's not adding up here. Let's go have a closer look. Wan Shi refers to a small hill on a relatively high terrain. Only upon standing atop the hill do you suddenly get a bigger picture of the surrounding area. You clearly see the desolate desert, a cruel land of death. However, right at this moment, your heart begins to tremble. What's it like on the surface? Vast, primitive, and silent, as if it had remained like this since man first walked upright and will continue until the last man is finally laid to rest. The sun hangs high above the distant clouds. Although clouds cover the surface, the residual brilliance still blazes in proclamation of its existence. Obviously, there is only one light source. When seen from Babylonia, it is merely just an incandescent ball of light. Yet, how can it illuminate such a vast land? Commandant, I'm detecting more than one thermal reading. Wait, that's... A gust of wind carries the sound of fighting. Look towards the source of the sound. Your first instinct upon reaching the top of the hill is to peer into the distance. However, you miss the makeshift camp just below. A cold gust of wind blows through the makeshift tents and log houses with an eerie scraping noise. The camp is empty, though not because it had been vacated by its occupants, rather because they have gathered outside the camp. Standing on the opposite side of them is no one else but that unyielding pine. It's Hans and Team 1. And also... In front of the camp, two distinct groups of people are facing each other. To one side, a ragged and close-knit group resembles refugees who have long since lived here. To the other side, a fully armed squadron of elite soldiers sent from Babylonia. The sudden appearance of the latter obviously frightened the former. Now at the breaking point, fear and vigilance have given way to unclad hostility. Who are you? Women protect their children like hens to their chicks. The rest of the refugees band together, seemingly ready to take the armed squadron down with them should the soldiers take a step forward. The soldiers on the calibration team grip their weapons tightly. Chief Commander, this camp and its people are near the preset coordinates. They'll be caught in a blast. Should we force them to evacuate? Hans turns his head slightly to the side. Do not fire unless fired upon. They don't pose any threat. His gaze shifts back to the refugees. Do not attempt to attack or resist. I don't want any senseless struggle. Run over. The arrival of the Grey Ravens only adds fuel to the fire. A feeble boy pokes his head out from behind the woman who had just spoken and looks at the calibration team with frightened eyes. Standing before the team of heavily armed soldiers, the refugees refrain from acting rashly for the time being. Oh, it's the kid. Hans turns his head. Grey Ravens, you're here. Chief Commander Hans. We lost contact with Team 6 for quite some time. I thought you hightailed it back to Babylonia. Regardless, we've deployed redundancy teams. Your absence would have likely gone unnoticed. The veteran commander did little to mask his condescending tone. Our aircraft was hit with turbulence. We had no choice but to make a crash landing. Hans dismisses it. Tension hangs in the air. Sorry, mind if I interrupt? Despite the inquiry, Wanshi continues to talk without waiting for Hans to respond. I am the construct in charge of reporting on surface to Babylonia. Wanshi of Strikehawk. You. The President informed me that you were the first to report on the proliferation of the Red Tide's tributaries. Bingo. Let's cut to the chase instead of getting wrapped up in who's right and who's wrong. Holding them at gunpoint will only make matters worse, won't it? Wanshi glances at the refugees. Lower your weapons, soldiers. Roger. Hans's order relieves the tension of the refugees. An old man comes out from behind the wall of people. Who the hell are you? We're from Babylonia. As if from the flick of a switch, the villagers' expressions changed in an instant. Whispers filled the crowd. What the? Babylonia? You mean the space station of legends? Interesting. I guess Grandpa wasn't making it up. However, the elderly seemed to look more conflicted. Seems we're in the presence of dignitaries. We're nothing of the sort. We're just troops on a mission. Babylonia will bombard this area with the Longinus arsenal soon. Please leave at once. Longinus arsenal? What's that? Before Liv can respond, the old man lowers his head and lets out a smile at odds with the severity of the confrontation. Put simply, it's a giant bright light that destroys everything it shines light on. The child can't understand the implication of what the old man had just said. Instead, he only nods ignorantly. You know what we're talking about? The old man raises his head once more, revealing the same cheerless expression as before. not only about the Longinus arsenal, but also about the zero-point reactor, the hyperdrive, the great evacuation, and all the history that is about to be forgotten by our children. He sighs deeply. I already understand why it is you're here. Do as you will. I just hope you don't make too much of a commotion. The children need a rest. With that, he returns to the refugees behind him and whispers among the group. After a while, the refugees disperse and return to their homes. A few moments later, only the calibration team is left in the center of the camp. What was that? Off to the side, Lucia takes a few steps forward and catches up to the old man preparing to return to his residence. What did you say to them? You know what the weapon is capable of, so you must know that this isn't the time to sit here and await destruction. If you don't leave, you'll all die. I told them exactly that. Take it easy, Lucia. Maybe we just weren't clear. Briefly put, this area will be overrun with punishing creatures soon, so Babylonia wants to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. One of the designated coordinates is near this camp. If you continue to stay here, you'll be caught in the shockwave. Even if Babylonia doesn't call down the strike, then those monsters will attack you. You don't need to explain any further. As I've said, I know that you are elite forces from Babylonia. As the pride and hope of mankind, after so many years, you returned to Earth only to bring us news of destruction. We know that you came here to destroy that red tide of monsters approaching from the west. We know what it is. Many of our comrades have fallen victim to it. When you mentioned the Longinus arsenal, I already knew what repercussions we were going to face. That's what I told them. Your tactics have always been simple and crude. It was before, and it still is. I'm not surprised. We will not obstruct your mission or interfere with the coordinates you set. Once you finish your mission, you are free to go. You'll die. You've already said that multiple times. If we die, so what? Look around you. This place is home to only a few hundred people scattered throughout. We've been through the great evacuation. When faced with impending doom, some people boarded Eden, while others just barely missed the boat. The former lives a life of ease aboard Eden, while the other is left to eke out a life among the remnants of civilization. Just look at the old veteran behind you. He no longer concerns himself with the likes of us after receiving his golden ticket onto that doomsday ark. Ever since the great evacuation, we have been living along annihilation. We've grown accustomed to it. If that's all, let these old bones go home and get some rest. I'd at least like to keep my last ounce of dignity up until the end. After he finishes speaking, he turns and walks away out of sight. A deathly silence spreads among the team. This was an unexpected turn of events. I'll report this to Babylonia. Wait for my word. What about our mission to configure the nodes? Proceed as normal. Please wait, Chief Commander Hans. There are still people here. Obeying orders is the first requirement of a soldier. Grey Raven Commandant, keep your constructs under control. Yeah, no. I'm not saying anything. This has nothing to do with Commandant. Now that you understand, why are you standing here? Proceed to your designated location to deploy the bit domain node on the double. About that, our node was damaged in the crash. Your uselessness is truly amazing. In that case, take your supplies and find a place to stay put. Don't get in my way. Why didn't you give them further warning during the mission briefing? The scouts relayed back more intel than just that. Because I already relayed it to Hans. That will suffice. In some regards, you're even more ruthless than me. Ha! So, you know what our subordinates think of us too, eh? Of course. I'm not deaf, and I'm certainly not a fool. If it was really just a calibrated mission, then the Grey Raven Commandant would have been enough to serve as the Chief Commander. They've encountered the Red Tide before, and their experience in active combat far exceeds that of others. Yet you chose Hans. Since the last battle in City 75, Grey Raven's Commandant's condition has become unstable. Asimov still isn't sure whether it has any permanent impact on AzureNova, either mentally or physically. I'm gonna change my name just to say Nova, so it's easier to say. Moreover, the objective of this operation isn't combative. Rather, it requires cooperation to achieve a strategic goal. Since the Grey Ravens are used to fighting in isolation, Nova may not be the most suitable choice as Chief Commander. The suitability of the Grey Ravens isn't the reason why you selected Hans. Hassan pauses a moment, then continues to speak. Some decisions and responsibilities cannot be left to the younger generation, even if there is only the slightest of risk. I trust Hans's judgment. He is our most prominent leader. He has enough experience to deal with any unforeseen issues that should arise. You're too kind and gentle to the younger generation. If you keep sheltering them, it will only backfire. Nicola, you and I have too much weight on our shoulders and too much blood on our hands. Friend and foe alike. We are remnants of the past. One day, history will use the guillotine to judge those disgraceful sins. At least spare the children from having to bear the responsibilities and sins of their forefathers. Our generation will be the one to sever the chains of hatred. In that case, why let them go down together? First and foremost, to observe whether Nova is still suitable for serving as Grey Raven's Commandant. Secondly, sparing them from our responsibility doesn't mean asking them to turn a blind eye forever. One must face his own weaknesses to embrace the future. Abyss of gravity. Born here, so chose to die here too. We've only done one battle so far. Time is fleeting, like sand through an hourglass. The sun hangs on the western horizon, shedding light across the lower half of the sky and turning to night upon reaching the spot. The dry air and radiational cooling have caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Scorching heat turns to frigid cold in an instant. The entire camp is quiet beyond imagination, except for the occasional clang of metal wherever the calibration teams lay equipment. There is only the roar of the cold wind. These are the days of our lives, right? How do people here endure such an extreme cycle of day and night? A little next to an abandoned cabin, you curl up under the tarp not to shield yourself from the sand, but to keep warm. Who had lived in this cabin? Inside, some of the utensils still retained a faint luster. A thin layer of dust indicates that the owner had never returned. Chief Commander Hans had put the Grey Ravens on standby. They now watched from the sidelines as constructs from Calibration Team 1 continued to configure coordinates. Upon receiving the serum supply, the service personnel has also finished repairing the protective devices used to combat the Red Tide. Theoretically, this is the safest you have been since the crash landing. However, anxiety still lingers in your heart, and doubts in your mind. You cannot help but stand up and look to the east. Supposedly, the coastline is dozens of kilometers out, the area that Babylonia has to protect at all costs. However, regardless of how hard you strain your eyes as a human, you are unable to behold such a sight. Don't bother. The terrain here isn't high enough to see the coastline. You suddenly hear Wan Chi's voice behind you. Everyone turns to look at him. All you see is him stretch with a look of exhaustion as he walks over. Not to mention, with such poor weather conditions and low visibility here, human eyesight can't possibly see that far. Wan Chi, got enough sleep? Constructs don't have the concept of sleep. I'm just done taking a breather. Lee sneers. How can you just loaf around at a time like this? Well, my mission was to pick up the calibration team sent by Babylonia. My work here is done. Can't a guy kick up his feet in a while? Sheesh. R&R ain't easy to come by. Before Lee can muster up a retort, Wan Chi looks your way. Don't you think it's time to change the gauze on your commandant's forehead? Right as Wan Chi begins to speak, Liv had already begun making preparations. Liv is just like, no one's stealing my job. Within no time, she had already begun replacing your bandages. Thanks for the reminder, Wan Chi. It's not bleeding anymore, Liv, or no need to worry. Yeah. Even still, your bandages need to be replaced periodically to prevent infection. It is not until Liv changes your gauze that she realizes that a considerable amount of sand has adhered to your bloody scab. Cleaning the wound is not exactly going to be a leisurely stroll through the park. Your breath hisses in pain through clenched teeth. Lucia. Understood. Lucia quickly tears open a pack of field rations and stuffs into your mouth to bite on. Arr! Squinting your eyes in the dim light, you catch a glimpse of a thin figure poking their head out of a tent behind Liv. Gesture to Liv with your eyes or beckon them. Yeah, gesture to Liv. No amount of stubbornness will stop me from cleaning your wound, Commandant. It's like, no, Liv, no. Before Liv can react, the thin figure was already running over. He scurries over next to Liv and gazes towards you with a doughy-eyed look of curiosity. Scared Liv. Yeah. Was that the kid from earlier? The boy's gaze falls on you. Rather, the ration in your mouth. Tear off a piece and hand it to him. Like a kitten, he sticks out his hands and hesitates until he cannot resist any longer. He grabs the ration and wolfs it down. Lucia quickly takes out the second piece and hands it to him. However, the boy does not immediately eat it after taking it this time. Thank you, miss. A woman hurries in before Lucia can respond. She pulls the boy behind her, glances around at everyone cautiously, and looks down at the child by her thigh. Granny, who said you could leave? I'm starving. Didn't you have a can for lunch? I'm just so hungry. We'll have food soon. Your dad'll be back in no time. But people said he won't. The woman snaps at the boy and interrupts him. Shut your mouth. Don't dare say such a thing. Who said you could talk like that? He'll be back soon, and I mean it. Don't get mad at him, please. It was my idea to give it to him. We have plenty to go around if you want. We don't need your charity. Saying that, she quickly takes the boy and leaves. Forgive her. She has her own troubles. Turning her head to the side, you see the old man who had previously returned to his residence. You're the... Her words stop as she sees the can in his hands. Guess you won't be needing this. I just thought maybe. We're constructs. We don't need food in the conventional sense. But isn't that kiddo human? The old man looks at you. No. How time flies. I never expected to see a person from Eden with my own eyes. So, care for something to eat? The outside is worn down and rusty, but it's safe to eat as long as the can doesn't bulge or leak. This is the last batch of cans produced before the Great Evacuation. These things can be preserved longer than you think. No one give up on canned food. It lasts forever. Even if it's only leftover soup from the past civilization. No, but thanks. Very well. I'm sure it's a bit preposterous for people who live in the clouds to eat gruel such as this. It's not that. Aren't you short on supplies? Aren't you on short supplies? Or it's too precious for us to eat it. Yeah, no. It's like, aren't you short on supplies? You're showing us sympathy? That sure is surprising. It's nothing special. Some people used to go catch fish in the area. But recently, those red creatures, the hetero creatures you mentioned, have thrown everyone into a panic. No one dares to venture too far out of the camp. I'm sorry. Why the sudden apology? This isn't your fault. It's no one's fault. The old man's attitude is kind and gentle, unlike his stern demeanor when you first met him. I scared you earlier, didn't I? I didn't mean to. Sometimes you just have to stand up for what you believe in. And what is that exactly? Certain death? Jeez, Lee. The old man does not seem to take offense. Correct. We've decided to stay here and await death. The man's old and hoarse voice seems to float away in the wind. I don't get it. Same here. You may find our answer puzzling. A group of people choosing to stay here and wait for their death. Perhaps even a cruel joke. But this is how we genuinely feel. It was our intent from the very beginning. Why? Do you know about the Acadia evacuation? Yes. When faced with impending doom, some people boarded Eden, while others just barely missed the boat. Isn't that how the story goes? Yes. In reality, that's not what happened. It was entirely a matter of luck. Perhaps some people just simply didn't want to leave. Yes, some people were unfortunately unable to board Eden, while others remained because their loved ones didn't get a ticket onto Eden. Some people stayed because they didn't want to abandon their homeland. Regardless of the reason, we chose to stay, and we accepted our fate. After making this choice, we planted our roots here and continued to fight. But this place isn't suitable for humanity. This is indeed the case. Even though the wasteland is far from nearby cities and so the corrupted poses little threat, the cruelty of nature provides no safe harbor. The old man nods in agreement. Look at the land around you. This dry and ugly land. This land is your land. We originally lived in the city. We decided on this place and built our home here, albeit after great difficulty. Why did you choose this place? Because nature is terrifying. Once civilization collapsed, nature reclaimed every corner of urban life. Without water, electricity, or natural gas, skyscrapers became nothing but steel cages. Everyone died without dignity, like animals. At first, we had the capacity to cremate or bury the bodies. But soon, those left alive could bear it no more. The city was silent. Corpses continued to pile up. Can't imagine the despair. The sight and smell of people you once knew decaying in the city you once loved. Many people died from the punishing virus, and many died to infectious diseases. In order to survive and avoid the corrupting, we left the city and then ended up here. Not too close, but not too far. Here in this wasteland, we watch over humanity's former glory. Who would have thought that a group of mice such as ourselves would still live here to this very day? To save your solemn expression. At first, we thought we wouldn't even last a year, but actually, it wasn't as bad as we thought. Thankfully, we had relics of civilization. You see, glass, metal, plastic, even solar panels can be recycled. Although the semiconductor film is almost worn out, we can still rely on it to produce some electricity. At least it's enough to keep a few nights on a night out. 2 lights on at night. Wow. These items may seem like worthless garbage to you, but they are treasures to us. Just like this land. My wife and I built our house on this land with our own hands. It may be falling apart and always leaking, but it's my home. We may have lingered on our last breaths, but we kept each other going. The 10 years I spent with her were a short, happy time in my unfortunate life. When she passed away, I buried her on a distant hill overlooking the sea. Most of my generation that chose to stay during the Great Evacuation has turned to dust beneath the wheel of history. Now, there are only a few dozen of us left. But the descendants of those who died have now grown up and started to raise their own children. When it came time to bury my old friends, I buried them on the same hill overlooking the sea. Standing here, we can look back on the glory of the past and see the tombstones of our old friends. If we were to leave, then we would truly have nothing. Everything we cherish, believe, remember, and love will be completely shattered. Besides, if you hadn't shown up, we wouldn't have lasted much longer. We scavenge all of our serum from the nearby city. That's bound to run out sooner or later. Everyone knows this, so we are ready to die at any time. Your arrival only means that we will meet our fate sooner. People born here were never optimistic to begin with. Hopeless and destitute, desiring nothing so as to lose nothing. The only thing we have left is our love for this land. We knew our destination when we set foot on this path. We spent every day like it was our last. We're born here, we will die here. But haven't your lives suffered by living like this? No. You must know joy to know pain. We don't pursue the luxuries of Eden. We just want to be put to rest with our loved ones at our side when the time comes. If you still have compassion, please don't deprive us of our last request. Why do you want to tell us all this? Because I see weakness and timidity in your eyes. When all of this is over, you'll probably blame your incompetence and live with a heavy sense of guilt. So I want to tell you, don't feel any guilt. We've chosen our own path. You have completed your mission. All right, that's enough. I don't think this place is worthless. Oh? Hearing someone from Eden say that is my little bit of solace before I am finally put to rest. Wait, passed out the cans of beans? Why are they being so stingy? After talking, the old man turns and leaves. A solemn cloud hangs above the team. I don't know. I don't know what to do. How can they be so calm, yet they're already prepared to die? I can't wrap my head around it. This is all meaningless. I chose to become a construct because even if I am no longer human, I still exist. My new hope is to continue fighting for those in need. I know everything I do has meaning. People born here have never looked forward to their future. To the future. We knew our destination when we set foot on this path. We spent every day like it was our last. Because you haven't hoped for a future from the beginning? Lucia. Liv turns and gently hugs Lucia. I don't know how we can make this right either. Something more important than one's life. Wan Shi had been standing off to the side with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyes opened like an alert falcon. A few seconds later, Hans appears before everyone. Poised as always, no one can glean any indication of his mood from that stern face of his. I received the latest orders from Babylonia. Under the premise of establishing the nodes within 24 hours and ensuring the success of the mission. According to the instructions of Articles 21 and 22 of the World Government Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, if civilians are found while executing a mission, they must be evacuated to safety, regardless of force. Grey Raven, mission clear. Great. Never ending. You got your wish, Wriggle. We have to ruin their family. Actually, I don't know if we get experience from these battles. So you know what? Let's switch them out to just make this a little more fun.
You owe me one now, Commandant.
Yeah, I couldn't resist. I kind of did a thing. She's beautiful. We'll leave Isla low. Because there she is. Really? Is that what you think? Nothing strange about that. But she is different. Even though she's never been to Earth herself, she's had all sorts of unrealistic fantasies about it. When she was still around, she used to always ask me if there are any humans left on Earth. Isla closes her eyes. Our primary school teachers all said that it was the cradle of life and our birthplace. But due to the punishing virus, we were forced to temporarily leave its embrace and protect her from Babylonia. So, Isla, do you think there are still people on Earth? I think so. Not everyone evacuated during Operation Acadia. There's bound to still be people on the surface. Don't our textbooks say that there were billions of people on the surface at one point? Billions? There's no way Babylonia could support that many people. Obviously, it could probably only support a small fraction of the population. My thoughts exactly. But it's fine. One day, we will reunite with our comrades on the surface. When that time comes, we will share in the marvelous things we have seen and rejoice in song. Nothing is more romantic, is it not? Isla opens her eyes. We were so naive back then, always sharing our childish fantasies. She told me how romantic it would be to reunite with our comrades on the surface. We will share in the marvelous things we have seen and rejoice in song. But we never considered at the time, why had those on the surface not come back to Babylonia? What sort of life would they have had on the surface? What would the people on the surface think of us? Your vision returns. There are no wonders to be found here, only helpless dismay. Seeing you lost in thought again, Hans furrows his eyebrows. Grey Raven, Commandant. You can't even bother to follow orders now, I take it. No, it's not that. Commandant is... Wan Chi scans you with his peripheral vision as if in contemplation. Han speaks directly. Enough. I don't have time for your excuses. Begin evacuating the refugees. If they aren't willing to cooperate, resort to more coercive measures. Before the other three can respond, I don't agree with this. This kind of oh no. Try to pronounce it correctly. Coercion ignores the will of others. It's wrong. Are you defying orders, Nova? Watch your attitude in every statement you make. You don't want to get court-martialed when all of this is said and done. Lee stands in front of you. Understood. Please give us some more time. Not all the nodes have been deployed yet, have they? That's right. But let me make myself clear. Once the nodes are fully deployed, Babylonia will obliterate the surrounding area. If you don't wish to be decimated along with it, I suggest you hurry up and complete your mission. Finished speaking, Hans turns and leaves. Well, looks like I'm not needed here anymore. Catch you later. I'm gonna recharge my batteries. Knocking open the door to the residence. Sir, Babylonia is going to unleash a wide-scale attack on the surrounding area. Please gather your family and evacuate immediately. Where do we evacuate to? Liv bites her lip. Because the answer is simple. Nowhere. Eden has no extra tickets, and there is no place on the surface that can be called a safe refuge. The conservation area has not been built yet, and there is simply no way to accommodate all the displaced people. At present, there is only just enough time to evacuate the refugees to an area that will not be affected by the blast. The refugee smiles sarcastically at Liv's silence. Enough with the hypocrisy. Is this really in our best interest? Or do you just not want to see us die before your very eyes? Look at you. Your conscience is just as repulsive as your actions. Removing us from our homeland will only make you sleep better at night, but it won't make our lives any better. That's not what we intend on. The refugee slams the door in their faces. That's the fourth household. Why are they so stubborn? The old man seems to be their leader. If he is willing to leave, others will probably follow. Agreed. Whack. I know, I thought I was gonna push her or something. After several more doors slam in their faces, a familiar face opens the door. It's you. Mister. Ah, I know why you're here. Lucia nods. Then you should know my answer. I already told you. I still don't get it. Why? Is it because we aren't looking at this from your point of view? I'm sure you understand, kiddo. Our point of view isn't as different from yours as you think. In your eyes, what is Babylonia? It's a bastion for humanity's strongest... No, that's not what I asked. I mean, what was Babylonia before the punishing virus and the Great Evacuation? It was humanity's first FTL colonization ship. Then why hasn't it taken you all into deep space? Because we lost Earth and want to take it back. Why do you want to take it back? Our mission is to take back humanity's homeland. That is our mission. That is the meaning of our existence. This homeland is no longer of any use to you. Cities destroyed, civilizations collapsed. Earth is now just a sea of ruins. Babylonia floats above Earth, just like we stand here in these ruins. Why not leave? Have you ever thought that taking back Earth might be meaningless? Now you are a construct, not a human being. You don't need to inherit the meaning of human existence. Lucia wavers slightly. No, you're wrong. This is what we were born to do. That may have been why you were created, but that doesn't mean it has to be why you continue to exist. Much like how people should live, but they shouldn't just live. There are far more important things than to just live. Do you understand now? Lucia closes her eyes. This is the path I chose, just like this is the path each of you has chosen. The old man smiles faintly. Exactly. This is the path we chose, and this is the meaning we give our lives. We have nothing left. Our only driving force left is our attachment to this land. It's the only thing that supports our menial existence. Our last wish is to forever rest within its embrace. You think we're unreasonable, choosing to die rather than to leave? I think you're being equally unreasonable. The irony of man. People can never reach a real mutual understanding. This land is our blood, sweat, and tears. Our history, our memories. Everything we created, cherished, loved, and lost. As I have said, if you still have an ounce of compassion, please don't deprive us of our last request. Please respect our last will. Lee steps forward and pats Lucia on the shoulder. We understand. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Just as you're about to leave, you hear commotion nearby. Don't you think it's ridiculous to tell us that we are also citizens of the world government? Don't you remember how you treated us when the evacuation started? You held us at gunpoint to prevent us from boarding Eden. You left us behind like junk. Now you dare come back and rescue us? Are you kidding me? Get out. Get out of here. I don't need your fake compassion now. The person she is confronting is none other than Hans. His starched and pressed uniform had been stained, almost like someone had poured a bucket of dirty water on him. Chief Commander Hans, you... By the time you rush over, the two of them are about to clash. Suddenly, you hear the distant serenade of the whale's song. The serene and resonating sound floats gracefully in the wind like a bird through the clouds. It sounds close yet distant. The sound is not grating, but Hans and the old man who had just arrived wince at the same time. Not good. Attention, soldiers. Drop what you're doing and prepare for battle. Hey, over to the west. Despite going to recharge his batteries, Wan Shi had been keeping watch this entire time. Suddenly, he jumps down from the hill. His laziness was now replaced with unprecedented seriousness. Soon, everyone realizes the gravity of the situation, because a large number of punishing hetero creatures burst out of the yellow sand and begin to pursue him. It's the Horde! All refugees have been evacuated inside the residence. All the hetero creatures are... they're scattered all around the camp. They aren't paying any attention to us yet. We must eliminate them right away. Can't let them attack the citizens. They said get close. I'm close. Oh, okay, I was about to say.
Come on, keep them coming. Extra defeat.
Go ahead and struggle, you piece of junk.
This fight better not be a boring one. Life and death are but a moment apart.
They'll be my blade.
Now you're on the other side of the line. Life and death are but a moment. Now you're on the other side of the line. Give up. I won't hold back. Life and death are but a moment apart. Now you're on the other side of the line.
I will sever this prison of fate.
All hetero creatures in the camp are destroyed. Don't let your guard down, more are coming.
Follow my lead. There's nothing to afraid.
These creatures just won't stop. Wait, that sound has stopped. The hetero creatures retreated? Don't come any closer. Right at that moment, a bullet pierces the head of the hetero creature. It writhes on the ground but continues to breathe. That is, until a sharp blade cuts it in half. Lucia shakes off the blood from her blade. If that is what it is. Her imposing yet elegant manner is like that of a tiger lady. Are you okay? I'm okay. Behind you! A hetero creature charges Lucia's blind spot from behind. Before it tackles Lucia, the creature is intercepted by a blast from Liv's levy gun. Don't get careless, Lucia. Is that the last one? Yeah, the song has stopped. There shouldn't be any more hetero creatures. That sound is... What a drag. Hetero creatures have started appearing here too. If those things are already here, the red tide must be close by. Okay. 25% done. Ashes to ashes. For the greater good. Oh, it never gets old. How morally sound. I am truly amazed. Didn't you see those monsters just now? If you stay here, they'll kill you before Babylonia does. If that is what fate has in store for us, then so be it. Our bodies will turn to dust and our souls will return to the earth. To hell with fate. There's no reasoning with you. This will be all for nothing. The sudden emergence of hetero creatures causes tensions to rise between both sides. The calibration team and the refugees have reached an impasse over a meaningless battle. A sudden cry puts a stop to the altercation. Ray? Ray? Has anyone seen Ray? Where is he? Where's my grandson? Oh boy. After her companions shake their heads, she shifts her gaze to the calibration team. Her look of alarm gives way to one of panic. Have you seen my grandson? She glances at each of the constructs one by one. Finally, her eyes fixate on Lucia and Liv. She runs over to Lucia and firmly grips her shoulders as if she is her only lifeline. Have either of you seen Ray? Where is he? You saw him, didn't you? My grandson. He was right next to me. Please, remain calm. Who is Ray? That boy from before? She nods her head anxiously. Did he get scared in all the chaos and hide somewhere? I didn't see you. Neither did I. If you're looking for the kid, I'm pretty sure he ran to the west when all the fighting broke out. The west? But that's... She collapses to her knees as if drained of all her strength. No, don't take my Ray from me. Lucy and Liv look over. Hey, I meant he's just a child. He couldn't have gotten far. I'm sure we can still catch up to him. Well, then let's... it's Hans. Gray Ravens. There's no time to waste on such trivial matters. If you've got that much free time on your hands, it would be better spent guarding against attacks from hetero creatures. But... Chief Commander, Team 3 just sent the comlink. They have deployed the bit domain node. Good. What about the other teams? Team 2 and Team 5 were also attacked by hetero creatures, and the bit domain nodes were destroyed. No news from Team 4, Team 7, and Team 8. Wait. Yeah, no news from Team 4. Team 7 and Team 8 are still exploring the Red Tide periphery. It's uncertain whether they can deploy their nodes. What is the casualty report? 30%. Hear that, Grey Ravens. You're here playing hide and seek while countless others are fighting overhead. Our troops are gathering wounded and giving their lives for this cause. I've given you a compromise, but it seems that you are still unable to complete your mission. Do you know whose time you're wasting in this place? You're wasting the time and lives of your comrades. Actually, he's a spider bot now? Wait, what? We have no... Why, Rick? We have no energy to waste on such trivial matters. If you can't persuade them to leave, use force. If you don't want to use force, then let them stay here and await their dead. Our mission is far greater than their lives. Have you forgotten what the CTO said? Once the red tide spreads to the coastline, not only will the people here die, the entire Earth will fall. While you squander your senseless kindness on such trivial matters, have you thought about the fate of humanity even for a minute? You've abandoned the interest of the greater good for your own personal interests. I think you should go back to FOS College and read the military code until you can recite it verbatim. You disappoint me. I thought your reputation would precede itself as the chief of FOS. But I guess rotten wood can't be carved at all. Find a corner and stay out of my sight. I don't want to see you until Babylonia issues the evacuation order. Of course, if you choose to stay here and wait death, I'm not within my power to say, or it's not, whatever. I'm not within my power to say otherwise. That's exactly what someone fortunate enough to board Eden would say. For the greater good. How righteous. That never gets old. How morally sound. I am truly amazed. He turns his gun on his own compatriots while preaching about the greater good. Should you trample on our last wishes under the banner of righteousness now? Hans remains quiet and closes his eyes. Wanshi looks at him and then glances over. He turns his back and folds his hands behind him. His eyes were empty as he looks out into the far west. Look at Wanshi's folded hands. I don't know what we should do. I can understand why they don't want to leave this place. There must be something precious here that they don't want to give up. But I also understand why Chief Commander Hans has made this decision. He is considering the fate of humanity. Individual versus the greater good? Well, individual will versus the greater good. Why are we still forced to make binary choices between one or the other? The tension in the air is stifling. Refusing the company of your three comrades, you walk outside the camp alone. The frigid wind dries your lips and face. With the current developments, this seems to be the only way to clear the whirlwind of thoughts clouding your mind. You planned on coming here to think alone. Don't you say it, Wriggle. However, you see a familiar figure in the corner. Wanshi folds his arms and leans against the cabin door. He glances over at his peripheral vision and yawns. Oh, it's you. It's your team, Nova. I came here alone. What's with the face? You don't think I was waiting for you here, do you? That hand signal you did. That's a secret code used in FOS. Didn't you call me here? That's what the captain taught me and Kamo in his spare time. He said that all FOS commandants know it. I was just bored and it came to mind. I never thought I'd actually ever use it. Only then did I clearly realize that you are really from FOS College, like my captain. After all, you don't look the type. So, what is it? With the recent turn of events, the Science Council hasn't been able to fully analyze the red tide. But you've heard it. But you've heard it too, haven't you? That song. Bingo. I was the first scout to find the red tide tributaries and break the news to Babylonia. I thought Babylonia would have more of a methodical strategy, but in the end, it's just reliant on brute force. Time's of the essence. Of course, let's save it for another time. I'm curious about something though. Grey Raven infiltrated the Ascendant's underground base and had a direct confrontation with them, correct? Yeah, sure. I suspected as much. So, has your team heard this sound before? Yes. In other words, this is a special case, or a new development? Well, as a scout, our worst nightmare is a lack of intel on the battlefield. Even a minor omission can be disastrous. I understand the urgency, but implementing a strategy without knowing the whole picture, how can they guarantee that the Longless Arsenal will be enough to stop the red tide? I mean, a widespread attack is the best course of action based on existing intel. But that doesn't mean it's the solution to our problem. Once she becomes quiet all of a sudden, instead, he casts a sideways glance at the corner. The woman from before takes a few steps out of the corner and kneels on the ground. Beg of you, please forgive my recklessness. As long as you are willing to listen to my request, I don't care what you take from me. I know that you aren't interested in what we have, so please, I beg you for one more act of kindness. Help her up? What's wrong? Thank you. I know asking this may seem foolish, but comfort her. Please help me. Help me bring back Ray. You've seen the boy. He's too small. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't understand. It's my fault for telling him that his father went to the nearby city to look for food. That's why he ran off to such a dangerous place. Every time he's frightened, he always wants his father to protect him. I shouldn't keep hiding this from him. You mean his father? Yes. Yes, he's my son. Where's your son now? Several days ago, he said he was going to the ruins to help us look for cans. And then he never came back. He went out for milk. When I tried to look for him, I heard his voice coming from that red liquid. Oh. I knew what that meant. We lost a lot of our people that way, either from falling in, or getting splashed and corrupted by it, stopping breathing after a few days. First, many people were drawn to it. Later, everyone understood that even if the voice of a loved one came from it, they should never get close to it. Don't listen to the siren's call. With the child, Ray, he doesn't know. I don't have the heart to tell him that his father is already dead. Covering her face, you only hear her muffled cries of grief. After crying a short while, she gradually regains composure. I know our decision must seem ridiculous to us. Wait, what? I know your decision must seem... Okay, that's gotta be a typo. I know your decision... Wait, no. Wait. I know our decision must seem reduced to You. There we go. Wow. But please help fulfill my last wish. Or at least let me be with Ray until the very end. I don't want to die alone here. I have nothing left. Nothing. Don't take Ray away from me too. Her tears turned into weeping in agony. I get it. Huh? Get what? This is why you brought me here, isn't it? I didn't say anything. You don't have to. I'm just a scout acting alone. Chief Commander Hans isn't my commanding officer. I'm free to act as I please until my captain issues the second phase of my orders. You know what this means, don't you? Yes. Your decisiveness is quite endearing. No wonder my captain thinks so fondly of you. Understand one thing. No one can guarantee what we are doing is right, or that everything will end happily ever after. No one will know how you put everything on the line. No one will thank you. You may even be court-martialed. Knowing this, do you still want to continue? Yes, let's go. Hey, you hiding back there. Did you catch that? Your commandant gave the okay. Lee emerges from behind the tent. He stands there staring at you. Commandant, you mustn't. Unauthorized actions are equivalent to fleeing the battlefield. You will be labeled a defector for going rogue, and in a normal army, you can be executed on the spot. Not to mention putting yourself in danger. We don't have much time left. Once the last node is deployed, Babylonia won't wait to begin evacuation. Believe me, if we don't hold on to this, you'll never be able to forgive yourself. If you put it that way, you can't save everyone, but at least save those you can touch. Can't you just take it easy for a day? I've always trusted your judgment. You are our commandant. If you insist, then take us with you. No. You mean this time is different? You always surprise me, commandant. You're right. The Grey Ravens just got up and left. We'd all be labeled as defectors. But now's not the time to do things by the book, right? The Grey Ravens aren't afraid of the court-martial. If there are any criminal charges, we'll face the repercussions together. That's not it. I need you all to stay here. Lee, you know what I mean. This isn't for your own good. This is for the good of everyone. You want us to help maintain our forces and be ready to respond to any potential threat, correct? Understood. I'll inform Lucy and Liv. Return in one piece. We won't leave without you. The Grey Ravens will always be as one. Lee walks up to you and pats your shoulder heavily. Take this with you. Lee hands you a long black hexagonal needle and a comms device. Press the top to activate the needle. I disassembled it and made some minor modifications. You just need to activate it. Take it with you. The comms device has been repaired, but the reception isn't stable. If it exceeds 30 kilometers, you won't be able to maintain a stable connection. Obviously, I hope you don't end up going that far. Lee, don't look at me like that. That's exactly what you plan on doing. Remember, we won't evacuate until you come back. And you. Uh, what's up? Our commandant. Wanshi cuts off Lee mid-sentence. Yeah, I got it. Lee nods. Don't let anything happen to our commandant. He said it anyway. Reason to fight. We're getting there, guys. Oh. Oh, shoot. Okay. We get to play as Wanshi. The outline of the refugee camp gradually fades into the distance, and the temperature begins to drop rapidly. Unlike the wilderness, the few refugees scattered throughout the camp were enough to dispel the cold from their breath alone. But now, the cold wind holds you in its frigid embrace. The heat from your breath condenses into a white fog. The thought of potentially freezing to death spurs you on as you follow the scout's white figure on. Wanshi's familiarity with the surrounding terrain allows him to adeptly find the most efficient route for conserving strength while also avoiding the red tide. That being said, the trek is still no easy feat for a human. Why didn't you put on a thermal suit? It's too heavy and hinders movement. Why are you willing to throw your life away for someone you just met? You really are something else. Let's stop for some water. I remember the terrain up ahead. As long as he didn't jump into the red tide, we should be right on him. I'm good, or thank you. No, time is of the essence. We must go. No, you're not. Based on how little you've drunk since we left, you need to hydrate. We may be in a hurry, but if you pass out, then this'll be a lost cause. You stop next to a rock formation and rest. Your internment daydreaming hasn't been acting up recently, has it? How could you tell? I used to be in the medical corps. I've still got an eye for that sort of stuff. It happens frequently and without warning. The symptoms don't correspond to any disease I recall. What's wrong? Figured I asked. Not like I'm trying to prod you for anything. Anyway, I already know about your condition. I won't let it happen when everything is on the line again. Why did you bring me out here? Did you say all of that to me on purpose? Not just me. It's for Lee as well. Clever. I'm starting to see why my captain thinks of Grey Raven so highly. Wanshi's dull expression suddenly turned sharp. His voice no longer carries the same apathetic tone. Correct. I could have easily found this child by myself. Constructs move faster without having to drag a human along. But you did anyway. Because I was curious. Curious about what caused the red tide and the evolution of the punishing virus. Even though you remain quiet, you can't help but think of that colossal nightmare. The hetero creature known as Polyphagus, the same creatures that nearly spelled doom for Grey Raven. This is a monster bred by the Ascendants, the Polyphage. It's similar to the rail heterozygotes we have encountered before. After preliminary analysis, we've determined that it's also driven by heterocore fragments. However, the situation is fundamentally different from that on Octaliv. Even though both are driven by heterocore fragments, the polyphage is far more complex than the rail heterozygote. It's not a heterozygote, but rather a new type of punishing creature that simulates organisms on Earth through evolution. In other words, it's a hetero creature. Although there is no conclusive evidence, we reasonably suspect that the heterocore fragments within it not only serve as the power source for its own existence, but also triggers the red tide. Otherwise, the timing of the two would be too coincidental. It's about the battle with the Ascendants. Information on the polyphage has been released, but the fact that they contain heterocore fragments is still top secret. Nova, I hope that you can keep the events of what happened underground that day confidential. Of course. Be sure to pass on this message to your whole team, word for word. Everyone has been silent about what happened that day. But we're scouts. It's not hard for us to piece together the clues. Not long after we received reports of the victory on the front line, the surging red tide suddenly went inert. I beg your pardon. You guessed it. Even with the recent surging of the red tide, it's become far less turbulent than what it once was. Even at high tide, the punishing concentration is far lower than what it once was. In other words, the red tide has weakened. What did you do to cause this? Your vision fills with the image of the polyphage completely disintegrating among the radiant glow. We didn't do anything or shake head. Looks like you aren't trying to hide something. No matter. Your answer won't have any bearing on my conclusion anyway. Even if Babylonia isn't willing to disclose any information, there's one similarity with our current situation. Based on their pure concentration of the punishing virus, these things are essentially the same as the heterocore encountered in the space station. Is the fragment that hit Aslam the only heterocore fragment that fell from the space station? Alright, never mind. I can tell by the look on your face. The once inert red tides have begun to surge once more into a tributary. We can't use conventional rules and logic to infer something like the red tide. That being said, we can't completely ignore the underlying meaning, can we? Wan Chi turns his head and looks to the west. The intricate web of tributaries stretches out to the horizon. Looking across these tributaries, what do you think we would see at the end? At the time, Babylonia concentrated all its energy on the prism and hit the heterocore with pinpoint precision. Even then, they failed to completely destroy it. What makes them so confident that a widespread attack on the surface will finally put an end to this? A wider blast means that the damage output to any single target is drastically reduced. But what if, and I mean what if, the red tide has a source? Destroying the source of the red tide wouldn't cause it to disappear. It wouldn't be able to surge, but wouldn't it be able to surge relentlessly? Then, we would just have to figure out an effective method to combat the red tide. We'll eliminate it sooner or later, It's only a matter of time. That's why I need you. Only commandants have the authority to deploy the bit domain node, right? Your team member Lee senses this too. You're far more daring than what I imagined. That's because my captain told me about something that is written in your student manuals. As a valedictorian of FOS College, I'm sure you know it. Exceptions prove the rule and destroy the battle plan. Alright. So Chrome has heard that saying too. He is indeed a top student. That's why he is required to know everything. But if Kamui didn't pester him, he wouldn't have made this an interesting story. After all, I'm a sniper. The sniper's motto is, reach out and touch someone. I thought you were more indifferent to these things. You're right. I don't care about what you're tangled up in. Whether that be with them or with the Chief Commander Hans, those poor people are just caught up in the universal values of the past. Then why get involved? No reason, really. I know a man who was kind to me, but I couldn't repay him. Till now. Ooh. Wan Chi's face turns blank, as if gazing at an old friend across time and space, rather than at the present situation. Just an outsider from the Golden Age. That being said, he's far more interesting than someone who drowned in the glory of the Golden Age. Wan Chi closes his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, all of his emotions have been swept away. Enough about this. There's a solution to everything. Even if it might not be common practice. I just want to use my method to see if it can actually solve this crisis. I just want all this to end quickly so I can get some proper shut-eye without having to worry about anything. What about you? Why do you want to get involved? I just think that we should never give up hope. Is that so? I see. Well, enough about this. Our top priority now is to find the kid. That kid should be nearby. Time to wake up and observe the environment. Oh, rich and loud yell broke out. Uh-oh. The red tide will rise when the sound starts. Don't go in. Find somewhere to land in advance, then keep moving. Okay. Those traces ahead should be footprints. It's still fairly new. Must be from that kid. Follow the footprints to find the child. That seems like... Oh. Okay. Watch out. Little creatures.
You're lucky to be able to sit forever. I didn't plan to lie down first this time.
He's actually... like, his movements are really cool. I'm mad he went that far. Stop shooting stuff.
You're lucky to be able to sit forever. One shot, one kill. Your eyes.
Ooh. Okay.
You're lucky to be able to sit forever.
And there was one. Get him? Oh yeah. It's gone. Continue with the operation.
Time for you to go to bed. One shot, one kill. Close your eyes.
That's so good. Luckily, the wind and the tide haven't erased the footprints yet. This way. The traces are gone. Let's search around. There are 3 spots we can use to hide from the tide. Okay. Search for the child. Something's not right. The rise and fall of the tide have no pattern. How did the kid manage to avoid all the danger to get here? Yeah. Maybe the kid is the whale. That kid must have also stopped you. Or he didn't encounter any hetero creature or jumped into the red tide himself. Oh. You have to defeat him. Okay.
One kill. Close your eyes.
Sounds come back and treat to the high ground. Yeah, yo, wait, this doesn't make any sense. You've been flooded by the red tide. Hold on, that makes no sense.
Early to bed. Early to... I don't think I can early to rise.
What? Whale noises, you guys. Red tide's right ahead. It's unlikely that he jumped in. I can see scratching marks on the ground. Why would he stand here for so long? Did he see anything? The traces are heading back to where they began. He took a different route across a region where the red tide wasn't so prevalent. As if someone was guiding him. Whatever. It's not something we can worry. Looks like we don't need to waste our time here. The kid has already gone back. You hear the whale song again. Wan Shi's face turns grim. Want to turn back? Of course not. If it's a river, there must be a source. If it's an organism, there must be a heart. Yeah, both are correct. So before we reach the limit of our comms, contact Lee. Phew, looks like I don't have to remind you. Lee's hologram appears on the comms. He quickly glances at you and breathes a sigh of relief. Looks like you're okay. Briefly on the situation. searching for the source of the red tide. Got it. I trust your judgment. I'll tell Lucia and live. I'm not sure how much time I can buy you. Come back ASAP before your protective devices reaches its limit. Hey, Strikehawk. What's up? Our commandant. Wanji cuts off Lee mid-sentence. Yeah, I got it. Transmission over. So, let's go. Let's cross this area. Even if we don't know what awaits us there. Oh, okay. That was it. The voice of yesterday. Before Ray began to understand the world around him, he had already forgotten his mother's face. From very early on, he was raised by his father and grandma. His grandma has always lived in the shadow of hatred. She says that the punishing virus has taken everything from her. How did exactly? Ever since he was born into this world and opened his eyes for the first time, he did not know. The world was already like this. But everyone always tells him that the world should not be like this. That machines should not attack humans. That those towering builds... What? Oh, yeah. Towering builds. Like building? But yeah. Towering builds used to be our homes. Mankind had spread to every corner of the earth, conquered the highest mountain, and reached the deepest trench. We were just shy of leaving this planet and spreading our footprints across the cosmos. We should not be like rats subsisting, in the dark corners of an apocalyptic world. However, he had never seen that bygone era. All that remains in his hands are the vestiges of the past. Perhaps not even that. Should he be filled with hate? Toward whom? People do not blame landslides, earthquakes, tsunamis, and the cruelty of nature. When something has become a part of this world, it is no different from natural disasters. Punishing virus is no different. Ray has only seen this world, so he has naturally accepted all of its cruelty. Deep within his memory, he sees the blurry image of a woman hugging him and humming an unknown song. A lullaby. At least that's what the people of the Golden Age call it. The lyrics have been lost to time. All that remains is the melody. It's like a gentle stream of warm and tender feelings. That's the last sound left by his mother. Only from that lullaby could they feel the last bit of warmth from their past. Daddy? Daddy, where are you? Daddy, I'm scared. Daddy. Uh-oh, the red tide illusion. Ray. Hearing the familiar voice, the boy hurries in the direction of the tide. The sound of waves is close at hand, as if within reach. But before the boy can get close to the river, a magnificent and loud sound masks his father's whispers. A slender female shadow looms above the red tide. He stops in his tracks. Hearing the words contained within the song, the boy bursts into tears. Lee, you're back. Where's Commandant? Gone. Really, Lee? What do you mean, gone? Where'd Commandant go? To search for the source of the red tide, the strike hall. I can't let the Commandant go alone. Now with that, she prepares to leave, only to be stopped by Lee. That won't be necessary. The Commandant isn't alone. The Strike Hawk is there too. Wanshi? That makes me feel a little better, but if it's just the two of them... Lee, can you explain? The Commandant wouldn't just leave without a reason. I want to know why. Lucia, Liv, the Commandant orders us to wait here. Why? Aren't the Grey Ravens a team? And with the Commandant's current state... The fact that Grey Ravens will always be a team is precisely why we are staying. Lucia, you were confused once too. I'm sure you trust the Commandant's intuition. Lucia's concern begins to subside. Because there are things that only we can do here. Because everyone else is here. Exactly. If we went with the Commandant, we wouldn't be able to help if disaster strikes. Whether that be gathering everyone together, protecting them, or buying enough time for the Commandant. Are you worried? Are you afraid of being court-martialed with the Commandant? No, of course not. I'm just worried about the Commandant's safety. But I trust the Commandant's judgment. Same here. Let's use this time to do what the Commandant wants us to do. Chief Commander Hans. You're Grey Raven. Correct, I'm the Grey Raven's technical support construct. If you have any issues, speak with your Commandant instead of reporting directly to me. I hope the Grey Raven Commandant taught you all proper chain of command. I know the proper chain of command, but special circumstances have left our Commandant indisposed. Indisposed? What do you mean? The Commandant has already left. Come again. The Commandant has already left to find a child named Ray. When did the Commandant leave? Not too long ago. I disassembled the functional part of our bit domain node and gave it to the Commandant to be deployed. Huh. If I understand you correctly, the Grey Raven Commandant is blatantly violating my orders, and you are an accessory to the Commandant's disobedience. I don't think seeking a solution to our current predicament is in violation of your orders, sir. As far as I'm concerned, you only came to tell me that you are going to be court-martialed together. No. Chief Commander, we came here hoping that you would reconsider the strike plan in favor of a precision strike that would wipe out the Red Tide and protect the refugees without the need to relocate them. If you have such a plan, I'm all ears. Not yet, but I specialize in problem solving. Chief Commander, please allow me to... Hans forcefully interrupts Lee. If that's the case, then quit wasting my time. You disappoint me. I was already perfectly clear with your Commandant. Either they leave or die. There is no third option. Your only mission is to evacuate the refugees before Babylonia activates the Longinus arsenal. Unfortunately, your efforts have yet to yield results. A flurry of footsteps approaches, causing Lee and Hans to turn and look. Lucia and Liv bring the refugees to the field before Hans. 2 more constructs. Are you playing games with me, Grey Raven? Chief Commander, I beg you to listen to what the refugees have to say. They've already been loud and clear. They refuse to leave and want to await death. No, that's not it, sir. They're just sad, angry, helpless, and desperate. Chief Commander, please pardon my audacity, but have you ever been betrayed? As a soldier, I'm sure you vehemently oppose betrayal. No honest man tolerates betrayal. What would you think if you and your comrades were surrounded on the battlefield and the commander ruled that sacrificing your troops was beneficial to the war effort? I would not call it betrayal. If sacrificing myself would lead to victory, I'd gladly die on the battlefield. Exactly. Every soldier in Babylonia is willing to sacrifice their life for a distant victory. That is how we are educated. That is why we understand that this is what we were born to do as soldiers. But what about civilians? Not everyone can or must understand the meaning of a distant victory, nor will they be willing to sacrifice their will to achieve it. Do we not stand here to protect the free will of the people? In the situation I just described, if your troops are protecting a group of people, and the commander orders them to be abandoned, what would you do? Would you abandon them and allow the enemy to kill the civilians who were protected? Or would you order your troops to fight to the death? Doing their high-pitched voices is hard. Soldiers must protect civilians. However, if they can fight to protect them and chose not to, that is betrayal. Quit trying to strawman me. The World Government Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act should only apply to civilians of the world government. In doing so, you regard them as comrades, do you not? Uh-oh. Chief Commander, take a look. These are the people under your protection. They are parents, spouses, children, and siblings. They've done nothing wrong. But they have been met with disaster. They have only one small wish, which is to protect their home until the very end. The Commandant went to find the child out of sympathy for the child's crying grandmother. She can be saved just by reaching out with a helping hand. Enough. Give it a rest. You've already wasted enough of my time as is. This isn't the first time I've been in this situation. I've witnessed countless people during the Great Evacuation beyond my saving. At that time, the horizon was painted by red by countless who perished. The only chance of survival was up. The laws of war are complex yet simple. All factors can be qualified into the addition and subtraction of effective strength. The first party to have their effective strength reduced to 0 will be declared the loser. We can think about feelings, but war will not, and neither will a punishing virus. In our war against the virus, the only thing we can do is try to best preserve our effective strength. Some people call us hypocrites, but only those who survive are qualified to criticize hypocrisy. You see someone crying for the children in front of you, but if you don't stop the red tide from entering the ocean, millions more will cry for their children. Are you capable of protecting each and every one of them? Do you have the ability to save everyone every time you encounter a difficult choice? This is the first time we've been faced with such a choice, isn't it? And this won't be the last time, I guarantee you that. Despite being barricaded outside by the construct guarding Hans, Liv remains persistent. This is cruelty! Chief Commander Hans, please reconsider. Not for glory or for faith. These meaningless deaths are unreasonable and unavoidable. And avoidable. Chief Commander, we are soldiers. And we stand on this land in order to protect our comrades. Whether that be the people of Babylonia or the people of Earth, we are comrades. We shouldn't turn our weapons on those we should be protecting. Hans is done. Chief Commander, did you hear what I said? Did you say something? We received a transmission from Team 7. They have deployed their bit domain node. We have deployed our node. The Red Tide's tributary is still some distance away from us. We can't guarantee that the Red Tide won't flood the area within Babylonia's next orbital cycle. Now is the optimal time for activating the node. Do you want to authenticate and activate the bit domain nodes now? Chief Commander? Now just... Before he can finish talking, a cry interrupts him. Ray? Ray! Behind the dunes of yellow sand, a thin figure walks towards the camp. The woman on the verge of collapse rushes forward. After seeing the boy's face, she slaps him, kneels down in the sand, and hugs him tightly. Noticing that the boy shows signs of corruption, Liv rushes forward, injects a serum into the boy's arm, and quietly steps aside. The boy feels a stinging hot sensation on his face before he can even process what has happened. Sorry, Granny. I was just so scared. I wanted to find Daddy. Ray, your daddy... I found him. The woman just takes this as the boy's overactive imagination after being frightened. Really? Where did you find him? But so what? Now that it's over, there is no need to correct or shatter the boy's dream. Yeah, he was in that red water. I heard Daddy. What did he say? He said, take care and live a long life. The woman's eyes open widely. She instantly recalls a memory long ago. Before all the tragedies, the newborn child rests in her arms, so fragile, but so full of hope. She kisses her baby on the forehead, then says the same thing to him. It all seemed like just yesterday. She turns to face the constructs of the calibration team. No resentment, no hatred. She had exhausted all of her emotions. Her voice was so hoarse from crying, like a mother bear that had lost her cub. Standing off to the side, Liv instantly understood the reproach within her eyes without uttering a word. Why didn't you come sooner? At that moment, Liv gets choked up with an overwhelming sense of guilt and empathy. Why didn't we come sooner? If we just came here earlier, just a little bit earlier. If only I had come here sooner. If only I was a bit stronger. If only I could bear some of their agony. Would I have been able to prevent this from happening? But how much earlier? A few days, weeks, years? Before the Acadia evacuation? Or before the ensuing collapse and chaos of society? No one had an answer to this question. No one can answer this question. Whale song. A few hours ago. Babylonia, come in. Hey, it's Silica. Who shall I connect you to, Commander Hans? Connect me to President Hassan. I have a status report. Transferring comms. What is it, Hans? We have found a number of refugees in the attack zone. Understood. Anything else? Shall we proceed according to the plan? What do you suggest? The other two calibration teams are still en route, but according to visual estimates, the red tide is spreading faster than expected. Teams will have to adjust their node positions accordingly to expand the blast area. We can only rely on handheld devices for surveying and mapping, which significantly delays the time in which we can execute the plan. Considering the time required to change orbit and for Babylonia to change the arsenal, combined with the terrain nearby and the mobility speed of the troops, it will take at least 10 hours to ensure that all nodes are deployed. By that time, the red tide will inevitably spread to an area less than 10 kilometers away from the refugee camp. To be on the safe side, I don't suggest relocating the nodes. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the attack range will completely cover the red tide. We have issued an emergency evacuation order to the refugees, but they are unwilling to vacate the area. How do you wish to proceed? Although the World Government Parliament has been relocated to space with the Eden-class Babylonia, the people on the surface are still our comrades. We are all citizens of the world government. Citizens must fulfill their basic obligation, including cooperating with the Armory in emergency asylum. According to the instructions of Article 21 of the World Government Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, if civilians are found while executing a mission, they must be notified and evacuated to safety. Unfortunately, it appears that they are unwilling to evacuate. According to the instructions of Article 22 of the World Government Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, if civilians insist on remaining within the boundaries of an operation, military forces are authorized to forcefully remove all civilians. You know quite well. I have committed all of the rules and regularities to memory, even if they are no longer applicable in this era. Please allow me to evacuate these refugees under the pretense of successfully deploying the domain nodes, with or without force. Request granted. Evacuate the civilians by any means necessary. But remember, Babylonia will only initiate the attack once the node deployment has been authenticated, regardless if the evacuation is a success or not. We have only one chance. This is for all of humanity. Understood. Any other issues? No, sir. Report complete, Mr. President. Wait. What is it, Mr. President? Hans, you experienced the great evacuation firsthand. You're one of the most experienced soldiers in active service. You should know why I entrusted you to be the commander of this operation instead of handing over the task to the younger generation. For example, the up-and-coming Grey Raven Commandant. I don't, Mr. President. My duty is to obey orders. Soldiers don't need to speculate on any factors other than their mission. Is that really how you feel, Hans? A soldier is not only a member of the army, but also a member of humanity. Young soldiers tend to forget the former due to the latter. Only after refining themselves over a lengthy military career will they steal their judgment. So you have tasked me with this mission because I have the necessary experience and you trust my judgment. Not only that, judgment entails responsibility. When passing judgment, you must bear the full weight of its consequences. Night is too heavy for the dawn of a new era. I don't doubt their fearlessness in the fight against the corrupted, but they have yet to awaken to a higher calling. Yes, I understand. The responsibility of our generation should not fall from the next generation. The atrocities committed by our generation should not be repaid by future generations. Hans, I know the cruelty I ask of you, but the blood of the youth has not been cooled over many long years. Such is the same for their passion. I don't want them to lose this passion so early. So I must play the judge, and you the executioner. As you wish, Mr. President. When I accepted my appointment, I was ready for the worst. The current situation is within my expectations. Moreover, I didn't think I would have the chance to return to the surface ever again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Such gratitude is unnecessary. Humanity may have emotions, but the universe does not. Babylonia is the scale that balances the past and future of humanity. The fulcrum between the two is a steel wire hanging over the abyss. We are the people who walk the steel wire. Hans, I'm sure you know what to do. I know what to do. Is it almost time? Yes, Chief Commander, almost ready. Do you want to authenticate and activate the bit domain nodes now? Wait. Chief Commander? I asked the other two teams to verify that their domain nodes are functioning properly. After the second verification, I can safely activate the nodes and request Babylonia to launch the attack. Roger. After walking for who knows how long, you have lost all feeling in your legs. At first, you could still maintain contact with Lee, but after crossing a certain node, even your comms are now completely cut off. The desolate desert outstretches in a monotonous and dreary expanse towards the horizon. The whale song begins again, causing the red tide to continue expanding. Your consciousness floats along with the serene melody. What else have we discussed? Let me see. Oh, right. Have you heard what whales sound like? I don't know why she's crazy about them. Isla, do you think there are still whales on Earth? I only read about them in books. Apparently, they are the largest mammal on Earth. How big of a pool would you need to accommodate such a beautiful creation? What do you think? Nova, how big of a pool would you need? I think I would need an ocean. That's what I said. A creature that big would only fit in the ocean. The ocean? You mean the blue stuff on the model? Yep, exactly. Water on Earth is blue? Why is the water in Babylonia colorless? What turned it to such a beautiful color on the surface? Why is the water in Babylonia colorless? What turned it into such a beautiful color on the surface? Isla calmly repeats the question posed by her unnamed friend. In an instant, you feel transported across time and space as you talk to the veiled girl in the depths of time. Because there is enough water. It absorbs low frequency light. It reflects high frequency light. That's why it's blue. That's quite a rational answer. If she heard it, I'm sure she would be disappointed. Luckily, that's not what I said. I don't know why, but it's not important. What? Alright, enough about that. Back to whales. If that's the case, whales are the bards of the ocean. Their voices must be far reaching and long lasting since the ocean is so vast. Must be lonely not getting a response. You notice something waving in front of your eyes. Zone out again? Wan Chi brings his hand back. Sorry. You were out for quite some time. I was just thinking about something that happened a long time ago. You hear the whale song again. This intricate web of tributaries spreads like slime mold, the source of which is unknown. Wan Chi. What do you think of it? What do you think of this sound? You think it sounds like a whale song, but the refugees call it the Siren's Call. Siren's Call? Documents left over from the Golden Age say that sirens were monsters that lived in the ocean who lured sailors with songs. Sailors would become entranced by their songs and crash their ships into the reefs. It's not difficult to understand why it's garnered such a negative reputation. After all, the sound and red tide coincide with death. But it's bound to the red tide, so we can always rely on the sound to predict the rise and fall of the red tide. Ironically, it isn't so much an alluring sound that puts people in a trance, but rather, it seems to be a reminder of the approaching red tide. Think we could follow the sound to the source? Doesn't seem like a problem. But, got any ideas? I have a hunch. Maybe it's a cry for help. The Siren's Call is actually a cry for help? Heh. You and our member Kamui sure would get along, huh? Speaking of which, the spectrogram of this voice, forget it. It's nothing. Going upstream, you follow the sound for quite some time. The web of tributaries becomes more densely woven. The yellow sand has now turned black and gray. Hetero creatures on the shore of the red tide are writhing through the sand, stone, and soil. The rustling sound is like the footsteps of death. Wan Chi's lethargy was now in full restraint, leaving only seriousness and solemnity. The sound is getting closer and closer. No longer dragging out his words, his speech has become rapid and precise as if worried about some unknown entity. Are you receiving any alerts from your protective equipment? No. What about you? Yeah, no. We have enough serum to last us a while longer. Now we can rely on the sound to judge the rise and fall of the tide to avoid it. If we proceed any further, we may have no other choice but to get up close and personal with these things. Punishing concentration is one thing, but those hetero creatures are another thing entirely. Are you sure you want to continue? We've already made it this far. Good point. You hear the sound again. A whale must be lonely if it doesn't get a response. This was the only thing going through her mind. Hard to imagine, huh? You think whales get lonely? Huh? Why are you thinking about that too? I didn't think the Grey Raven Commandant was so romantic. I asked her the same thing. Do you think whales get lonely? I think they get really lonely. Then she sang me a song. She has always been like this. Once she has inspiration, she will practice it immediately. I saved the recording. Want to hear it? Lila activates the terminal. You hear someone singing and oh no, Adagio, there we go, an Adagio Aria. This is the most beautiful sound you have ever heard. The tone ebbs and flows as it rises higher. Suddenly, a vast ocean seems to appear before your very eyes. The female voice does not fully imitate the sound of a real whale, but conveys the same expression in the melody. A lonely blue whale is swinging its tail and cruising in the sea. It sings again and again. The song echoes throughout the ocean depths, but there was no response. The singing stopped, but the song had no ending, because the lonely whale never found its herd. Sounds like the song isn't finished. You're right. She said that she hadn't thought of an ending yet, because she hasn't seen the ocean with her own eyes. She'll write the second half of the song when she sees the real ocean. That's what she said, at least. Nova. Someone pats your shoulder forcefully. You return to your senses and look around. Only then do you realize that you have entered a hostile area. You just started sprinting for some reason. I thought you were going to jump into the red tide. What the hell is... The sound interrupts Wan Shi. Unlike before, you hear the sound nearby. Both of you turn and look towards the sound. Where is this? You hear a thunderous buzzing in the air, but the whirlwind of sand suddenly stops. Under the gray clouds, the sanguine red tide merges into a lake. Here, the tide is tranquil, reflecting like a giant mirror. Or more accurately, it's like the calm before the storm. I didn't think we'd actually find it, Wan Shi mutters to himself. In the middle of the tide stands a humanoid monster resembling a skeleton. Several steel forks of condensed punishing virus nail it to the center of the lake. If it were not for this hellscape, it would seem as if it was the crucified Son of God. What's that? The question seems to rouse the monster in the middle of the red tide. It struggles to raise its head and unleashes a dense but serene song. This was the siren's call that you had been hearing. Then it suddenly turns its head and looks this way. The tranquil red tide seems to suddenly take on life as it gradually inundates the surrounding land. Okay. Mission virus is forming its body. Is that a new hetero creature? The red tide is rising. The Inver device won't last too long. We better finish this off soon. Oh.
We're lucky to be able to sleep forever. You to lie down first this time.
Okay.
One shot, one kill. Your eyes, your eternal slumber. One kill.
Oh. You have an attack.
Plan to lie down first this time.
Ah.
First this time. Shot. One kill.
What is that? Okay. Yo, this is awesome. Okay. I can read that. It went too fast. Oh. This is now a Dark Souls fight. Oh my, oh, okay, I see. This is just bull.
One shot, one kill. With your eyes, your eternal slumber. Maybe not.
I have no plan to end it here. You're supposed to.
You're lucky to be able to see for one shot, one kill. With your eyes. Time for you to go to bed.
I have no more dodge.
Lie down first this time.
What the? That was so fast. That was so fast. Let's see. Oh, what the heck? It's not letting me choose an option. Hold on, give me a second. That is hilarious, though. Oh no. Yeah, the game decided to not let me use my mouse. So give me just a moment. This has not happened before. This boss not only killed me, but the controls too. I may have to restart it. It's like the battle is still happening, but because I hear the noises, I'm sure you guys do too. Yeah, this fight literally broke the game. Hold on, give me a second. That is too funny. Broke, yeah. There you go. Back to the story. And there we are. Okay. I'm not sure if it'll start us right there again. No, so we're just gonna skip this. Yeah, the mouse just decided to disappear. Punching virus forming its body is at a new heavier creature. The red tide is rising. The innovative device won't last too long. We better finish this off soon. Okay.
I did. Plan to lie down first this time. We're lucky to be able to see forever. One shot, one kill. If you're honest.
At least we got some good. Oh, we got some good practice.
Lie down first this time.
What the hell? Now we're doing even more than we did before.
Time to snipe. One shot, one kill. If you're honest. Return the sleeper. lucky to be able to sleep forever. I didn't plan to lie down first this time. You're lucky to be able to sleep forever.
What? I dodged that.
Plan to lie down. One shot, one kill. Your eyes. You're lucky to be able to sleep forever.
Okay. Now for the second part. Now, it playing the violin like that is interesting. It's like, why?
One shot, one kill. Your eyes.
Yo.
Believe it or not. Whatever. Let's see. Time for you to go to bed. I didn't plan to lie down first. One shot, one kill. With your eyes. To go to bed. One shot, one kill. Your eyes.
The heck is that? Oh, okay.
One shot, one kill. Your eyes. I didn't plan to lie down first this time. You're lucky to be able to sleep forever. One shot, one kill. Your eyes.
Oh. That's some bull. That is such a bull. So every time it does that, it's like it breaks the game. They're gonna have to fix that on the client. I'm gonna restart it again. It's funny because they actually they delayed the update. They extended the maintenance because there was an issue with the PC client, and I think we found it. Because believe me, I'm trying everything. Oh, I hope you guys like my loading screen. No, we're gonna beat this though. Let me. I just want to check something on him real quick. So it is any 3 thing, and then it's hold attack. Okay.
Plan to lie down first this time. Time for you to go to bed. You're lucky to be able to one kill with your eyes. Plan to lie down first this time. One kill with your eyes.
Oh, invisible. Get me out of that corner.
You to go to bed. Plan one shot, one kill with your eyes. Time to snipe. Plan to lie down. One shot, one kill with your eyes.
There we go. You stayed up late yesterday. You already did your PTR dailies. Also, you feel like you did this fight already somehow. In the extra story? You know what's funny? Oh, you remember this annoying thing? Yeah. EX4. The extra story. Also, I don't know if you guys know this. I forgot which came out first. But, whatchamacallit? The mechanics of this fight are extremely similar to the final boss in Bloodborne. thing is a problem.
One shot, one kill. Your eyes.
See that?
One shot, one kill. Your eyes. Plan to lie down first this time. Maybe not. You're unlucky to be able to sleep forever. I didn't plan to lie down first this time. Maybe not. Have a good night's sleep. You're unlucky to be able. One shot, one kill. Your eyes. Plan to lie down first this time.
Okay. Stop that.
Maybe not. Whatever. Have a good night's sleep. One shot, one kill. Your eyes. You're unlucky to be able to sleep forever. I didn't plan to lie down first this time.
No matter where you are,
You're unlucky to be able to sleep for one shot, one kill. Your eyes.
dead. Please let me go. Okay, cool. Fall. Burn. Crash. Rip. Merge. My body, does it still exist? But wait, there's more? Oh no. That I do not know. I feel as though I am just a tapestry torn into individual strands, strands ripped out and tied to the strands of others. Soft cotton, coarse linen, sharp glass, sturdy, cold barbed wire. These barbs and blades, sharp like scallops. I have wept and cried out in agony, yet nothing has freed me from this eternal despair. I can only read this pain into the fibers of my being, echoes of desperation, incessant thoughts. This is the creature. Deep love, whether it's love, regret, anger, fear, or hatred, a myriad of beings, all are woven into my fibers. Someone, anyone, deliver me from it all. Anyone, please. Please hurry. Kill me. Siren. Ugh. Caught off guard, the white strike hawk is lifted by the ominous black monster. But right then, his last bullet hits the monster's chest, that is emanating faint blue light. The only crisp cracking can be heard as the hetero creature's chest splinters. Pieces of black heteropolymer slide down like shards of glass. Buried within the hetero creature, a broken figure emerges from within. It was a strange yet familiar figure. Where had you seen her before? At this time, Wan Chi's previous languid eyes open wide as he stares at the hetero creature in the middle of the lake. It was her, all along. The construct that went missing from the space station. Oh, shoot. It's, Selena, yeah. This is what the Ascendants did to her. What a disgrace. She's the construct that went missing? I came across her file while looking through the Scouts team database, so I took note of it. I didn't expect that next time I would see her would be here of all places. My mission as a scout is to gather, integrate, and report intel. Prior to the last battle against the Ascendants, each member of the scout team knew all of the intel on them by heart. We all know that the Ascendants, by the name of Gabriel, took a construct from Babylonia, yeah. But as for what purpose or necessity this served has always remained a mystery. Now, the mystery is solved. There's a heterocore fragment here. Suffering a heavy blow, the hetero creature remains kneeling by the shore of the red tide as the punishing virus gathers in the air, about to repair its body. Is it all over? A monster like this won't go down without a fight. I'll buy you some time. Get out of here. Pick up node. Wait, what are you doing? What are you planning on doing with the domain node? Authorization complete. Node activated. Looking around, you barely make it to a high ground and avoid being corrupted by the punishing virus. Aside from where you stand, the red tide inundates the surrounding area, and ravenous hetero creatures occupy the area up ahead. You cannot find any secure place to deploy the node up until Babylonia receives the signal. Give it to me. Hurry back. I've dragged you into this mess. You can't even make it back. Not like I can get very far without you. My bad. Not to mention, all the hetero creatures, you are as good as dead without the protection of a construct. But Tim, why'd I have to kick the hornet's nest after arriving on the surface? You aren't much better though. Always throwing your life away for complete strangers. The hetero creature in the middle of the lake seems to realize the crisis at hand. As it roars and struggles, the monster drags its body towards you in preparation for another attack. There's no time to avoid it. Faced with potential death, your body rushes with adrenaline. The faces of the people you have met along the way flash before your eyes. All the questions that could not be answered at first were answered at this moment. Wow, it just said it had... What? Oh, you had... Oh, 999 of every currency. For example, what do you think of that blue planet? The equatorial radius is 6,378.137 kilometers. It rotates from the west to the east and revolves around the sun. It is the third innermost planet of the solar system. We have nothing left. Our only driving force left is our attachment to this land. It's the only thing that supports our menial existence. Our last wish is to forever rest within its embrace. Standing here, we can look back on the glory of the past and see the tombstones of our old friends. We were born here. We will die here. Humanity is bound to its homeland by the gravitational force known as love. Why had those on the surface not come to Babylonia? What sort of life would they have had on the surface? What would people on the surface think of us? Enough with hypocrisy. Is this really in our best interest, or do you just not want to see us die before your very eyes? Look at you. Your conscience is just as repulsive as your actions. Removing us from our homeland will make you sleep better at night, but it won't make our lives any better. Don't you think it's ridiculous to tell us that we are also citizens of the world government? Don't you remember how you treated us when the evacuation started? You held us at gunpoint to prevent us from boarding Eden. You left us behind like junk. Now you dare come back and rescue us? Are you kidding me? Get out. Get out of here. I don't need your fake compassion now. Because I see weakness and timidity in your eyes. When all this is over, you'll probably blame your incompetence and live with a heavy sense of guilt. So I want to tell you, don't. Didn't you? It's a flashback. Didn't you read this part already? Yeah, it's a flashback. Like that's what it is. Yeah. Real's just lost. Don't feel any guilt. We've chosen our own path. You have completed your mission. All right, that's enough. One day, we will reunite with our comrades on the surface. When that time comes, we will share in the marvelous things we have seen and rejoice in song. Nothing is more romantic, is it not? Yeah, nothing is more romantic. A voice from the bottom of your heart crosses time and space to answer the unknown girl's question. So, before we share all these marvelous things we have seen and rejoice in song, it would be disgraceful to end with such hatred and tragedy. So, you must at least protect the note until the very end. Embrace this idea and hold the long black needle tightly in your arms. Close eyes. And then we died. Wait, what? Sorry. First, your PGR breaks, then my PGR breaks, then you start questioning what is real. Alright. It's like too many games about dreams and memories and flashbacks. You just hear the sound of a frame being crushed. Opening your eyes, you see Wan Shi protecting you. The hetero creature pierces his right arm, causing a fountain of vital fluid to spew from the wound. Don't worry. Constructs aren't that weak. If you're injured, your team and my captain will hold me accountable. But enough of that for now. Maybe we're still in Penacony this whole time? Yes. The strong sense of fear and helplessness causes your legs to go weak. As if in the daze, you catch a glimpse of a broken heart, like that of the broken figure buried within the monster's chest. Her eyes are as empty as when you first saw her. Her exposed chest shines uncharacteristic brightness as faint blue light shimmers beneath it. The hetero creature's chest is within reach. The girl's remains, which you could only catch a glimpse of before, are now in full view. The moment you see her face, your mind becomes clouded by confusion. Could she still be alive like this? Is she dreaming? Why else would she show such a look of pain? Wan Shi is still struggling in front of her. Now is not the time. Now is not the time with such nonsense. But your train of thought begins to spiral out of control. What the? You and 3 other Grey Ravens are at a standstill in the center of the airtight space station. Is this another flashback? Yeah. Excuse me. Is that Grey Raven down there? Who are you? Wait, is that Miss Isla? Yeah, I remember this part. Yes, I'm Isla, a member of the 2nd Archaeological Team. Why is she here? Liv, Lee, do you know her? She's a very popular young artist in Babylonia. Murray likes to go to her exhibitions. I like Miss Isla's work too. That's right. That was Lucia 1.0. I've been wanting to meet you too, especially. I should probably talk about that later. I've got more important things to tell you. My mission here is to rescue a construct named. She means a lot to me. The task forces have all heard about the heroic deeds of the Grey Ravens at the Ascendant's base. I've even heard about them in Babylonia. If you've been in direct contact with the Ascendants, have you seen the Ascendant who attacked me on the space station? Never mind, he's not important. The only thing I care about is whether you found any sign of her in their base. What do you mean by her? You've met her before on the space station. She's my best friend. Her name is... The hero creature's blade is stuck in Wan Shi's shoulder. Wan Shi holds it down firmly, giving the monster no chance to retract it. Right at that moment, you react before you have time to put... Right at that moment, you react before you have time to process it. Rush forward holding the domain node. You manage to finally collect your scattered fragments of your memory. You met her on the space station. She's my best friend. Her name is... Selena. I remember. Everything just went black. Oh, I had to click. Okay. I was about to say Selena. The voice of Isla in your memory suddenly synchronizes with yours. Blurting out the name causes the hetero creature to stop in its tracks. She's still alive. It unleashes a sad and forlorn cry. The girl in the center of its chest moves faintly. Wait, Lamia? Her life is... At the same time, the punishing virus seems to repair the hetero creature at a diminishing rate. It is at that moment you understand the solemn wail song and steel thorns that bind her were the last struggles of the girl within the hetero creature. This music, her voice module was already completely destroyed. Whenever she moves her lips, she is unable to produce any sound. So, she struggles to stretch out her disfigured hand from within the hetero creature. However, there are no need for words. The moment your eyes meet, you sense each other's true intention. All that is left is for each of you to complete the final mission. Grey Raven, come in. Grey Raven, do you copy? We've got ourselves in a situation here. It sounds like Mr. Strikehawk has finally stopped acting all indolent. What's all the panic? You're Commandant. Commandant? What's wrong with Commandant? Relax, your Commandant is fine. The protective device is critical though. Still, we have enough serum. Sorry, I got a little out of hand. We don't have time to get into this right now. Commander Hans just activated the last bit domain node and Babylonia is approaching an orbit to begin the attack. Tell me you are evacuating with our Commandant. Don't worry, we just escaped from the Lion's Den. Lion's Den? Did you run into trouble? Wan Shi remains silent for a moment, then continues. I'm not sure, but I think it was the source of the red tide. What makes you think that? The abnormally high punishing concentration it had, the strong desire for self-preservation, and the behavior of the surrounding hetero creature. It was like a hive similar to that on Earth. It's difficult to describe with words. I'll transmit my readings instead. What? Statics? Yeah, statics to you now. Data received. Is this a hetero creature? Lee looks at the hetero creature and the image frowns. It's exactly what you said. Are you still collecting combat data? I'm a sniper. A sniper is the person responsible for observing the battlefield and collecting data. so what did you do? Don't tell me you found the source and just ran away. It wasn't me. It was your Commandant. The Commandant stabbed the bit domain node into it right at the last second. The Commandant did that? The Babylonian has established a coordinate system and is heading over to us to prepare the orbital strike. But now that the 4th bit domain node has been activated, there's still hope for redemption. If you catch my drift. We nod solemnly. Understood. What's the situation with you and the Commandant? Well, for me, there are problems everywhere. But my mind is still stable and corruption is below the threshold. I just need to take a load off. Now's not the time for that. Keep that in mind. Sheesh, I was just joking. I'm not laughing. Once you bring the Commandant back safely, then you can crack jokes. Got it. Are you still able to escort the Commandant? I'm more than capable of protecting the human. Understood. I'll prepare the camp. Prepare your frame when you get back. Also, thank you for protecting our Commandant. And you should thank your Commandant for the data you're looking at right now. Your Commandant risked death in order to acquire data that's satisfactory for both sides. Chief Commander can be persuaded to inform Babylonia to launch a precision strike. All of our problems will be solved. This is your mission. Don't let the Commandant's efforts go to waste. Understood. Liv, it's urgent. I need you to run calculations and generate a model. Chief Commander Hans. What is it this time, Babylonia is about to reach us in orbit, and will receive orders to retreat in less than half an hour. We just received news that our Commandant is returning to camp. I don't care about any news regarding that fugitive. Tell your Commandant not to do anything stupid. Nova still has time to make it back through the flank and evacuate in time. Our Commandant knows what to do, which is why we are here today. The Commandant encountered a massive hetero creature during the operation. The Strikehawk construct collected a large amount of relevant data during the battle. Based on the data, Liv from our team modeled the evolution of the Red Tide. Go on. Lee activates the terminal and projects the hologram for Hans to see. This is a gradient map of the punishing virus compiled by the Strikehawk while explaining the source of the Red Tide. As you can see, the punishing concentration of the Red Tide increases along with the depth. This area is at its peak. He points to the last picture sent by Wanchi. There's a lake composed of sanguine red tide located in the center of the hologram. And to the image of the ominous black hetero creature. After just a glance, Hans nods. I see. Turn it off. Lee nods and replaces the hologram with the original data map. Also, this is a flow map of the Red Tide. The core cluster is situated in the center of the flow map. Here, the Red Tide increases flow outward and spreads just like a heart pumping blood throughout the entire body. Finally, this is a statistical model and behavior pattern of hetero creature in the core region. We've established that the Red Tide spreads when the hetero creature makes that noise. Get to the point. The Red Tide is a source, and this hetero creature is the culprit for spreading the Red Tide. By eliminating it, we can finally put an end to the Red Tide and solve all of our problems. The Commandant took the most logical course of action by jamming the last bit domain node into the hetero creature. The Babylonian will be overhead soon. I'll apply for a revision to the attack plan, thereby focusing along this arsenal on the bit domain node deployed by the Commandant. What makes you think this will put a stop to the Red Tide? Lee suddenly lowers his voice. I'm not sure, but Chief Commander, you have higher authority, and you should be aware of the CTO's speculations regarding the Red Tide's origin. It's a a vestige. It's a vestige of the Hetero Core. According to the records of our operations against the Hetero Core on the space station, it's impossible to destroy such an entity with a wide-scale strike. What I present to you is only objective facts and data. A wide-scale strike was never an insurance plan to start with. Combining various factors, such as atmospheric thickness, scattering rate, Babylonia's firepower, and punishing virus activity. The Longinus arsenal may look impressive, but we can't ensure that it will be a success. The blast will be dispersed to over a 2-rating area, thereby reducing the strengths of the laser's power. What if we launch a precision strike? It's like stabbing a needle directly into the enemy's heart to stop it from beating. After that, all we have to do is deal with the body. As you said before, Chief Commander Hans, now is not the time to hesitate. Time is of the essence. Please make a decision, Chief Commander Hans. Hans turns his head. Connect me to Babylonia. Contact HQ and transfer me to the President Hassan. Mr. Hans, yep. Transfer complete, Commander Hans. How's it going on the ground, Hans? Changing plans. The Grey Raven's commandant broke protocol and discovered a large hetero creature similar to the one we encountered in the ruins of 75. The data we received from the commandant indicates that the nature of the creature is similar to that of a polyphage. Judging from the flow of punishing energy, this hetero creature is likely to be the source of the red tide. The Grey Raven commandant planted the last bit domain node into the hetero creature. I have applied to change from a wide-scale attack to a precision strike to focus all of our attack power on the hetero creature, thereby ensuing the elimination of the red tide. Before Hassan can respond, a voice interrupts him. Hans, you have overstepped your authority as Chief Commander. Babylonia is in charge of formulating the battle plan, not you. Once a plan has been finalized, you are only responsible for executing it. Understood, Commander. The Science Council has concluded that a wide-scale attack is our best option. We can't guarantee that it will completely eliminate the red tide, but that's the safest strategy. Mr. President, the Science Council didn't have our current data in formulating this plan. I think it's time to make a reasonable contingency plan based on the new data. The battlefield is unpredictable. I'm just making the best judgment based on our current situation. You don't have any ulterior motives? Transmit the data. I'll have Asimov analyze it now. Put me through to Asimov. Transfer complete, Mr. President. Asimov. This is data sent by the troops on the front line. What do you think? Asimov appears on the comm link half asleep. After squinting at the data for some time, he suddenly perks up. Interesting. Very interesting. Looks like the 4th bit domain node is key to all of this. You think so? The troops on the front line request to switch from a wide-scale attack to a precision strike on the 4th bit domain node. On a case-by-case basis, their judgment is reasonable, based on the model they transmit back. I first speculated that the hetero core fragment in the polyphage was the origin of the red tide. I just couldn't understand why the red tide continued to spread after the polyphage disappeared. Turns out we found a new source of power. This data share is interesting. Asimov, this is not the time to indulge in research. are you, Mr. President? Is it feasible to change the plan on such short notice? Objectively speaking, little is known about the red tide. Why did we launch a wide-scale area attack or a precision strike? It's a gamble either way. We just came to the conclusion that a wide-scale attack was our safest course of action. A gamble, you say? Understood. Think it over. One wrong step will lead straight into the abyss. Not for you, but for the whole world. Since it's a gamble either way, I don't mind choosing the more humane option. Put me through to Chief Commander Hans. Hans? Yes, Mr. President. Request granted. Babylonia passes overhead. We will launch a precision strike along this arsenal on the big domain node deployed by the Grey Ravens once we have finished calibrating the coordinates. I'll relay the orders to all of the constructs under my command immediately. Not finished, Hans. After the first attack, we will wait for 20 minutes to observe the effect. If it is ineffective in stemming the red tide, we will launch a second attack. However, this time, it will wipe out the area indiscriminately with a wide-scale attack. 2 consecutive attacks will consume 90% of Babylonia's energy supply, compromising Babylonia's anti-air defenses. You know what this means. Back in Pittsburgh. As you said before, the people on the surface are our comrades. You not only need to relay the updated battle plan, and also issue a retreat. Lead your calibration team to safety. Understood. Halfway there. Requiem. So, are we gonna actually rescue her? Every time she gazes at the blue planet, she has an inexplicable feeling in her heart. The blue planet known as Earth is said to be the cradle of mankind. But in reality, she never regarded the planet as her home. After all, she has been living among clouds and stars since her birth. Her parents, who were once residents of Earth, never shielded away from sharing stories with her about the former glories of mankind. That said, they said it was an era of human ignorance. Grab her memory stick. Oh no. It was an era of human courage. It was an era when mankind was full of longing for all the beauty of the universe. She could not understand the true meaning of these words, but she could feel the sincerity hidden deep within their hearts. Pride, sentiment, and lingering pain. Like a somber needle stabbing the heart. So she inevitably began to yearn for the blue planet. All who lay eyes on the blue planet cannot help becoming enchanted by its beauty. Even while quietly viewing from afar through the observation filter in Babylonia, the softest nerve in your heart will be affected by it. The storms described in stories do not exist in Babylonia, only on the blue planet. Rainbows described in stories do not exist in Babylonia, only on the blue planet. Why did humanity wish to free themselves from the shackles of gravity so urgently? She had such doubts. Flowers are a rare sight in Babylonia. Precious resources are not allowed to be wasted on flora solely for the purpose of viewing. Such fantastical things can only exist in photo albums and stars. If possible, she wants to see a sunrise with her own eyes. She wants to see stars spread across the night sky with her own eyes. She wants to see rainfall form a river with her own eyes. She wants to see snowflakes cover the ground in a blanket of white with her own eyes. The changing of seasons, the waxing and waning of the moon, the thunder in the spring, and the rustling pines in winter. Fields of various grains, grassy hillsides where sheep frolic. Verdant fields waving in the wind, banks where golden flowers grow. Flocks of goldfinches, lush vineyards, barren seashores. If what is portrayed in stories really exists, she really wanted to see it with her own eyes. How long had it been? She could not remember. What seemed like only a brief moment also felt like an eternity. Selena. The pain that keeps pressing her heart stops suddenly upon hearing this name called out. The moment she opens her eyes, she recalls what all had happened. The original promise was now a nightmare. What she wants to protect has become the source of sin. At first, she only wanted to inherit the legacy of her companions. But why has she ended up here? She knows within her heart what to do now. Embracing the black needle left by the familiar yet strange human, she thrusts it into her power source. Let everything end here. Looking up, she seems to catch a glimpse of skylight. At that moment, all of her misery fades away. Is this what looking up at the sky from the surface of Earth feels like? It's so beautiful that people forget fear, pain, and hatred. Bathed in the brilliance, she feels like everything is gradually evaporating away. Before everything disappears, a poem left by the Golden Age suddenly appears in her, the chaotic and collapsing mind. Okay. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinitely in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. Her remains lay quietly on the dry, scorched earth. The remnants of the scattered red tide squirmed towards her like maggots. Part of the red tide once again attaches to her remains, absorbing her strength in preparation to condense her remains into the monster from before. One foot steps onto the red tide. The deadly red tide ripples like a puddle beneath her foot. She stops, lowers her eyes, and looks down at the broken remains as if observing a small flower poking out from within a crack in the rock. If the light words are scattered by the winds. As if she had received some response, she leans down and extends her hand towards the blue light on the chest of the remains. The disfigured body trembles violently. The hetero creature bound to Selena seems to receive instructions, standing in a savage posture of growing ferocity. It suddenly turns into a surging red liquid, plentiful and flowing, gradually fading from Selena's body. And there she is. She raises her finger as if to brush aside the messy hair around the ears of the reborn girl. However, she does not touch her even up until she finally retracts her hand. The heterocore fragment turns to powder in her hands. She leaves without looking back. Huh. Wait, what? She only wants to tell you all the miracles she saw along the journey, cradle of immortality. The sun probes from the eastern horizon. The morning glow pierces the darkness and fades to black upon reaching this far. Yeah, flute lady, yes. An invisible boundary divides the sky. The distant east shines with the first rays of morning, warm and bright. Yet the sky above remains cloaked in darkness, cold and deep. This is a race towards the rising sun. Under the guidance of the Strikehawk, you flee the deep and distant darkness as you set out for the bright and warm horizon. In the blue sky, there suddenly appears a beam of light more dazzling than the sun, like a meteor plummeting at your back. Before you can turn your head, you hear Wanshi. Don't look back. Keep going. Don't look back. Continue onward. Cross that boundary and do not look back. Whether that be the hetero creature or the broken figure within, leave them both behind. It seems that as long as you do not think about it, the heavy sense of guilt will not overwhelm you. On the way back, the desert is still and lifeless. Without the whale song, the tide is now a stagnant pool. Knowing everything that went into this, your pace becomes increasingly burdensome. Among the haze, you see 3 familiar figures standing on a familiar hill in the distance. Before you can speak, Lucia rushes forward and hugs you tightly. Commandant! Commandant! You feel her trembling. Don't ever do that again. No matter what, don't ever go at it alone. Surviving this ordeal should have filled you with joy, but now there's only grief. Looking around, you see Leon live standing solemnly to the side. Only Lucia is here holding you tightly. When choosing to act alone, you never seem to consider their feelings. You feel as if they should be capable of understanding your intentions. At this moment, you deeply understand one thing. You should not risk your life as long as they are around. No, just, I'm sorry. Yep. Uh-oh. Commandant, you really need to reflect on how you left without saying goodbye. Yup. The look on Liv's face remains serious, briefly before softening. You need to cherish yourself. Lee looks you over steadily. Without saying a word, he seems to understand everything. He pats you on the shoulder. Tired? Get some rest. We'll talk about the report later. How do we tell Isla? This is terrible. I've compiled a report on the specific matters of the Grey Raven's violations during this operation. I'll submit it to Babylonia when the time comes. Regardless of the final outcome, it's an established fact that we acted without regard to the instructions of HQ. Looks like this time we'll be tied up in military court for a while. Got it. Are you not concerned in the slightest? Is it because you've got a big heart? Or are you really that fearless? Get court-martialed. Forget it. Now's not the time. All that matters is that you made it back safe and sound. There's one more thing regarding the refugees. He pauses in thought before continuing slowly. Most of them have still chosen to stay. However, some have decided to leave. Considering that there aren't that many people, the temporary facilities will suffice, even if the conservation area on the surface is incomplete. Babylonia will soon dispatch a transport craft to relocate them. What about the others? Honestly, this environment has already become inhospitable for humans. Even though the red tide has stopped spreading, the remaining punishing viruses block their access to nearby cities. They won't be able to hold out much longer here. But if they choose to stay, all we can do is respect their decision. So, all of this was for nothing? If consequentialism is the deciding factor, then most of the actions in the world are meaningless. Not everything can be judged based solely on the number of survivors written in the report. Lee's right. I don't think what you did was meaningless at all. Commandant, you stood up for their hopes and dreams. The fact that you fought until the last minute is precisely why both sides were able to come to a mutual understanding. Mutual understanding? Closing your eyes, your mind fills with the image of the broken figure's almost carefree smile after taking over the bit domain node. With your thoughts still in disarray, you're unable to conjure up a response to the three people before you. You cannot help but look to the scout, who, like yourself, knows what really happened. After undergoing emergency maintenance, Wan Shi is now quietly lying on a haystack with his eyes closed as he basks in the sunbeam. He appears to be fast asleep. For a moment, you do not know whether to think about if constructs actually need sleep or to call him over. After some consideration, you decide not to rush over and awaken him. Having crossed such rugged terrain, a short respite is warranted. Regardless of the struggles on Earth, nothing will affect the eternal migration of stars. This planet has always been like this, equally cruel, equally compassionate. It seldom rains in the desert, but when it does, the sky is as clear as transparent as a mirror. The moist dust cannot be lifted by the roaring wind yet, and at this moment, everyone stops to appreciate the beauty of the stillness. Hans, dressed in his starched and pressed military uniform, stands quietly outside the camp. The surrounding scenery is embraced by a brilliant, transparent silence. Now standing here, he can finally overlook the distant, sparkling coastline. He hears a rustling of footsteps from behind. Hans does not look back. The old man walks up to Hans and gazes off into the distance with him. Why didn't you retreat? Hans closes his eyes. It's been a long time since I've seen the sun rise. After a few moments, Hans realizes that he has not been on the surface in nearly 10 years. Like a soul without a home, exiled by the atmosphere and gravity, drifting in low Earth orbit. Now, the children of Babylonia have forgotten about the Golden Age. They forgot where they came from and how their culture was born. They open their eyes among the stars. For them, Earth is no different from the moon. We tell them that Earth is our home, but we can't tell them why. Soon, everything will become a fragment of history. If I had to choose, I wouldn't leave. But as a soldier, he had no choice. Those who survive must continue the dreams of the dead. They also forgot about Dre. Only the living can see tomorrow. Only the living can exact revenge. Only the living can have hope. No matter how painful, no matter how unwilling, even if he has to destroy what he truly wants, he must leave. Should we not feel guilty? I think not. This burden of guilt nearly crushes him beneath its weight. But it will also become a chain that binds him to the battlefield, forcing him to continue facing all hell before him. Until he dies, he will fight his way. No matter how disgraceful and despised by others, he will fight until his heart stops and shatters to pieces. Only he himself knows that he is not the unyielding pine others saw him as. Rather, he is just a tombstone that refuses to topple. Should he crumble, the glory of the Golden Age engraved on him will become dust in the long river of time, never to return. The man in his starched and pressed uniform leaves. Now, only the old man remains standing gazing off into the distant sea. At this age, can you still feel sorrow? In a trance, he seems to hear the sound of waves. It must be his imagination. From this distance, even the ocean breeze would be unable to carry the sound this far. This is only a residual sound from his memory. He slowly takes a seat on the ground. In the blue sky, several black spots suddenly appear. Those must be the transport craft sent by Babylonia to pick them up. The old man glances back at the camp. Some people had come out of their homes, mostly young children. The lost boy is leaning against his grandmother and waving at the old man. The old man turns to wave back. Grow up big and strong, he says almost inaudibly. Life is full of all kinds of farewells. People he had come to know left this world one by one, regardless of those he loved and hated. They are already gone. This was just another farewell. He cannot leave this land. Many others cannot leave either. Some people will be bound to their hometown all their lives. Those who are about to leave and those who choose to stay say goodbye to each other. But there is no sadness on their faces. Because watching young birds leave the nest is not something to grieve over. She had a very long nightmare. Her body was torn apart, broken down, and then put together again. Supporting such a fragmented body, she lingered in the endless darkness until she forgot what she even looked like. In the haze, someone persuaded her to give up. If she were to give up, she would no longer continue to suffer. If she were to give up, she would not have to continue to face hell. Was anything left unfinished? She could not remember. It was as if she had already faded from existence. No, that cannot be. Don't strain your mind without trying to work this strange business out. At a convenient moment, which will be soon, I'll explain everything and all these strange occurrences will become clear. A name passed through her mind, although she could not recall the exact name. She missed it from the bottom of her heart. And then a beam of light pierced the eternal night. The darkness was like a curtain, tearing from where the light shined and slowly opening from both sides. Suddenly, her senses returned. She slowly props up her body from the barren ground. She lifts her head and opens her eyes. The sun hangs in the vast blue sky. It is no longer the fiery ball of light in space that incinerates everything. The atmosphere makes it bless all life on Earth equally. It is so gentle that people forget all of their sadness. Here, she sees sunlight for the first time, breathes her first gust of wind, and steps out onto Earth for the first time. Who is she? Why is she here? Nothing matters anymore. She only wants to tell you all the miracles she saw along the journey. Oh, a cutscene. Wait. So she survived. But how? No, but they did say something about the red tide kind of like reconstructing her body. But but we know she's alive now. What the heck? Oh wow, look. Yeah. This is interesting. She played a fancy tune. Let's see. Silent Battlefield. It was an early afternoon when Kamui accidentally discovered a slightly swollen metal can in Wan Shi's storage. It reminded Wan Shi of his distant past. It's Kamui. Wan Shi, why'd you put such a strange tasting? Yeah. Oh, strange tasting. Wow. Strange tasting can in your maintenance capsule. You ate it? Not even Kamo could have choked that down. I could smell it a mile away. I thought your recovery room had been raided by mustard gas. Kamui's noisy voice projected from the direction of Wan Shi's recovery room. Through the open door of the recovery room, Wan Shi sees the cans that he had put in the cabinet. Kamui accidentally discovered a slightly swollen metal can in Wan Shi's storage. It reminded Wan Shi of his distant past. Broken stone slabs and steel bars stand in the ruins. Smoke and dust in the air cast an oppressive haze on the area. The surrounding craters speak to the kind of devastation wrought on this land. Oil flows quietly along the terrain, filling craters along the way and finally gathering in the recesses of the street. A pair of military boots step into a puddle, causing black ripples to disturb the oily surface. The ripples bump into a mechanical arm submerged in the oil. Right at that moment, the mechanical arm seems to receive a signal, stirring it from silence. It twitches wildly, grabbing onto the surrounding wreckage as if it tries to free its broken limbs from the crushing weight of the ruins. Finally, its attempt at dragging itself out is ended by the dull thud of a gunshot. Looks like there's some stragglers. I thought all the corrupting links of the defense line were altered by the large-scale cleanup and suppression operation led by the Ewods. The shooter slings the rifle on his shoulder while it is still cooling down, and then looks down at the corrupted he had just stopped moving. Wan Shi, you file I'm looking for still isn't popping up on the scan. What about you? Come on, is that you yawning again? Are you working or what? You could say that. Wanchi? Wanchi! Damn it. He fell asleep again. Forget it. I'll just... Troy, you should probably lie down for a second. Hearing the sudden sound in the silent comms, the construct known as Troy performs a tactical roll to the side, avoiding a burst of air as it ruptures by his ear. It was the sound of the attack from a large corrupted suddenly appearing in front of Troy. Building debris and the remains of smaller corrupted fall off its torso. As Troy raises his gun and aims at the large corrupted, a silver orb of light fires from the direction where he last stood. Following the blast, the corrupted begins to disintegrate from one of his arms. The mechanical joint shatters into fragments and splashes into the oil-filled crater. Finally, a silver orb of light penetrates the fractured memory shell towering off to the side, but falls backwards from the inertia of the impact, leaving mechanical residue on the ground. Another bites the dust. Take 5. Troy gets up and looks back. He sees Wanchi, who is standing on the overlooking precipice off in the distance, stretch his arms and then lay down lethargically. Hey, knock it off. Quit sleeping on the job. Relax. That was the last one. What makes you say that? While you were running around looking for the data files, I was here scanning for enemies and taking them out. I didn't even have to move an inch. Quick and easy. Fine, whatever. Troy sighs, then climbs over a structure and continues to search the ruins. Anyway, the ruins sure are quiet. Hey, Wanchi, when did you join Strikehawk? Now that you're awake, I figured I'd ask while I still had the chance. You've been dozing on and off, so I didn't want to bother. Doze off again. It just happened by some weird twist of fate. Perhaps due to Wanchi's sudden response over the comms, or because he was not expecting an answer. Either way, Troy slips while climbing the crumbling wall to the ground. Right as Troy is about to fall off the wall, he hears the revving of an engine underfoot. A faint white light appears in the mirror, steadily catching him in the air. You scared me there for a second. Troy pats his chest with a free hand and places his feet back on a sturdy section of the crumbling wall. After regaining his footing, he continues to climb. Fate, huh? That's nice. I heard that scouts don't have to go to the front line. That's why I joined. But you Strikehawks are in a league of your own. Like some sort of elite team? Of course. What scout hasn't heard of Strikehawk? But don't elite teams usually have a human called, a commandant? That's just an ordinary elite team. Don't you know who your captain is? Chrome is a perfect construct equipped with a specialized inver device who is responsible for serving as the team's commandant. Oh, the other Strikehawks are equally one-in-one. Any mission with Strikehawk is virtually guaranteed to be a success. You don't say. I just thought there was something special about our captain in common. How could you be so oblivious to all of this? You don't know how much I envy you. As for me, my combat abilities are as ordinary as they come. All I can do is run fast and keep my mouth shut. That's why Commander Nicola assigned me to this mission. Honestly, I may not be afraid to fight the corrupted, but I won't be the first in line to fight them head on. So, thanks for the help just now. It was nothing. No need to be so modest. It was an honest compliment, just teasing. After climbing to the top of the crumbling wall while chatting with Wanshi, Troy can now scan the large area below. Troy sees patches of corrupted and human remains piled up on the ground, alluding to a tragic battle that had just taken place here. Troy bows his head in a moment of silence, then jumps down from the crumbling wall and continues onward. Surely enough, this city was lost during the post-pandemic age too. It seems like this bloodbath here are the real reason I won't step on the front line. It's ridiculous that soldiers pay their lives in exchange for a total retreat. We're supposedly bound by duty to carry out orders. But every time I see these scenes, I can't help but ask these questions from the bottom of my heart. However, the answers to these questions are even more troubling. Troy smiles somberly, then tapped the position of his temple, causing a fluorescent panel to pop up in front of his eyes. It's not here either. Wanshi, when will this endless war end? I don't know. What a pity. If one person dies on the battlefield, they're a hero. 10 people, they're martyrs. 1 million people, they're just a statistic. We already sacrificed so many people. Is it true that our mission will only be complete once we achieve victory and humanity has taken back Earth? I don't know. But I had a dream about us winning the war recently. The spark spreads from a faint orb of light, igniting change all around the world. Finally, the spark ignites the entire Earth, but gradually fades after burning. Even if we win a temporary victory against the corrupted, the punishing virus won't be eradicated too easily. It was just a dream, though. It's just not a dream. The punishing virus has caught us off guard more than once. Just as human beings have spent millions of years building their own civilizations on the surface of Earth, the punishing virus is also adapting and corrupting the land in its own way. If we don't find a way to eradicate it, when conditions such as environment and time align, one day the punishing virus will evolve into an existence beyond our comprehension. Well, but at least it hasn't come to that yet, has it? It's always best to plan ahead, but we still need to live in the present, right? Sure. The comlink becomes silent again. Thoughts fills the minds of Troy and Wanshi. They continue to perform their respective tasks in radio silence. Gear. Looks like the battle here was especially brutal. Even the Foundation is deformed. After confirming that there are no signs of life up ahead, Troy puts down his scope and walks out of the corner of the ruins. Wanshi, everything checks out on my side. I'm going to head down the tilted Foundation and investigate. Alright. I've positioned myself in a vantage point nearby. Wow, that was fast. And that just means I can kick up my feet sooner. Troy checks Wanshi's coordinates on his panel, then looks up to see a sniper rifle nestled within a hole in the wall above. Wanshi leans up against the wall and nods. You've even set up your weapon. Now I can count on you. Troy leaps forward and arrives at a cluster of buildings under the deformed foundation. But you noticed it too, didn't you? The marker for the file we've been looking for is flashing in the ruins. We'll finish our mission once I collect it. Copy that. Let me check the scan. Alright, I should be able to enter from here. 2 collapsed stone slabs on the left and right support each other. Two collapsed stone slabs on the left and right support each other, forming a space just big enough for one person to enter and exit. Troy kneels down under the stone slabs and steps into the dark ruins in front of him. However, just as Troy wants to move on, he comes into contact with something hard. Huh? My panel isn't showing anything on display. Skusa? Okay. Skusa. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Who's there? Troy, get out of there. A strong shock interrupts Troy's conversation with Monchi. The building ruins that Troy entered suddenly shake violently. Rubble and steel bars collapse for the second time. Troy and debris fly out of the collapsed ruins and hit the opposite building, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. The heck? A dark figure exits the collapsed ruins. The mechanical grinding of machine parts can be heard coming from his torso. Wansu's vision module can only detect an intricate machine and a head tightly bandaged as if out of punishment or atonement. But Wanchi and Troy's panels pick up nothing on the scan. The Babylonian equipment is useless in identifying the figure. No corrupted response, no construct response, not even a human response. The flashing lights on their scanners indicate that the equipment is operating normally. The position where the figure stands is devoured by thick darkness. Even light cannot escape. The moonlight and remaining light within the ruins does not reflect any color. This is the first time I've seen someone this strange. Troy. Wanchi. I'm okay. That thing, that's what we need. The dark figure inserts a chip into its chest, causing the mission icon to flash on the display panels. Seems like we have our eyes on the same file. Unfortunately, I cannot let you have it. I went through tremendous effort to unlock the Stalt's encrypted lock. Who are you? Just an insignificant gear. My job is to ensure that all operations run smoothly. Wait, is that Gabriel? The dark figure replies and walks towards Troy, felling the ruins. The gravel at its feet vibrates with each step like a pounding drum. Step away from him. Wanshi quickly rappels down as he empties his clip. Silver lights rain down on the shadow, only to be deflected in the air by blue lights. Is that a threat? It seems that you cannot simply die without pain. Troy, hold on. Outsiders must be purged. I need to move away from it first. Wait, no. Why does it do this? No, see? Old Gabe. Oh no. See, Yeah, they need to fix the client. Something's going on with it. It's not even letting me click anything. Aha! I got it to work. From this distance. Go to the halo to snipe the enemy. It's on fire. You still want me to go to this halo? That makes no sense. You know what? There's another one. Ah, I see. So, yeah, it's making me use my mouse for this one. That's making it so difficult. So do I just go back and forth? No. One day they'll fix the PC client. Really? I missed? Alt tab does that. Could have swore I tried that, but I definitely will. Huh. Oh. It's over. Very well. I'm giving sleep. You will sleep forever. Well, looks like you're the one to fall asleep first. Looks like. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. I can't move. What have you done? Just some trivial work. Impossible. Good night, good night. I'm coming right now, Troy. I will heal you. Sorry to trouble you again. Is he actually down though? That's what I thought. Wait, did I say it's over? What? No.
Time for you to go to bed.
Is that all you got?
Early to...
What?
I don't think I can early to rise.
Gear grabs Wan Shi by his head and lifts him off the ground. As I was saying, what are you fighting for? Wan Shi's lips move faintly, spitting out vital fluid on the gear. He cannot see the figure's expression, but he can see that the light source on its body gradually changes from fluorescent to dark red. Ah, how blasphemous and banal. This has gotta be freaking Gabriel. made before he became Gabriel? Gear slowly lifts up Wan Chi and throws him onto the ground, cracking the ground from the force of the impact. Wan Chi's body slightly bounces into the air from the impact. Just as he is about to land, Gear catches him by the left leg. Endeavors deprived of faith are merely mundane shells, vulnerable and meaningless. Yeah, this is Gabriel. The way he talks and this is him. How disappointing. Gear speaks, slamming Wan Chi to the ground on both sides like a doll in the hands of a child. Gear lifts Wan Chi above its head, then slams him down again. You may be weak, but you still managed to withstand a beating, foolish one. This continues for some time, but the thrashing from Gear appears to be slowing. Gear looks down at Wan Chi clenched within its right hand to discover that it's covered in a layer of frost. Due to the numbing cold of the frost, it had no idea that a layer of ice had formed. Although it's not thick, the ice affects its ability to control its limbs. Wan Chi lifts his right leg and delivers a powerful kick to Gear's forearm. Coupled with the numbing frost in the joints of his right hand, Wan Chi is finally able to free himself from its clamp. After seeing Wan Chi break away, Gear immediately swings his left hand to catch its prey again. Falling to the ground, Wan Chi shoots a silver orb of light at Gear's head. Right as the orb of light is about to land a direct hit, Gear turns its head at an awkward angle and deflects the shot. Barely grazing the armor on its cheek with a trail of glistening sparks, the beam shoots off into the sky. Is that all, trivial scum? Grievously wounded, Wan Chi smirks as if to indicate that the attack was not as trivial as Gear was led to believe. It quickly turns to look in the direction of the orb of light. It turned to discover Troy, which it had previously sent flying, floating in the air. Only once Troy firmly warps the orb of light around its hand does Gear see the attack's true form. It is a silver, conical claw attached to the transparent composite rope. This thin rope, which is now attached to Gear's frozen right hand, is connected to a snare gun wielded by Wan Chi. Sleep tight. Wan Chi tosses the snare gun behind Gear and quickly rolls to the side. Flying behind the enemy, the snare quickly wraps around Gear and tightly ensnares its limbs. Once the snare gun completely secures Gear, it transforms into a square sheet and adheres tightly to the back of Gear, preventing it from freeing itself. At the same time, Troy grabs a silver claw and flies over a raised section of the ruins, then quickly descends to the other side. Troy's injuries cause him to collapse to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke around him. The thin rope hoists Gear up, leaving it hanging in the air. Dragging its left leg, Wan Chi limps over to Troy and helps him up. Troy plants the claw on the floor, then Wan Chi drops a frost grenade next to the claw. As Wan Chi and Troy leave, the grenade activates and freezes the claw to the floor of the ruins. It looks like our equipment won't hold much longer. Have you relayed all the enemy intel? No, I can't send it. It seems like something in the air is jamming our signal with Babylonia. Troy points up, but as Wan Chi looks in this direction in the direction of his finger, all that can be seen is the thick cover of night that has imprisoned the entire area in darkness. Moonlight tries to pierce the dense layer of clouds, but only a dim glimmer of light reaches the ground. Nothing on the scanner. Maybe it's the same composition as that thing back there. Initiate emergency evac plan. See that fork up ahead? Let's split up there, then meet back at the evac point. Alright, got it. Sync up the time. 0043. 043. No problem. ETA for the evac point is in 3 hours. Give each other a 5-minute window. Switch comms to stealth mode for 5 minutes to prevent us from being followed. After Wanshi gives the two of them basic first aid, they lean up against the corner of the building, separating their paths. The air is so quiet that they can hear the breathing. Signal all, entering stealth mode. Ditto. After the final confirmation, Troy and Wanshi get up and break off in different directions. Right then, Wanshi hears Troy's voice coming from behind him. Wanshi, don't get yourself killed. Right back at you. After saying goodbye, they part ways in the moonlight and walk towards the dark ruins before them. Pathetic, yeah. The ice crystals begin to gradually melt under the high temperature generated by Gear. Clenching its right fist, Gear breaks the composite rope ensnaring its body and smashes into the ground with a heavy thud. I'm not sure I pronounced that. Zion? Donazion. Sure. Donazion. Run if you so dare, wretched fools. Reparations must still be made for the path that will lead us to Sage. After losing its counterweight, the rope snaps and falls limply to the ground. Gear throws the composite rope still clinging to its body aside and looks in the direction in which Troy and Wanshi had left. This may take longer than anticipated. All potential threats must be eliminated. Yeah, that's so him. Wanshi artistly makes his way through the abandoned city and crater-filled streets. Moonlight cascades on the broken buildings, casting overlapping shadows like the tenebrous depths of a lake. The night breeze passes through an open building and blasts Wanshi with hot wind and gravel. Ravaged by war, buildings throughout the city have toppled to their foundation. Some are no longer covered by roofs, others are now empty shells. The disjointed buildings that still remain standing appear ready to collapse at the slightest gust of wind and sand. The monotonous scenery continues to extend in front of Wanshi. No matter where he goes, he sees similar ruins. Looks like the painkillers have stopped working. The dormant pain begins to resurface, disrupting each of his daily circuits. The severe pain causes Wanshi to stumble to the ground. Wanshi, now's not the time for a nap. Keep going, or else Chrome's gonna yell at you again. But I'm spent. Wanshi's eyesight begins to tremble slightly. The sounds of the wind in his ears becomes distant. He feels himself drift away from the world like the sensation just before falling asleep. Now's not the time to sleep. I can't. What the heck? Right as Wanshi's body is about to forcibly shut down his vision module due to his injuries, a figure appears before him. Who? A human? No. I must first. The stranger walked closer, but his voice becomes more distant. All Wanshi can feel is endless darkness. The light blue flame at the bottom of the transport craft burns up the debris on the landing site, creating a circular area for hovering. The wind pressure generated by its hovering blows the clothes worn by the construct sitting on the ground. This is Mother Goose 3, sorry for the wait, Kamui. With his greatsword strapped to his back, Kamui stands up and smiles at the transport craft as it lands. You're later than usual. Well, we encountered some interceptor drones upon entering the stratosphere. They didn't pose any threat, but they still delayed us on our way here from Babylonia. Huh? What are drones doing at that high of an altitude? No idea. They showed low signs of corruption, so we mistook them for allies at first. You don't say. Just as Kamui is about to board the transport craft, his smile fades into a more dignified expression. Hate to do this, but let's return to Babylonia before going to the next objective. Huh? But... The pilot wants to continue asking him, but when he sees Kamui's expression, he realizes he was not making these demands lightly. Understood. Thank you. Upon saying this, Kamui boards the transport craft and connects to Strikehawk's encrypted channel. You've realized it too, Captain, haven't you? I have. What kind of mission has Wan Shi been assigned? Why would he need to operate in stealth mode to avoid danger? I'm not authorized to have access to the mission details. All I know is that Nicola dispatched members from each team on the top secret mission. Where are you now? I'm in Babylonia on my way to the bridge. Why the long face, Captain? What? Sorry, I've been worried. Relax. No one knows how capable Wan Shi is. No one knows how capable Wan Shi is than you. Yeah, okay. He's able to overcome any difficulty that comes his way. And he's a natural at whatever he puts his mind to. In other words, nothing stands in his way whenever he decides to get serious. Even if something really happens, we'll save him. I don't want to be the only one left to put up with your crap. The worst kind of mission, shopping for milk and cigarettes. That goes both ways. Sorry, I couldn't help but get a little nervous. This is the first time I've had to pull you guys out of all sorts of strange places. Right, so... Oh, this is Kamui. Right, so as I was saying... Just relax. Regardless of what the higher-ups have to say, our duties as Strikehawks will still stay the same. You're absolutely right. Chrome, the Strikehawk captain, reporting in. Chrome enters the bridge and gives the standard military salute to Hassan and Nicola standing in front of the hollow screen. Hassan turns and nods to Chrome. Nicola retains a dignified expression and stares at the screen in front of him. Chrome, what brings you here at a time like this? I'm here on behalf of my team. I know I have no right to involve myself with top secret missions, but as their captain, I must be responsible for their lives. I have reason to believe they've encountered an unexpected threat. What are you trying to say? Chrome looks directly into Hassan's eyes and speaks solemnly. I am here to request permission for Strikehawk to carry out a rescue mission for Wan Shi and the other dispatched on the top secret mission. Nonsense! What do you think is the meaning of a military order? After hearing Chrome's appeal, Nicola finally shifts his gaze away from the holoscreen in front of him to Hassan and Chrome. Military orders are missions that soldiers must obey, sir. I do not object to your order. However, I stand here on behalf of those involved with the hope of minimizing our losses. You. Right as Nicola is about to reprimand Chrome, Hassan stops him. What makes you say that? Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President. I was dispatched on a low-risk mission to patrol and survey the Arctic Ocean. Combined with the local climate, it would be more reasonable to assign it to Arctic Fox, since they are better equipped for cold environments. This top-secret mission surely plays important tactical significance to Babylonia. However, the Spec Ops members appear to have encountered an issue that has resulted in the necessary for stealth evac. I believe that this is because the Spec Ops members have encountered an issue that is beyond their capabilities. The failure of this operation is bound to hinder the process of recapturing Earth. Therefore, I highly advise dispatching additional personnel to conduct a rescue mission and complete the mission with a larger team. I believe you two are also looking for candidates to form a rescue team. Correct. Except not to conduct a rescue mission. Rather, we need to ensure that Babylonia acquires the necessary intel. Understood. I'm sure there are also certain criteria for selecting the personnel. Most of the task force members have been dispatched to various places around the world to eradicate the corrupted. Kamui just so happens to have completed his mission, and I'm currently on standby in Babylonia. We can use the Chrome airdrop capsules to land on the surface at high speed whenever needed. So, I propose that we are the best candidates for this operation. Impossible. This is a conflict of interest, and your personal biases will only doom the mission to failure. We may be weapons, but we were once humans. Each Strikehawk possesses strong combat ability and synergy unmatched by other members. Whether in terms of execution ability or efficiency, Strikehawk is the best choice. I'm not saying this out of inflated self-confidence, but a combination of practical considerations. After Chrome finishes speaking, a long silence fills the bridge. Hassan nods to Nicola, then looks at Chrome and says, "You just mentioned the airdrop capsules. We're currently running trials on a new model that we've currently developed. We can't guarantee its safety, though." Understood. Well, it seems like you have already made up your mind. But did you stop to consider why the Arctic Ocean Survey mission was assigned to you in the first place? Because there are a few issues that only I can solve. If that is the case, then I will immediately resume the survey mission and rendezvous with Arctic Fox once I complete this mission. I heard Asimov say that the modifications to your frame are still in the trial phase. Continuous high-intensity operations put a lot of strain on it. The impact is minimal based on past experiences. Not to mention, this will give me an opportunity to put it to the test and see what requires further optimization. You can't just talk a big game. Young people always overpromise and underdeliver. Instead, there is nothing but a dismal end. Nicola looks at Chrome and is met with a firm gaze. I'm betting Langston Smith's name on it. Well then. Looks like you haven't forgotten who you are. Looks like we can't possibly turn you down now. The coordinates have been sent to your terminal. Don't let us down. Roger. Awakening. The pure white world is stable and sweet. The world is no longer pale as Wangxi regains consciousness. He realizes he is inside the building. The surrounding walls are covered with neat and orderly knife scratches as if someone was counting something. However, there are far too many scratches to count now. Wangxi tries to send activation signals to his limbs, but his attempts are futile. Guess I can't move. Right as he tries to assess the damage to his body, his vision is filled with the black hole of a muzzle. I wouldn't move if I were you. Seeing as he didn't kill me while I was out, I'd wager he isn't part of the same organization as that gear thing, Maybe I... While Wan Shi is thinking about what to say, the old man takes the initiative. Hey, what the hell are you? Huh? You look like a human, but there ain't a single human thing about you. You're obviously a machine, but you ain't acting like those crazy... What? Oh. Crazy motherfuckers wandering around outside. Who are you? And what you doing out here? This is PGR's Boot Hill. Choose your words carefully. Depending on your answer, you'll either be greeted with a bullet from my gun or a good morning kiss. Well, actually, technically, this came out before, so yeah, this is hilarious. I'm just a construct that came here by mistake. Huh? What the hell is a construct? Son of a nice lady, yes. And with that, the old man aims his rifle at Wan Shi's forehead. Don't you know? It's a bit of a hassle to explain. In short, it is a humanoid robot made of tantalum? Yeah. Tantalum copolymer with the help of a human consciousness module. All right. Enough. So, they put a human brain in this tin can? I guess you could put it like that. Shit, ain't that some blasphemy? Do humans really want to run around on Earth like that? The old man spits to the side. He really is a cowboy. The old man spits to the side and lowers his rifle from Wan Shi's forehead. I ain't ever seen any fella like you before. Arnold, and his name is Arnold. Oh my goodness. Construct, eh? That's a mouthful. I'll just call you by your name. Name's Arnold. What's your name? Wan Shi? Wan Shi? That ain't much better. Anyway, looks like you've seen better days. This place has been abandoned for quite some time. I ain't seen anyone alive here in ages. How'd you end up here? I don't remember. I don't even know where this place is. All I know is that the mission I was carrying out failed, so I was en route to the evac point. And then I just fell asleep. More like knocked the hell out. Fell asleep my ass. You were on a mission, eh? Looking at your gear and nameplate, guessing you're a soldier? Don't want to tell me who you are? Not like it matters. I wouldn't be going around running my mouth telling my life story to folks I just met neither. Sorry. Don't mention it. Soldiers are all the same. I get it. Oh, you were a soldier? I just know a dumb... Wait, what? Oh, dumb... There we go. I just know a dumbass war vet is all. Sounds like you two were close. Live long enough, and you'll find yourself a few buddies. Same goes for you, right? You could say so. With wounds as bad as these, I can hear them yelling at me whenever I close my eyes. I ain't no grease monkey, but I can sure as hell say it's a miracle you made this far. If me and my buddy hadn't kept working on you while you were knocked out, who knows when you would have woken up. Just like that, a small round robot appears at Wan Shi's bedside. Arnold waves to the robot, and it jumps on his shoulder. It seems that this is what Arnold calls his buddy. It's a buddy. We can only patch you up for a bit. After all, I ain't ever seen this kind of tech before. Thanks, but why did you help me? Because of a promise I made with that dumbass. Of course, I got my own reasons, but that's in the past. Anyways, you're safe for now. Arnold gestures with his hand and walks over to a corner. You hungry, Wan Shi? I still got some canned herring. Constructs can eat, but in theory, we don't have to. Ain't that convenient? Arnold takes out a knife from his waistband and skillfully opens some bulging cans. Suddenly, a strange, pungent smell fills the confined space and somehow manages to reactivate Wan Shi's damaged smell module. Phew, what's that? Think I'd have nightmares if I ate that. Kids these days. It tastes healthy and keeps you on your toes. And to think I wanted to share it with you. Guess it ain't easy to come by, you know. Now, ain't like it was in the past. When I'd eat, I'd set up a table outside and ask my buddy to play my favorite bass tunes. I'd eat herring with crisp bread, potato and butter. What? Listen to tunes and kick up my feet in the evening breeze. No people making a ruckus and none of these buildings blocking my view of the sky. Moonlight and stars shining all over me. Ain't nothing like that now. After opening the can with his knife, Arnold begins munching on the fish as he reflects on the scenes of his past. But thanks to those monsters, it ain't easy finding supplies, and I can't stay out too long. Oh, wow, I can't even imagine. That's normal. A lot of stuff you gotta see for yourself. Arnold smiles and puts the last piece of fish from the can in his mouth with his knife. Just then, Wan Shi notices the sphere ball on Arnold's shoulder shudders slightly. Why is there always gotta be problems when I'm eating? What is it? Ain't nothing. I gotta go out for a sec. Really? At a time like this? You betcha. How else would an old man like me still be running around? Arnold grabs his rifle, climbs up the ladder on the wall, opens the closed hatch above his head, and leaves the room. Well, I guess I'll take this time to... Right as Arnold leaves, Wan Shi closes his eyes and begins to run diagnostics on the extent of internal damage. Has the damage from the battle and the side effects from the temporary blockage now completely blocked my internal connection circuits? What a drag. Looking around, a cloud of gray and yellow dust fills the underground space. The only light within the room comes from the beta lamp overhead. On one side of the room, parts are stacked on what appears to be a mechanical workbench. However, the layer of dust indicates that these items have not been used in quite some time. I wonder if Troy has reached the evac point safely. After thinking for a while, Wan Shi shakes his head and closes his eyes. Well, looks like there's nothing I can do right now. I guess I'll just kick up my feet for a while. I'm back. Miss me, kiddo? Oh, you're back. Arnold's loud voice wakes up Wan Shi. Half awake, Wan Shi barely manages to open his eyes and look in Arnold's direction. Ugh. Today took a little longer than usual. After climbing down the ladder, Arnold throws his rifle to the side and collapses on the shabby sofa in the corner. I don't know why, but there are more of these damn monsters wandering around outside than ever before. They're wandering around like a herd of sheep. Could it be? Don't worry about it. I took care of them already. Arnold reaches for his windbreaker, then quickly points his finger out in front of him like shooting a gun. All the top actors used to do this. Such a cowboy. Oh, you don't say. You kiddos don't understand why women used to fall head over heels for this kind of thing. Arnold's mouth curls into a half-hearted smile. He crosses his legs and reclines on the sofa. I wonder if these monsters are acting so strange has gotten something to do with labeling you as some sort of fugitive. Yeah, I think this place is going to be crawling with danger here soon. You leave while you still can, Arnold. Who the hell do you think I am? Think I can just leave you here in your condition and save my own hide? But you don't have to do it for a stranger. I don't care even if we just met. I ain't gonna do it. Do you know what it's like living in a prosperous and bleak metropolis? City folk turn a blind eye to those around them. That's how awful society was like during the Golden Age. People used to care about each other. You won't read about that in those data files of yours. Changes like that in society can't be recorded in those files with just a few words or statistics. I've seen the kindness of humanity and experienced the indifference of society. Human society flourished for a time, but then they became indifferent to each other. I can't watch people survive in such indifference and selfishness. I ain't gonna join them. And I sure as hell ain't gonna be like them. But that don't mean I hate humanity. Quite the opposite, actually. We can't just give up on others, no matter who it is. Calling it escaping sounds nice, but it's really just weakness. I don't want to see this kind of weakness in humanity. So that's why I live here alone with my buddy. But I still can't sit by and ignore the lives of others. So you see, it's the two of us who are going to get out of here alive. But I know you can't move in your condition. So, how about this? I fix you up and we get the hell out of... Wait, I fix you and we get the hell out of Dodge. Huh? Don't underestimate this old timer. I used to be a doctor. That's how I managed to modify this old body of mine and keep it up and running for so long. Arnold walks up to Wan Shi and lifts up his coat, revealing numerous surgical scars covering his body. I see. But it ain't easy operating alone. That's why I built my partner here to lend a hand. Arnold straightens out his clothes with one hand and pats the sphere on his shoulder with the other. Well then, Tell me what I need to know to get up in there and fix those nuts and bolts of yours. I can't just go in blind. I want to show you my handiwork. Arnold dusts off the workstation and wheels it over to Wan Chi's bedside. Like you said, time is of the essence. Let's get this over and done with. Wait, wasn't that just... Oh, that was awakening. Okay. Echoes of the past. The mechanical arm on the workstation swings back and forth as the sphere bot hands various tools to 3 centimeters to the left. Cut the artificial skin, then open the upper mechanical cover. Is this it? Yup. This sure is some mighty fine craftsmanship. Well, it came at the cost of a lot of research and sacrifice. I see. I'm guessing ain't easy being a construct. I had no idea technology in the outside world had come this far. Huh? You don't know what's going on in the outside world? Don't know? Don't care. I don't know how long it's been since I left society and started living by myself out here in no man's land. Arnold is that one guy who survives the apocalypse. He really is. All I remember is opening my hatch one day and the whole world had changed. See this hand? I amputated it when it got infected and started to fester. That's why it's modified the way it is now. Luckily, this pile of protective gear only came at the cost of a hand. Wow, impressive. Of course! Who the hell do you think I am? Who hadn't heard of Arnold back then? Listening to Arnold speak, the sphere bot handing him tools suddenly kicks him in the face. What? Oh heck, I completely forgot. Thanks for reminding me, bud. It's alright. Enough about the past. I've long abandoned everything I once had. As for the protective equipment, it ain't as powerful as you, little buddy. I built this little guy out of scrap metal I picked up from the dump. There's just enough to keep me going. Me and my partner... Hey! How you doing? Welcome. Me and my partner are like on an island cut off from the outside world. I see. Think I can borrow that buddy of yours, Arnold? Sure. What for? Welcome to punishing gray reading. Yeah, that's exactly what this has been. But it's a lot of fun though. Arnold stops his work and grabs a water bottle from the cabinet off to the side. He squeezes it into his mouth, but only after a few drops dribble out. After that, Arnold throws the water bottle aside, then grabs the sphere bottle off his shoulder and tosses it next to Wan Chi. Try connecting it to my temple. Like this? Arnold pulls a connector from the back of the sphere bot and attaches it to Wan Chi's head. The surrounding environment suddenly changes. The dingy underground room becomes a spacious white city. The bricks and stones that built the city pour out from the ocean above, pass through Arnold and Wan Chi, then slice into various buildings within the city. The architecture changes styles continuously. In an instant, the city goes from magnificent European halls to modeled urban ruins, then to a blood-red dead zone. Light and shadows alternate rapidly in the city. The boundary between day and night begins to blur. The white city continuously alters its shape. Refracted light shines from above, unveiling a blue ocean of data behind it. Various buildings and images reflect in the ocean, waiting for the two divers to give instructions. Well, I think this will give you a glimpse of the outside world. What's this? Is this what the city looks like now? Is that the ocean up there? Well, that's the data stream up there. It just looks like the ocean is all. Arnold is stunned for a moment as he scans the changing scenery around him. Survey work is tedious, so I asked someone to modify the projection recording function. I can basically reproduce what I've seen from the data stream overhead. That sure is convenient. You can even see... Arnold shakes his head, aware of what he was about to ask. Forget it. I stopped caring about the past ages ago. Show me where people live now. The surrounding city folds in on itself, revealing Babylonia. Well, the old cities were mostly destroyed by the war, so everyone basically lives in Babylonia. Babylonia? I thought it was only under development, not that it was already finished. Good thing you know about Babylonia. Saves me from having to explain it. That's amazing. Humans have ascended to the heavens. The heavens? I guess you could say so. My man's is a time traveler, right? In short, human beings live, develop, and proliferate in preparation to recapture Earth at every moment. The scene of Babylonia gradually transitions to display the flow of people and construct soldiers being sworn into action. On the other side, cities had developed into battlefields. Constructs continue to change, corrupted fighting and dying in battle. Scenes of devastation appear around Arnold and Wan Chi. Survivors and constructs fight bravely against the corrupted, unleashing destruction on the surface. Is this really the world we live in? Why are we trying to recapture Earth? Why? I still don't know the answer to that question. You've thrown yourself into this war and you ain't gotten an answer? Is it because you're looking for one? No, I don't think so. Without the help of the sphere bot, Arnold has to get the repair tools himself. As he looks for tools, he says, "Then why recapture this sick planet?" Sick? You mean the punishing virus? No. The planet was sick long before that. The cities and societies of the past were all sick. Maybe the virus and monsters that are now spreading outside are punishment for the diseased society of the Golden Age. While mankind enjoys a prosperous life, it breeds a source of disease known as corruption and degeneration. Does humanity really need to return to this planet? Maybe we should focus on tomorrow instead of the hopeless things of the past. What's the point of sacrificing so much to recover Earth? I think it's so mankind can return to Earth one day. Do you want to return to Earth? Do you really want mankind to have another golden age? Finally finding the right tool, Arnold returns to Wan Shi and continues work on the next section of repairs. Honestly, I've had my doubts in the collective goals of mankind for some time now. Humanity's path to achieving their goals is paved in whitewashed lies. Yet we continue to work towards this goal. Just like before, huh? I've never been determined to win at all costs like those around me. In the long war, a ray of hope shines above every construct. In order to win a menial victory, they use their own flesh and blood to pave the dark road to humanity's ultimate goal. I've had countless dreams that humanity ended in tragic defeat. The flame had grown so weak that darkness finally came. After a brief struggle, the moat was finally extinguished. I have thought and tried, but now I realize that personal efforts pale in significance when faced with our current reality. I'm too exhausted to think about answers now. Isn't that perfect then? Use this time to abandon this rotten earth? Throw away all the troubles and thoughts, all the traversities of human history. Travel to the stars and begin a new era. I can't do that. Because I've had many dreams about another potential future. Eventually, the surviving humans will bathe in the first light of dawn. In this dream, there stands many comrades who have maintained conviction as am I. My comrades look to each other with smiles of satisfaction. The civilization that humanity only spoke of once again becomes a reality. We finally return to Earth and save ourselves. Once confused, cowardly, and wavering, I feel an unprecedented emotion standing before such a world. I feel an overwhelming sense of triumph and elation. But that was just a dream. I also imagined that humans of the Golden Age would regain their faith. Faith that was once so close at heart. But dreams will eventually be broken. Humanity is doomed to repeat the past. To repeat past mistakes time and time again. Disease will only be followed by new disease. You're right. We must all wake up from our dreams eventually. But in making our dreams come true, there was always something within my power. Wan Shi quickly switches the projection around Arnold. Countless bricks and stones from a war-torn battlefield. The projection of the battlefield gradually enlarges, showing Wan Shi rushing to the aid of those wounded in an attempt to save them from the throes of death. And if we stop here, are we not betraying our comrades? The same comrades we have fought with to achieve this dream. The same dream in which we share in each other's smiles. Looks like you got more moxie than I thought. Find something you can do yourself, eh? Nothing great or noble, but a way to life that you can live in your own right. Yeah, this way of life might be a little selfish. But I hurt a lot of people and constructs in the past because of what I've done. So what? Who cares? Everyone has their own way of living. You and me both. I was a loner during the Golden Age. When I came here to get far away from society, I knew the outside world would criticize me. But had I not left, I probably wouldn't even be here speaking with you. Ain't no one got the right to talk shit about life of selfishness. In the end, it just depends on your Uh-oh. Smiling only just a moment ago, Arnold erupts into a violent coughing fit. He covers his mouth. With Wan, she sees blood dripping between his fingers. Arnold smiles, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, and continues using the tool in his other hand to connect the exposed mechanical circuits. The cough, yep. Ain't nothing to worry about. I'm used to it. Looks like one of my organs is on the fritz again. You know what? I can't even... Just the way he... it's okay. Just my innards doing their thing. Once you're finished fixing me up, why don't I return the favor and see what's wrong? You know what the hell you're doing? Or Dr. Zed, yeah. I'm not a real doctor. You know what the hell you're doing? I've had some training in first aid. Let me fix you first, and we'll go from there. Damn. Encounter. Oh yeah, I actually forgot these two were on the way. Find anything, Captain? Negative. You? Negative. Kamui and Chrome walk out from both sides of the ruins and reconvene in front of a huge pit to exchange intel. In the center of this pit are two raindrop-shaped airdrop capsules. The high temperature upon entry had severely deformed the airdrop capsule's exterior. After opening the hatch, hot air continues to emit from within the cabins. I've never seen those Inceptor drones we ran into during our descent. Looks like they were deliberately trying to slow us down. Well, our mission is different this time. Uh-oh. Wretched bastards. What are more of those fools from Babylonia doing here? There's been enough delays already. Yup. A dark object flies towards Chrome and Kamui. Instinctively, the Strike Hawks separate just in the nick of time. After finding its footing, Chrome scans the flying object and discovers that it is a mechanical head emitting static electricity. Oh, wait. What? It's Troy from Ouroboros. Hearing Chrome utter this, Kamui sprints faster towards where the object is coming from. Right as he is about to reach the target position, Kamui swings his greatsword ferociously at the building in front of him, causing it to collapse. Asshole. Impatient, are we? No matter. This won't take long. Behind you, Kamui. The sound previously heard appears behind Kamui all of a sudden, and he is struck by a violent whirlwind. With a dull crunch of metal from the impact, Kamui is sent flying into the air. Right as Kamui is about to collide with the protruding steel bars in the distant ruins, a pale blue streak of lightning gallops across the ground. In a flash, the lightning grabs Kamui and pulls him up along the wall with the steel bars. Thanks, Captain. The lightning gradually dissipates as Chrome reaches the top holdings. As Chrome reaches the top holding Kamui's hood, So, looks like we found the culprit behind all of this. That's not a corrupted. Watch out, that's no ordinary enemy. I'm looking for that fool dressed in white. Do you know where he is hiding now? I mean, Chrome is also dressed in white. And it's old Gabe, yep. A 450 megabyte patch for Star Rail? What? Oh. Nothing I can disclose currently. Oh. By the look of your nameplate, you must be from the same squad. If I kill you, that should draw him out of hiding. Huh, give it your best shot. Captain, let me go. I'm gonna smash his face in. Kamui waves his greatsword in the air, but Chrome tightens his grip on Kamui's hood. We just need to buy time so we can find Wanshi and retreat. Alright, got it. What a waste of time. Maybe they fixed Argenti. Hopefully. Even though we didn't get to hear him talk. Hopefully people who haven't done it yet, they'll be able to. After who knows how long. Arnold is... Wait, what? It says a future update. Lazy? Damn. After who knows how long, Arnold is just about to finish maintenance on Wanshi. With no room for error, sweat drips down his cheeks. Right at this moment, the Spherebot jumps up and projects a hollow map of the city for both of them to see. The hollow map shows 3 blips running among the collapsed buildings. Bright sparks flash intermittently. Are those your comrades? Yep, I guess those 2 idiots came looking for me. Because they're your comrades. Comrades. Alright, just gotta patch up one more thing. Arnold places the Spherebot in Wanshi's hand. Not like you can refuse, can you? Let's finish patching you in. Arnold walks back a few steps and sits on the sofa. He takes a pill out from a pill box under the sofa and swallows. Wanshi cannot tell what it is, but based on Arnold's look of disgust, it must be a tough pill to swallow. The Spherebot standing before Wanshi slowly opens up as a series of connectors extend out from within and connect with Wanshi's external ports. Wanshi can feel the robot's energy pour into his body. With Arnold having fixed his external damages, his lack of operating power is restored with the help of the robot. It's been ages since I've had talked with another person. But this power is... Think of it as a gift for showing me the outside world. I like owing others nothing. I don't want that power going to waste. It's broken beyond repair anyways. Why not give it all to you? Not to mention, we'll have a better chance of both of us getting out of this mess. You see. Alright, now it's my turn. Let's see what organ is damaged. What if his organs are just missing? Just like a teacher from Full Metal Alchemist. Wanshi stretches his hands and feet. With his limbs functioning normally, he gets up and approaches Arnold. However, Arnold reaches out his hand and gestures for him to stop. There's more important there's more important stuff to do than look after me. You saw the hollow map. Your comrades are in trouble. Let's go. Show me what kind of world we live in now. I've been hiding for too long, and I feel like going out there today. Alright. While you say this, it must be said. Journey's End. Oh. Nice. It's the boys. The moon once again hangs in the night sky. Wan Shi helps Arnold open the pressure valve and return to the surface. Following the sound of a building collapsing in the distance, Arnold pats Wan Shi on the shoulder. And he's got a cool mask. Get going. I'm gonna be right back, Arnold. Arnold merely nods in response. Wan Shi checks his equipment, then sprints off into the distance. The clashing of metal on metal echoes throughout the empty city ruins. Blue, gold, and black figures were entangled in battle. The sheer force of weapons colliding turns the surrounding gravel into dust. Chrome and Kamui tried to distance themselves from the onslaught of close-range attacks from Gear. However, they are only met with a barrage of bullets from its heavy machine gun. Following the barrage of bullets, Gear unleashes another flare of close-range attacks. Chrome and Kamui grit their teeth as the enemy suppresses them with wave after wave of relentless attacks. This bastard is on a whole other level. But we can't be defeated this easily. Come on, let's keep going. Fools. Why can't you just embrace death and wait with us for the sage to return? Kamui and Chrome respond with a two-pronged attack. The greatsword and the scythe slashed in concert, only to be caught firmly within Gear's grasp. Babylonia couldn't have fallen this far, could they? Seizing the Gear's movements of arrogance, Kamui blocks its punch with his greatsword and follows it with a spinning slash from below. However, Kamui's greatsword is once again firmly blocked by Gear. Unable to respond in time, Gear throws a punch straight at Kamui's face. The force of the blow sends Kamui flying into the side of a building. Kamui! Chrome waves a scythe to distance himself from Gear, then quickly retreats. But his retreat route is immediately blocked by a burst of black energy. The image of Gear gradually disappears as a devastating strike hurls straight in towards Chrome. Over here. Before Chrome can react, Gear grabs him by the shoulders and pulls him into a forceful knee to the abdomen. Vital fluid spews from Chrome's mouth. But right at that moment, a huge rock flies towards Gear. Extending its hands towards the approaching rock, it becomes a heavy machine gun that shreds the rock to pieces with a burst of gunfire. Shards of rock fall to the ground. However, Chrome disappears from in front of Gear. Looking into the distance, Gear sees Kamui holding Chrome on the side of the building. Are you okay? I can still move. Don't worry about me, Captain. Chrome smiles bitterly and wipes trace amounts of vital fluid from the corners of his mouth. My frame still needs to adjust to the adjustment. That thing can fight at close range and at long distances. Looks like we've got ourselves a dilemma. We're up against a tough enemy, but that doesn't change our objective. Yeah, you're right. We need to find that idiot we've been worried so much about, then finish the mission together. Still holding on to unrealistic fantasies. Another round of strafing forces Chrome and Kamui behind a section of the ruins. A few seconds later, the ruins they are hiding behind are smashed to pieces. Gear's dark figure appears in front of Chrome and Kamui menacingly. The sound of rapid bursts accompanied by sparks follow a series of blows exchanged between the three of them. A whirlwind of blows from Gear continues to press Chrome and Kamui, gradually tearing at their artificial skin. It's over. Right as Gear blocks Chrome and Kamui's attempt at a counterattack, it declares victory against its defenseless opponents. But upon finishing the sentence, a silver flash appears above them and intercepts Gear's next attack. Captain, look! Isn't it the person we've been worried sick? Oh, have you finally come out of hiding? I didn't think you'd still be operational after sustaining such heavy injuries. Several silvery white orbs of light descend from the sky, forcing Gear behind cover a few meters away. The orbs of light splash on the surrounding ruins, stirring up a faint white mist. Enshrouded in the mist, the tired looks of Kamui and Chrome show faint signs of relief. The cavalry's finally arrived. Ah, stop it. Game doing weird things. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Once she lands between the three figures, Gear prepares to take out its gun and shoot, only to be interrupted by Wan Chi's grenade. When the grenade detonates, a large amount of mist and smoke fill the space. When the mist disappears, the Strike Hawk trio is already standing on a building far away. Getting here has been quite the pain in me. Anyway, I made it. It took you long enough. At least you're back. Vermin will always be vermin regardless of how many there are. Do you three really think that'll change? Uh-oh. Captain, this mission is racking my overtime. I'm going to need some time off when I get back. I'll consider it. What about me, Captain? Will you be staying put in the base? Fair enough. How dare you assume you're getting out of here alive? Gear shouts angrily as he shoots a barrage of bullets at the Strike Hawk trio. However, the bullets are deflected by Wan Chi before they hit. I don't care what you've done in the past, but now you appear before me and threaten those I care. What? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Girl. But now you appear before me and threaten those I care. And that means I've got you in my sights. Looks like you need to start trying a little harder. I really, really hope they proofread Wuthering Waves. Arnold leans against the ruins while the sphere bot projects the distant battle. A white, blue, and gold figure quickly move around the dark figure at the center. The dark figure, which had been suppressing the trio, was beginning to show signs of weakening. Now, the trio was continuing to force its retreat. Are they what's living on Earth now? With a steel body like that, you could easily do so many things far beyond the abilities of us ordinary folks. They continue to feel the emotional effects of battle. They feel confusion and pain, yet they continue moving forward. Never abandon your comrades. Never abandon hope. They ain't different from us humans. Hell, they're even more human than us in some regards. They tried to get a test just for proofreading. Well, they should have put me in that test. Like, seriously. Oh, shoot. Hans. Are you sure you want to stay here all by yourself? If you come back, maybe the military can even provide you with shelter on my behalf. You know what? You know that ain't gonna happen, dumbass. Get out of here. I don't want to stain your perfect image. Consider us even. I was a lone wolf during the Golden Age. I couldn't go back even if I wanted to. I witnessed the glory and corruption of this era, and the scourge of society spread throughout the world. The brilliant and wise elite rule at the top, while everyone else struggles in the dregs of society. You and I both know the slums all too well. Damn. That's crazy too. Because, like, our view of Hans was that he was just all, like, uppity and high class and everything. But it seems that he too came from the slums, just like Arnold and all that. That's hilarious. How, like, all the characters, like, are still relevant in the stories and whatnot. I wonder if Wan Chi knows that Hans knew Arnold. That's why I've chosen to live life of an outcast. Who would have thought an outcast like me end up with this newfound sense of conviction? I hate the polarized and fragmented human society that corroded the will of humanity. I wanted to prove that ever wrong. I tried my best to live isolated from the problems of the world around me. But now, living has just turned into me lingering on and forcing myself to survive. The era I wanted to prove wrong has been washed away in the torrential current of time. Humanity's time to shine is over. Now's the time to begin anew. Constructs? I guess y'all are what humanity should be now. Earth. And it really ain't worth all this damn nostalgia. If we recapture Earth, then what? Rebuild the same mistakes and madness of the past era? We're just souls unable to find solace in our inability to free ourselves from the shackles of gravity. But if we leave the decisions of these construct fellas, maybe we can end this vicious cycle and guide Earth down a new path. Your attacks are futile. Gear swings its fist to strike Kamui again, but fails to anticipate him suddenly dodging the blow at the last second. Kamui sidesteps Gear, revealing a barrage of bullets from Wan Chi. Useless. Gear raises its other hand to deflect the bullets, only to find that its entire body has been rendered motionless. When did this? The faint blue projection of lightning dissipates. Chrome reaches out his hand for support against the wall and grabs for air, gas for air. Phew. But at this moment, even though Chrome is vulnerable to an attack, Gear is unable to capitalize on the opportunity amidst a barrage of bullets aimed directly at its head. His only option is to fall back. Just as Chrome is about to collapse from overexerting himself, Kamui appears beside him and breaks his fall. I'll dispose of the weakest link first. After being forced back, Gear turns to strike Chrome. Fortunately, the blow is firmly stopped by Kamui standing off to the side. The force of the blow pushes Kamui back several steps. His military boots leave deep gashes in the ground. I won't let you break through my defense. Gear lifts his foot to kick Kamui. But at that moment, Wanshi knocks it off balance with a volley of bullets. The Strike Hawk's trio's unrelenting attacks continue to push Gear back through the streets and buildings. You must be joking. Even the chariot. Gear waves its arm and deflects a bullet. Right as it's about to shoot back, it feels a gust of wind above him. Take this! Kamui raises a greatsword and slashes downwards from high above as Gear retreats. The devastating slash strikes the ground, sending debris flying into the air. Gear shoulders the blow of debris, then reaches out to grab Kamui through the cloud of dust. But as Gear traverses the dust, it is met with a sight imbued with lightning. One cannot scratch St. Elmo's fire barehanded. Retreating a few steps, Gear manages to stabilize itself and catch the destructive impact of the sight. Right as it tries to grab hold of Chrome, he is interrupted by a barrage of bullets from the side. Gear tries to block the incoming barrage, but an ebony greatsword appears in front of it. Haha! Can't block this now, can you? The greatsword slices through the lightning and bullets straight for Gear's head. Following a dull thud, the strike sends Gear flying across the street and into a building. Is that all you've got? After pushing off the stone slab that pinned it down, Gear slowly exits the building. A faint current envelops it. The slash from the greatsword should have smashed its frame. Instead, it only leaves a faint scratch on its helmet. Looks like we're back to where we started. Gear looks around to discover that the trio had pushed it back to where Wanshi first made his retreat. It appears so. We're back to where you wretched dogs ran with your tails between your legs. How sad. You'll lose here again soon, but you won't escape this time. Is that so? Ha! Who's to say?
Let's get this over with.
Finally. Enough time wasted. I shall finish you off right here.
I did.
Okay, I wasn't
Plan
expecting
to lie down
this
first this time.
ending slash.
Time for you to go to bed.
Is this all you have? Forward! You can't beat me! Is this all you have?
Beat him up. Wait. Interesting. Oh, I was about to say.
Forward! Tis but a scratch. One that advances its wings. Get behind me!
The Chrome is so good.
Give it your best! Send it all!
Let's get this over with. We're lucky to be able to see forever. One shot, one kill. Close your eyes. Sober.
Damn it. He was like, "You done? You pretty much." Hey, are you running away already? Who was the one barking "don't run" earlier on? Kamui, don't go. Sure. It's over.
That felt so exhausting.
Damn. Wanshi is tired. Look at this man. Wanshi stares at the enemy before him. Time seemed to stop momentarily. The air is so quiet. All he can hear is his own breath and Gear's footsteps. 1, 2, 3. Wanshi counts quietly to himself. Acquiring data, calculating direction, adjusting angle. Wanshi had heard everything Chrome and Kamui had encountered over Strike Hawk's encrypted channel. He must avenge Troy, fulfill Arnold's wish, and fight for his comrades. More importantly, he must uphold his faith. In this solemn era, mankind has made countless sacrifices so that they can return to Earth. This goal is not in line with his own. He has known that for quite some time. However, in order to protect those that he cares about from sacrificing themselves for his goal, Wanshi's course of action has long been set in stone. The best he can do right now is to help his comrades and shoot the enemies down, not letting the fallen down, becoming an unyielding flag on the battlefield. It's over. With the combined forces of the Strike Hawk trio, the threat from Gear had finally been neutralized. Wanshi is like the linchpin in the Strike Hawk's attack, perfectly complementing Chrome and Kamui's shortcomings. Although his attacks are not fatal, they're always there precisely when they are needed the most. While Gear was on the defensive, it had forgotten it was fighting 3 people. Strike Hawk's flawless teamwork had formed into a singular, impenetrable wall of attacks. Gear's attacks had been decimated. Its defenses had been stripped away. Don't let up. Wanshi fires a silver orb of light straight at Gear. Chrome swings his sight, imbuing the orb of light with blue electricity. As calculated, the orb strikes Gear's head where it had been weakened by Kamui's greatsword. It appears I underestimated you. Speaking its last mournful words, Gear collapses onto the ground and stops moving. Oh, maybe it wasn't Gabriel. Well, this sure was quite the train wreck. You could say that again. Haha. Well, at least it's over. Yeah. Now we just need to get our hands on the target and we call it a day. Actually, it's adjutant. Wanshi slings his sniper rifle over his shoulder and walks towards Gear's remains. Unbeknownst to the trio, a faint light shines upon them among the lights of the surrounding buildings. After obtaining the file, Wanshi returns to where he had left Arnold. But when Wanshi approaches, he discovers that Arnold is missing. Instead, all that remains is the sphere bot and a can of herring. Wanshi touches the robot, causing Arnold's hologram to project in front of him. Goodbye, human of the new era. Maybe it's just me, but you are more human than anyone I've ever met in the city of the Golden Age. Because you have the passion they don't. You have a heart. Don't worry about me. I'm just a human from a bygone era. Those of us who still remain should be scattered in the wind or buried in the dirt along with the times. In the past, we were cold, weak, and fragile. We were a fraction of what you have become. You are far more real than anything we ever were. You can explore space or take back Earth for yourselves. It doesn't matter. It's time for you to start an era that belongs to the constructs. Take the can I left you as a token from an old soul wandering adrift. After all, I gotta shake things up a bit, right? Well then, see you around, kiddo. Just as Arnold's message finishes, the sphere bot in Wanshi's hand runs out of power and falls into eternal slumber. Does this mean I still owe you? Wanshi places the robot next to the pressure valve, picks up the can of herring, then looks at Chrome and Kamui as they approach from the distance. Hey, Wanshi, let's head back. Coming. The Babylonian transport craft flies into the night sky with a trail of blue flame. The once war-torn city of the post-pandemic age finally returns to tranquil silence. Once the transport craft disappears, two figures appear from within the city ruins. They defeated the chariot? No matter. The file we need has been backed up and sent to the organization. Its memory shall remember the mission right before it went offline. That sure is callous of you to say. That sure is callous of you to say. My comrade died right before your eyes. Leaving rusty gears will only affect the organization's operation. A timely death is the best course of action. Alright. Fair enough. Having finished cleaning up Chariot, now is not the time to make our presence known in Babylonia. Of course. Alas, the erasing knowledge of Chariot from a powerful enemy such as Strikehawk took considerable effort. When I get back, upgrade my data circuits to the latest model as a reward. I'll pass the word along. Let's go look for Sage. There are still a lot of operations for the ceremony before it returns. Alright. Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Hooray. Oh my goodness. Give me everything. No. Okay. I have to check now. Let's go to main. Can we finally? Are you kidding? Oh my goodness. They really Alright, guys. Why you do this? This is mean. Okay. I'm sorry, but we're not doing this now. What we are going to do, though, is
What are you expecting from me?
I want to go and try out. Why do you think I'm watching this? Exactly. Seriously, I swear, watch. One day, all these PGR streams that I'm doing are just gonna get so many views simply because everyone's just like, yeah, no. So you don't have to read it later. Exactly. I totally understand. So, with this new patch, we got the Chaos Unsnarled patch is what this one is. We're just behind on the story, but the patch belongs to 21. If you go to R&D, this is the new version of her. You just can't. It's almost worse than Final Fantasy 14 Arknights. You know, yeah, it seriously is. There are so many different games that do that. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, forced story. I'm just like, ah. I'm not saying they're not enjoyable, but they still just should be an option. But anyway, let's go to members. Because I forgot the way to get there. Tutorial. Here we go. So, we're trying out Feral. Actually, wait, where is she? Wait, is she in? Oh wait, she's not Uniframe. No, she's not. Okay, there she is. Here she is. 21 Feral. Now, these are her coatings that she has so far. Normal. This one adds a little something on her arms. What does this do? Did that change anything? Oh, I think... No, she has her tail. Actually, it did. Her tail is more see-through, kind of. But did anything else change? Maybe her head? There's another one coming out soon with her last team member, supposedly. Yes, that it's funny because I was going to mention that. That's the one that I'm actually waiting on. Like I love her regular form like this, and yeah, this is the fully upgraded regular form. Is it? What's changing? Oh, it's the back of her head. Okay, I see. It's a slight change, but I see it. So this is her normal. This adds her arms and her head. And the tail too, I think, changes. Yeah, see? This is more see-through, but the third one, it's also the back of her head. She has the decoration here, like a bow or something. Usually the leg wear changes too. Let's see. Yeah, it's the straps on her legs. You did it for Vera, yep. And then this is the one that's out right now. Like I said, it's very nice too. Actually, what's her weapon? Oh, she doesn't. Okay. But yeah. It is a nice one, but I want the one that's coming out. Actually, look at her chest, because that's the main thing about this one, is the body. Like it's see-through. But okay. Let's test her out.
Sense of my prey.
So good. I mean, I'm getting her anyway. I've already seen like her tutorial videos and stuff, but this is my first time actually trying her out. Even the damn menu music is great. Yeah. Look at this. so much fun.
Your colors. I like them.
I love 20.
Are you running this way? Are you running this way?
And like, I think from what I saw, her moves get somewhat advanced.
Tear them apart.
Her demeanor. She's gone feral.
Arms, feet. Don't slow down.
That's what it was. Whenever you hear that noise, she does an extra move.
Your colors.
Yeah.
I
Whenever
like
those
them.
I don't know if you saw it. It happened so quickly, but let me see.
Your colors.
That.
I like them.
Whenever like you see those what's the word I'm looking for? Those kind of, it's like a surrounding node on her, or you hear that clamping sound. I think you're supposed to press the attack button, and she does something extra.
Tear them apart.
Yeah, see, like that. That time I got it.
Tear them apart.
But you have to be fast with it.
Feet. Don't slow down.
It's either she does something extra, or it gives her extra damage.
Tear them apart. Your colors.
Yeah, see that?
I like. Are you? Your colors. Tear them apart. Tear them apart.
Okay. I'll let them teach us though. The Shining.
I know. We need to keep some alive.
Core skill. Yeah.
Sense of my prey.
Her music is so good. That's a 3-pin.
Tear them apart.
And then basic attack. Oh wait, no, I did it wrong. After casting a 3-ping, 21 will enter Predator stance. Tap basic attack during this period to cast Forceful Pounce to deal lightning damage. So,
Tear them apart.
while casting Forceful Prance, number 21 will gain Wolf Spirit points and restore HP to allies within range. So let's see.
Tear them apart.
Oh, I didn't do it correctly.
Your colors. I like. Are you running this way?
Yeah. Number 21 can activate a deceleration field with two consecutive 3-pings. The purple mark's duration will also be extended till the end of the deceleration field. This is what I meant by her moves get a little intricate, so it's...
Are you running this way?
Oh wait, what?
Arms,
There we go.
feet. Don't slow down.
Press and hold basic attack. There you go. Make 2 3-pings to activate the deceleration field and trigger dead-on pounce. Then make another 3-ping to trigger dead-on pounce to fully charge Wolf Spirit points. Yeah, Fairy Swipes, yep. Wait, what was the idol that she just did? Did she just check her nails? Let me see. Look how happy she is. Alright, so let's see. 1, 2. Oh, oops, I messed that up.
Are you running this way. Your colors. I like blood. Tear them apart.
Almost there.
Are you running this way?
Nope.
Blood. Tear them apart.
It's crazy because she can be a support or just field DPS. Yeah, like she's insane.
Are you running this way?
Press and hold basic attack to enter Wolf Spirit form, and then attack continuously to gain critical arc light. Casting signature will consume all critical arc light to deal increased damage.
Run. Pray. Run.
It's so good.
Are you running this way? Your colors. I like them. Run.
Look at this.
Pray. Run.
You watched the video
Calm down, Claws.
where they how the meta idiots said that she was bad. No, she's not.
Blood. Tear them apart. Blood. Tear them apart. Are you running this way? Run. Pray.
See?
Run.
Who are you gonna listen to?
Blood.
The Meta
Tear them
Boys
apart.
or your boy Nova?
Are you blood? Tear them up in your colors. I like them. Wait. Don't slow down.
Wow, we just got each other. This
Are
is
you
messed up.
blood? Tear them apart. Your colors. Are you blood? Tear them apart.
There we go. That's what I wanted.
Are you
Wait, she won't.
running this way?
They won't let me go into
Your
other mode real
colors.
quick.
I like them. Are you blood? Tear them apart. Your colors. I like them.
I can't go into the zone anymore.
Wait. Don't run. Pray.
Oh, they just want me to leave now. They're like, you're having too much fun. Oh, there we go. I had to use the special. That's what it was.
Are you running this way? Blood. Tear them apart. Your colors. Are you running this way?
The recommended gear tab in
I know. We need to keep some alive.
Okay. Combat practice.
Sense of my prey.
Eh,
Calm down,
you
Claws.
suck.
Claws, tear them up your colors. Are you running to your colors? Claws, tear them apart. Your colors. Are you running this? Run. Pray. Run.
How many bars of health do you have? It's like it didn't matter.
Are you running this way? Run.
trying to keep up with all the damn back-to-back events. Yeah.
I know. We need to keep some alive.
Yeah, 21 is dangerous. And that was that. Like I said, I'm like, I don't care what they say. She's glorious.
Oh, hold on, Commandant. Don't move. Hold this position steady.
I accidentally clicked her.
Done. That
That was
image
perfect.
should give me plenty of ideas.
So let's see. We're gonna go for it. You think we got a copy from the event? I'll have to check and see. See, the thing is, whenever they do these patches, I don't want to accidentally go into it, because I think they actually just let you skip in the story since the patch just came out, and I don't want to start it and get spoiled on something. But if you go to event, let me see. That's all regular. Space Odyssey. Travel the planets with number 21. Is this what you're talking about? The Space Odyssey? With Fenrir. This might be it, the Woodland Banquet. Wolf Pup's Hunt. There's a whole bunch of... Oh, that's right. We can look at this too. I did forget about that. She has a new coding. For Lucia Plume. Wait, what just happened? It did some kind of animation just now, but we were zoomed in. This is actually really, really nice. Let's see. Oh, when she snapped her finger, she caught on fire. That's funny. Paradise Lost. This is a very, very nice one. That's the weapon coding. Yep, he has a new one too. And then, what the heck? Uh-oh, I didn't mean to do that. No, see, this is what I mean. This is why I don't want to click on it. I honestly don't want to read this right now. A long, long time ago, or in the distant future? Anyway, in an ancient forest lived a tiny wolf pup. Born with a distinct smell and fur of a different color, she was the runt abandoned by her pack. She longed to grow strong and be accepted by others. Heard of a treasure at the edge of the forest that would give her power, and a race of accepted outsiders, she headed into the depths of the forest. What awaited her there was not a race welcoming her with open arms. It was monsters with petrifying shapes. The wolf pup fought with all her strength, but still ended up collapsing from fatigue by the swamp deep inside the forest. She was gravely wounded, and could only stare at the stars in the night sky as she felt warmth gradually fading from her body. Is this where the wolf pup's journey would end? So, I want to say this is just the event. I don't think this is the actual, like, story patch. I hope so. Right at that moment, the pup noticed a spaceship next to the swamp. She clambered into the ship and pressed some buttons. the main webpage still has the rap battle from like a year ago. Oh, the green button cured her wounds. The blue button gave her new powers. There he is, Noctis. That's his name. Noctis is the last one. Her other clothing is coming out when he releases during that patch. And actually, Vera's getting another outfit too. Wait. A spaceship? Do you even know where this is going? A good story should catch the reader off guard. I learned this at WG Wagga. Or Waga. You really know nothing, do you? Hey, what's up, Maydak? What game is this? Punishing Grey Raven, or PGR for short. What was I gonna say? Oh, fun fact too. Out of Vera, Noctis, and 21 is... It's funny, Vera's the leader of the squad, but 21 is the oldest. She's actually 21. You were the one who asked for feedback. Anyway, go on. What happens next? 21 lowers her head and pokes at her terminal to turn the page. And then the wolf pup pressed the red button. The vessel shot off into space, and the pup fainted from the extreme acceleration. Now, I'll show you some combat too, Maydak. When she woke up, she found herself on an unfamiliar purple planet, with countless monsters gathered around it. Oh, time for a fight? This is getting interesting. How about we let Noctis enter in a glorious flash and beat those... Hey, get your claws off me! Off! Anyway, from here, the wolf pup begins her journey to find the treasure. What do you think? What do you mean? We didn't even get any action, and it's over? You're just too dumb to appreciate it. I'm not. You're up late? I just woke up, it's 4:30 a.m. Oh, talk about late. Last night's stream for Star Rail. My goodness. I'm not. Even a dumbass will let you know how absurd the plot is. Vera, what say you? Uh-oh, even Vera. It's a little lame. I will try harder next time. Hey, what's up with the change in attitude? And they treat Noctis like crap. It's true, it's hilarious. Come up with something worthwhile if you're gonna do it. You think I've got time to play these games with you? I went out of my way to borrow this from WGAA only because you said you wanted to write a fairy tale. I didn't know you need a commandant clearance. You didn't wait. Yeah, you need a commandant clearance to get it. How annoying. So you gave her this? What exactly is this thing, though? Captain gave this to me to support my creativity. Number 21 proudly shows off the square device in her hand. This created device will visually project any story input, or something like that. WGAA had something similar, right? This is just a prototype. It's pretty much like a hologram book. That sounds useful, but this thing that she wrote doesn't even make any sense. Can it actually be visualized? But I guess we have no choice. If we let this go on, she'll go through our entire paper reserve. Noctis holds up a stack of crumbled pages, each ripped and taped back together and covered in tiny scribbles of almost illegible letters and symbols. Even the autonomous cleaners thought these were trash. Uh-oh. Give it back. 21 lets out a deep growl and pounces on Noctis's head, waving her claws. Hey, get off me right now. This is what you get for putting them in the trash can. How would I know these aren't trash? Do you even know how long it took to me to get to piece them all back together? My eyes were this close to popping out. Serves you right. I agree. Sad to be me. Fine, I'll let you have one of my electrolyte drinks. Huh? All that back-breaking work for one? I need at least a week's worth. Noctis is acting all self-righteous again. That's what you do. So, that was the fairy tale you wanted to write. Vera completely ignores their squabbles and looks at 21's terminal with crossed arms. Yeah. 21 takes out her terminals that's showing the words Number 21's creative portfolio. The Grey Raven Commandant helped me with inspiration. It was very helpful. I saw lots of ideas in different colors. Creative painter. Oh, that's Isla. Writing a story. If I were you, I'd start by thinking about the message I want to get across. What I want to show or tell the reader, that is. But you can also keep it simple. Creativity should be free. Just create the colors you like with your writing. Hey, what's up, Tempest? Is everyone waking up now? Make the cat girl wear booty shorts and a crop top. Actually, you've only seen her here. She's basically wearing, I forgot the name of it. What's it called? Leotard. If you don't know where to start, try building your story upon something you saw or from your own experience. Engineering force in a hurry. Hey, it's Karen. What kind of stories do I like? What a weird question. Do I look like I have nothing to do? Gosh. But if you insist, it's got to have calamity followed by a glorious rebirth, unwavering determination, and even better if it's touching. Wait, what? Oh, what's that face? Bianca loves these too. Polite Strikehawk. Stories like this are quite rare nowadays. I used to love a story about a tiny protagonist traveling between different planets. I've sent you the data. I hope that helps. Items from Earth have been checked and processed. Please review the item list. A bottle of sand, a purple plant sample, blue glass, red rock, and half a piece of cake. Are you gonna eat it? Or a source of inspiration? I don't quite get it, but best of luck. Why is she making that face? Am I in trouble? So, I know what I'm going to write now. That was just the beginning. I'm going to bring you up to speed on the rest now. This story is called... Oh, okay, that was just the intros to the event. Yeah. Welcome to my space odyssey. As the story's protagonist, it is my responsibility to introduce its content to you, dear readers. Start the journey with me. No, go back. Exit deadlock. Okay, good. This is the one thing that I can't stand. By skipping this, no more tutorial messages will be shown. This may affect initial user experience. Fine. This is my star chart. Planets will light up after I visit them. Let's head to the first planet. This is where the Wolf Cub's journey begins. Each planet has different areas. Let's start with the first one. I don't actually want to... Each planet has several sovereigns. The Wolf Cub can only continue after defeating them. I can have my own exploration team. Tap here to assign the members. There can be 3 members at most. Oh, that's... Okay. You can configure the buildings you bring to the planet here. These facilities are crucial to defeating the sovereigns. Gotcha. Time to go. Okay, I get it. We're exiting the deadlock. No. We're going back. Okay. Hey, what's up, Dragon? It's like the gang's all here. You did say I was confused and it's hard to find actual information about the game. That planet is not purple, it's white. So it's like, let's see, where is she? Oh, actually, we can just go to tutorial. There she is. Let's go to combat practice so I can show you. 21 Feral is the newest character that they've added to the game. So we were just...
Sense of my prey.
So we were just trying her out and everything.
Blood! Tear them apart! You're cowards! I like them! Blood! Tear them apart! You're cowards! I like them! Run! Pray! Run! Are you
She's so buff.
running back to your cowards? I like them!
Like the original 21 was great. And she is too.
Tear them apart! Are you running this way? Are you running this way? Run! Pray! Run! Well, I know. We need to keep some alive.
And that's pretty much how the combat goes. It's like each character has their own unique like fighting style and everything. There are so many characters. But I hope that that answers your question for the most part, Maida. It's even better because we have someone else to read the novel for us. Yeah, that's true. Is this on is it on Steam? I don't think so. I don't know, but I don't think so. I have the standalone client from them. No, it's not? Okay. But yeah. Actually, it's funny because we went through the chapter 4 of the side story. Still not finished with it, sadly, though. Still have to do the hidden part of it to move on to the main story. But you guys are just in time because I am going to pull for her. You get to watch me fail spectacularly now. But let's see. Let's see how good the rolls are. Here we go. Tap 1 like you. I don't think, no. No. Okay. I don't know if that's her though. I could have swore there was another level of it.
The very thought of fighting next to you sends
Probably.
energy coursing through my body!
Grab the kitty. Oh, that's right. You did want to see. I can go back after this. Nope. You can tell by how shiny it is.
Commandant. 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 You've been longing for this, haven't you?
You know what's funny? I can't actually do anything else with Vera. She's at max level. Yellers. Oh my god, that voice. Yes, I'll show you the characters. Oh, no. Let's see. Nope. The cool thing is that the game is also very generous though too.
Commandant. Commandant?
It's Quillen, that's how you yeah, Changyu. So 30 more pulls. It's like, and then I'll have her. Because that's the thing too. When rolling on the S rank, you can switch the pool, you see? There's 100% S rank pool. So no matter what, you're going to get her after 60 pulls, or you can just get lucky, like Wriggle, and get her beforehand. But yeah. It's real generous, especially if you have no clue what you are doing. Yeah, that's true. But I'll show you. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's funny because they gave me more Vera, but she's already at triple S. I really can't do anything else. Or can I? Hold on. No. I thought that was it. Maybe I can. Okay. Now that's it. But this is the character that you were talking about, and she has different versions of her too. She's actually one of my mains. Actually, this is what I'll do for you. Let me.
If you're tired, being in contact.
Commandant. Commandant.
There you go, Mayday.
Commandant. You've been longing for this, haven't you? You want to know about Cerberus's Commandant? Say it. You're not getting anything from me. I may not obey your command, but you must listen to me. That is the condition for me being here. Commandant. Commandant.
And then the other version.
Say my name. Put more feeling into it. I like you calling my name. Vera. Vera. Not bad.
I didn't forget about you, Tempest. So this is, hold on, where is she? This is normal 21. And this is Pharaoh, who just came out. Where are you? See? And with each level of her original outfit, they add a little something. Like, for example, And this last one, the tail is more glowy and see-through. And they added, you know, her hair pieces. And then there's also this one. She needs to give you a reason to say her name. Bambinata? Where is Bambi? There she is. Fun fact, Bambinata was designed by the same artist who made Kaine from the Nier series. And then for her, this is the one. They should remove, not add. What? About the artist or what Tempest said? And then who else just got one? Yeah, Plume just got one. This is the one that I like for her. But they just added this one with Dispatch too. This is a really nice one. She's literally smoking. Her dress is on fire. There you go. And then someone else. I think, did Karen get one? I think she did. I know she got this one. It might have been regular Karen. I can't remember, so many of them. Oh yeah. No, wait, this is older. Was it Liv? Livs are really nice. I love how we're having a PGR fashion show. Or was it you who got one? This one's nice. This one I like too, actually. Yeah, the firecracker one was already there. Still no crop tops? Does someone have one? I could have swore someone did. I'm waiting for Isla's costume. She has another one that should be coming out this year. I'm trying to think, does anyone actually have one? Actually, you know what? Let's just go to the store. I thought somebody did. Oh yeah. Does that work, Tempest? You saw a video the other day and there are 75 outfits in Stellar Blade, not 39. Oh, it's time to get to work. I did solve the issue for the whole like patching and thing, by the way, so yeah. So, New Game Plus is on the way. I forgot she had that. Yeah. But yeah. It's like pretty much
The thruster's
as
quite
soon
hard
as
to
everybody
control.
joined, we were actually
Would replacing it with wings be better?
we just had finished the main story, and then you saw us doing the beginning of the event that's going on right now. It looks like it's gonna be fun though. 21's event. We might have to do that next time. You honestly don't know what a crop top looks like. But yeah.
Hey, tell me a joke. Anything as long as it's fun.
Some more beer for you.
That's fine. I just want to see you racking your brain.
And she has one more thing that she says.
I never expect anyone to understand me. But if you'd like to do so, be prepared. Mentally and physically.
That's Vera. There's also
Say my name.
wait, why is it on a swap? Oh, I forgot it's random.
If you're tired, give up on everything and go away. Leave it all to me. Whether you live, die by my hand, or just wander off.
You haven't played since watching your
Never surrender to me.
S&M session. Went back to Liza P and got stuck on the boss again. Which boss are you on in Liza P? Such a great game.
You're keeping an eye on my left hand. Do you want to know what would happen if I untie it? I can show you if you want to level this place to the ground. Never mind. There's always next time.
Yeah, Liza P is fun, definitely. I want to know what boss that he's on. But I don't want to say anything without giving away any spoilers. Bianca's another one of my favorites. And everybody loves Nanami. It's like you don't have a choice. Yeah, and here she is, Wriggle, Selena. So because she's here, I'm guessing story-wise, we're gonna have, oh, this is new. Or at least I haven't seen this one. But yeah, we're gonna have to encounter her. Mini boss at the end of town with expanding arms and balls for hands. You know, I can skip, but I never did that. Try the umbrella, stuck on the. Trying to remember describing the boss at the end of town. I'm really trying to remember that boss you're talking about. Let's see. It's about time I changed music. Let's switch to Vera's theme song. His arms are retractable chains. He spins and spins. Spins to win. Like, I'm trying to picture the boss. I really am trying to picture this boss. The slow walking giant. They're all pretty giant, to be honest. Or where? Well, he said at the end of town, but I'm trying to remember exactly. Yeah, I'll just have to look it up. Slow walking giant. Oh, okay. I just looked up. I just went to Google real quick. Just looked up the picture. So yeah. Gotcha. I honestly don't remember how far that is in the game, but okay. You like the big hammer? I used the samurai sword for most of the game. That and the... What was it? It was the long sword, but I switched the handle on that, and I also used the electric shock, that thing. That weapon is actually really, really good for a lot of the game. And I tried so many different handles. But yeah. The umbrella. Actually, do I have enough for another pull? I might. I like keeping them even, but who knows? Let's see. What if we get it? Nope. Sad now. Aww. That's fine. Okay. So now I can't pull anymore, but that's alright. Her banner just started. So, I'll have her soon. First playthrough was Samurai Sword. Second playthrough went wild with the hammer and beat the game so fast. I even played through it the second time. It's like, yeah, I'd probably try different stuff too. Yeah, because there is no New Game Plus in that. I don't think so. But it'll be fun just to see what you can do now that you pretty much know the game. But, alright. So, we followed Lightning Boss and beat her without a Spectre. So yeah, we're gonna end this here because the extra story was so long this time. I didn't think it was going to be that long. And then now they're making us do the hidden story as well too to continue the main story. But we're gonna save that for another PGR stream. Mad Puppet Clown. Okay. Yup. That was his name. Like I said, I went to Google and looked it up, but yeah, I know the name. But yeah, look forward to tonight's stream, actually. It's like at the request of Madak, tonight's stream, we're playing some Bloody Spell. So that's going to be fun. I haven't touched that game in so long, and I think they just had an update when I looked at it. So I know you were looking forward to that, Madak. Also, I'm still deciding what we're going to do on Sunday. If I want to do more PGR reading, or we might actually delve back into Nikkei. Because I know that the event is coming to an end soon. The epilogue is out. And I really do want to get through the main story for Nikkei as well. You've been stuck on him since launch, and by a few times, Nikkei will be short unless you do the main story. Yeah, that's what I was saying. We probably just do both. We do the epilogue and then just go into a main story chapter. But I also, this PGR is just haunting me. It really is. And they're like, oh yeah, you're just gonna do chapter 4 of EX and then continue with the main story. Then like, oh no, now you gotta do the hidden chapters. I'm like, ugh. And each chapter just seems longer than the last. Use the inflatable rake? Wait, what? Are you talking about Bloody Spell? But if so, like I said, it's been so long since I've actually like touched the game. I know I haven't beaten the main story of it or anything. You have all the inflatable toys. Okay. I'll have to see what kind of weapons are in there. I played it briefly when it first came out. And then didn't really go back into it. What's with that face, Tempest? Well, alright guys. It's like, I'm actually gonna get some sleep. I have something to do today, actually. I almost forgot. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Definitely more PGR on the way as well too. Look forward to tonight's stream, and until next time, move out. I'll see you guys later.